Before you can start creating PowerPoint presentations, you'll need to know how to find the application on your desktop. See how to access the app from your Windows 10 search bar, Start menu, and how to pin the app to your taskbar for quicker access. Now, in order to access the PowerPoint application, if you have a desktop shortcut, you can double-select the icon to open the app directly. You can also open up a PowerPoint file to access the application. But if you don't have either of these options at hand, you can locate the application a couple different ways. First, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and select the Start menu. You can also access your Start menu at any time by selecting the Windows key on your keyboard. From the Start menu, in order to locate the PowerPoint application, you'll find your list of apps on the left-hand side. From here, your apps are organized by alphabetical order, and you'll be able to locate the PowerPoint application under the letter P. From here, I can open the application directly by selecting it from the menu. If I'd like to have quick access to this application, I can pin it in a few different locations. For example, if I'd like to have access to it in my Start menu, I'm going to right-click over the application, and from the right-click menu, I can choose the option Pin to Start. Now I can see on the right-hand side of my Start menu that PowerPoint is located here, and I can quickly access it and select it to open the application at any time. You can also pin the application to your taskbar, which is located at the bottom of your interface. To do this, I'm going to go back to the application, right-click with my mouse, and from the right-click menu, I'm going to go up towards the top, and from the More Options menu, you'll see the option Pin to Taskbar. As you can see, the app is now located at the bottom of my interface, and I can select it and open it at any time. Lastly, if you'd like to create a desktop shortcut, you can easily do that from the Start menu as well by going over your application and holding down the left button on your mouse and dragging the application to your desktop. Once you see the notification link, you can let go with your mouse, and the application will be placed on your desktop. This will enable you to hold down and move and place the shortcut on your desktop. Now, in order to open the application, all you need to do is double-select the shortcut from your desktop at any time. Another way you can find the application is via the Windows 10 search function. So if I go down to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll notice next to the Start menu that there is a search field. Now, from the search field, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find the microphone option, which you can use to ask Cortana to find PowerPoint. You can also search for the application by selecting the search field and typing in the name of the application. As you can see, when I type in the name of the application, I'll get search results above, and at the top, I'll find the application itself. I can select it from the menu, and the PowerPoint application will open up. Now, in order to close the application, you also have a couple different options. First, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and select the X to leave the program. You can also go down to your taskbar, whether you have it pinned or not. Once you open the application, this icon will appear. From the icon, I'm going to right-click with my mouse, and I'll see the option Close Window at the bottom. This will close the application, and if I'd like to remove the shortcut from my taskbar, I can also right-click over this icon and choose Unpin from Taskbar. You can also remove the icon from your desktop by right-clicking over the shortcut and choosing Delete towards the bottom. Lastly, if I'd like to remove the application from my Start menu, I can go down and select the Start menu or the Windows key on my keyboard and right-click over the application on the right-hand side and choose the option Unpin from Start. Now, to close the Start menu, I can select outside of the Start menu, and I can see that all of my shortcuts have been removed. So now you've seen how to find, pin, and open the PowerPoint application. To get the most out of PowerPoint, you'll need to know how to use the interface and the Office tool ribbon. Understanding the interface is the key to being able to use the tools, menus, and functions available in the application. So once you open up or create a presentation, you'll be brought to the main interface of the application. Like other Microsoft Office programs, you'll notice at the top of the interface that you have the Microsoft tool ribbon. Within the tool ribbon, you'll have multiple tabs, and those tabs contain specific tool sets to modify your presentation. By default, you'll be brought to the Home tab. Within the Home tab, you'll find standard formatting options such as font and paragraph toolsets. Within PowerPoint, you'll also have additional PowerPoint-specific options such as slides. If you'd like to modify your presentation, you can use the tabs above to navigate different toolsets. For example, if you'd like to insert elements such as images, you can select the Insert tab, and you'll see below that you have different toolsets for inserting information. For example, to insert images, you'll find the Images toolset where you can select Picture and insert an image directly from your computer. If you'd like to modify the design of your presentation, you'll find the Design tab, and below you'll be able to update your theme, as well as change the variant of your theme selected. If you'd like to make your presentation stand out a bit more, you can add transitions to your slides, as well as animations to specific elements in your slides. In order to access your slideshow options, you can select the Slideshow tab, and this will enable you to play and present your slideshow. Lastly, if you'd like to spell check, you'll find your proofing tools within the Review tab. You'll also find additional options such as your Comments toolset, and even options to ink on the right-hand side. If you'd like to change the view mode displayed for your presentation below, you'll find those options within the View tab. Just below, you'll find your Zoom toolset where you can zoom in and out of your project, and on the left-hand side, you'll find your presentation views. If you're looking for additional help, you'll find your Help tab, as well as the Help search option. Once you type in and search a topic, you'll be brought to the Office support page where you'll find additional information regarding the subject you're looking up. In the top right-hand corner, you'll find your Share icon, and if you're looking for additional tools, you'll also find that you have a quick access toolbar located in the top left-hand corner. From here, you'll find the default tools such as Save, Undo, Redo, as well as Play for your slideshow presentation. In order to customize this menu, you'll find your Customize options to the right, and you can choose to add or remove your specific tools. Now, if you'd like to get a better view of the main interface, which is your slide itself, you can choose to hide or show your toolbar above. To do this, you'll find the Collapse option in the bottom right-hand corner, or you can go up to the top and select your ribbon display options. From here, you can choose to show your tabs only, and you'll see at the top that you can access your tool sets by selecting your given tab. If you'd like to hide your tab and tool ribbon, you can go back up to the top and choose Auto Hide Ribbon. From here, you'll get a full screen view of your presentation, and you can focus on your design or content within. In order to leave this view, you can go up to the top right-hand corner, select the More Options menu pictured as 3 dots, and you'll have access to your tool ribbon again. To return to default, you'll need to go back up to the top and select Show Tabs and Commands, and you may need to access the Maximize view to restore down your window size. Now, from the main interface, you'll notice that it's separated into 2 main parts. On the right-hand side, you'll have your slide that you have selected, from the left-hand side, which is your slide pane. From here, you can select your specific slide, and you'll view your information on the right-hand side. You'll also be able to see your slide number indicated in the top left-hand corner, as well as your status bar found in the bottom left-hand corner of the interface. Now, from the status bar itself, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find additional options such as your notes, comments, as well as your view options. You can even increase or decrease the zoom of your presentation directly from here. Now, if you'd like to access the settings of the application itself, you can access this option via the File menu by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing File. From here, you'll find options such as the Information page, which will enable you to protect your presentation, check for any issues, as well as manage the presentation itself. You'll also find options to open new presentation, save your presentation, as well as print and share towards the center. Now, to close the application, you can choose Close, and to access the application options, you'll need to go to the bottom and choose Options. In order to return to my presentation, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen a little bit more on how to get around the PowerPoint application. In PowerPoint, there are a number of different ways of navigating between different slides in your presentation. You can use the slide pane to browse for and select the slide you want to edit, or you can use the vertical scroll bar to move from one slide to another. Now, from my presentation below, if I would like to see which slide I'm located on, I can go to the slide pane located on the left-hand side of the interface. Once you have a slide selected, you'll be able to see that corresponding slide appear on the main interface on the right-hand side. You'll be able to identify which slide you have selected by the outline highlighting the slide. You'll also be able to see the number of the slide located in the top left-hand corner. You can also identify which side you have selected at any time by going down to the bottom left-hand corner of your status bar, and you'll be able to see, for example, I'm on slide 1 of 19. Now, in order to browse your slides, you can go to the slide pane and use the scroll bar on the right-hand side to scroll through your presentation. Once you find a slide that you would like to view, you can select it, and that slide will show up on the right-hand side. Now you can also browse through your presentation by using the scroll bar found within the presentation main interface on the right-hand side. You can use the arrows to go up a slide, or you can use the arrow going down to go further into your presentation. You can also use the previous and next slide option just below. Another interesting way you can browse through your slides is by using keyboard shortcuts. For example, if I go back to my slide pane on the left-hand side, I can use the vertical arrows up and down to go through my slide pane and view my different slides on the right-hand side. If I select the up arrow, I can go to previous slides. The same goes for the main interface. You can also use the forward arrow to go forward in your presentation or the back arrow to go back in your presentation. If I would like to return to the first slide in my presentation, I can also use the scroll option by selecting the scroll toggle itself, holding down the left button of my mouse, and you'll see a window appear. This will inform you your slide location and the name of the current slide you have selected. If I drag this item up, I can see which slide I'll be brought to once I let go of the left button on my mouse. Now I can see I'm at the beginning of my presentation. Now you may notice that your slide pane takes up a lot of your interface. If you'd like to reduce the size of your slide pane, you can easily do that by going between your slide pane and your main interface. And once you see the corresponding arrows, you can hold down the left button on your mouse and you can drag the pane towards the left-hand side to make it smaller, or the right-hand side to make it larger, which will give you a better preview of your slides. So now you've seen how to move and navigate amongst your slides in PowerPoint. PowerPoint features a variety of different tools that can change how you visualize your slides and presentation. You can, for example, activate the rulers and grid lines to help align and adjust the elements that you've added. You can also change the view modes to visualize the presentation or to incorporate notes, your presentation outline, and your slide order. Now from my presentation, if I'd like to quickly change the view mode, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and you'll notice that you have a few different icons. By default, you'll be set to the normal view. But if I'd like to quickly navigate through my presentation to find a specific slide, I can use the slide sorter. From here, I'll be able to get a global view of my presentation, and if I'd like to select and modify a particular slide, I can choose the slide, and then return to normal view by choosing normal on the left-hand side. As you can see, combining these specific views will enable you to quickly find the element you're looking for. You'll also notice towards the right-hand side that you have the reading view option. Once you select this option, you'll see that your presentation will go into full screen mode, and you can use your mouse and select with the left button on your mouse to browse through your different slides. In order to leave reading view, you can select the escape key on your keyboard. Now another way you can access your view modes is from your view tab itself within your tool ribbon. So if I go up and I select my view tab, if I go towards the left-hand side, I'll find my presentation views toolset. From here, you'll see the views that we've already selected, such as slide sorter and reading view. You'll find additional views such as the notes page. This will enable you to add and view notes added directly to your presentation. You'll also have the option for outline view. This will enable you to quickly organize your presentation according to specific outline sets that you may have added. To return to normal view, you can select normal on the left-hand side. Now, besides presentation views, you'll also find that you have master views. Master views include a notes master view, handout master view, and a slide master view. Once I select Slide Master, you'll see at the top that a new tab will appear. The same goes for the Notes and the Handout Master options. From here, you'll be able to modify specific options, such as adding a master slide and the formatting going along with that specific master slide. In order to leave a master view, you can go towards the right-hand side and select Close Master View. Now, besides the master views, if you go back to your View tab, you'll notice below that you have certain options within your Show Tool set to add to your presentation. For example, if you want to align elements, I would recommend selecting the Ruler tool. This will insert a ruler to the top and to the left of your slide, and you'll be able to correctly measure the location of the elements you may be inserting. You can also insert grid lines. For example, when I select this option, and if I go through my presentation and I select a slide that has multiple items inserted, I'll be able to see the specific location of those items and make sure that they're visually accurate according to the grid lines and the ruler that I've used to measure. You can also use the option Guidelines, which will divide your slide into 4 equal parts. This will enable you to visualize and separate your items into different sectors. Now, if you'd like to remove any of these elements, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side, and you'll no longer see them within your slide. Now, you can also activate or deactivate your notes at any time by selecting the Notes option. As you can see, this is Hidden My Notes. And I can also activate this feature by going down to my status bar and choosing Notes at any time to add or remove specific notes from my slides. So now you've seen how to access and use your view modes within PowerPoint. If you want to change how you visualize your slides in PowerPoint, you can use the Zoom tools. These can be used to adjust how close you are to your slide's contents. You can zoom in to work on a particular detail, or you can zoom out to obtain an overall view of your entire presentation. Now, in order to see which zoom you're currently at within your presentation, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and you'll find your zoom percentage. By default, you'll be set to 63%. If you'd like to modify your zoom, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have an increase and decrease zoom option. For example, to increase the zoom, I can select the plus symbol to quickly zoom into my slide. I can use the minus symbol to zoom out. You can also use the toggle itself found in the center by holding down the left button on your mouse and dragging it towards the right to quickly zoom into an element on your presentation, or drag it towards the left to zoom out. In order to quickly modify your zoom, you can also choose from PowerPoint's default zoom settings. To access the zoom menu, you can select your zoom percentage on the right-hand side. From the zoom menu, you'll see a list of default zooms that you can select and apply to your presentation. For example, if I'd like to see a zoom of 50%, I can select that option and select OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, another way you can access your zoom tools is by going to your View tab within your tool ribbon. So if I go up to the top and choose my View tab, I can go down just below and I'll find my Zoom tool set. From here, I can select the Zoom menu, and you'll see that the same menu will appear. If you'd like to create a custom zoom, you'll notice in the top right-hand corner that you can increase your zoom by selecting the upward arrow or the downward arrow to decrease your zoom. You can also select the field, choose backspace, and type in your own desired view. Once you've done this, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and you'll see that your custom zoom will appear. Now, if you'd like to return to the default zoom, you have a few different options. To do this, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner of the interface and choose Fit Slide to Current Window. You can also access this option via your View tab by choosing Fit to Window. Lastly, you'll also find this feature within the Zoom menu itself by choosing Zoom and choosing Fit at the top. Once you've selected this, you can choose OK at the bottom of the menu, and you'll be reverted back to the default 63% for your presentation. So now you've seen how to access and use the Zoom tools within PowerPoint. You may occasionally be required to work on multiple PowerPoint documents simultaneously. It is thereby important to know how to move between different windows and presentations that you have open on your screen. Now, as you can see below, I already have a presentation opened up. If I'd like to open additional presentations, I can do this a couple different ways. First, if my presentation is located on my desktop, I'm going to need to minimize my current presentation by selecting the Minimize option in the top right-hand corner. Now from my desktop, I can double-select my presentation to open it. And another way I can open an additional presentation is by going up to my File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down and choose Open. And from Open, I can choose a file from a shared location, or to open a file from my computer, I can go down to the bottom left-hand side and choose Browse. From my File Explorer, I'm going to choose the location of the file itself by going to the left-hand side, choosing my document location, selecting my presentation, and choosing Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now to open my file that I had minimized, I'll need to go down to the bottom of the interface and hover over the PowerPoint icon. As you can see when you do this, you'll get a global picture of all the presentations you have opened up within PowerPoint. To open my presentation that I had minimized, I can select the icon, and the PowerPoint presentation will be brought to the front. You can easily use this method to navigate between different projects that you may have open. Another way that you can navigate to different windows is by going up to your View tab, and from the View tab, you'll find your Window toolset on the right-hand side. From here, you can select Switch Windows, and you'll see all the windows that you have opened up within PowerPoint. On the left-hand side, the check mark will indicate the current presentation that you are viewing. In order to view a different presentation, I'm going to select it, and I'll be brought to that presentation I had selected from my list. Now, in order to organize my windows to better view the contents, I can go back to my View tab, and you'll see in the center that you have different view options. You can choose Cascade, and this will quickly organize your elements where you'll be able to select and view all the contents accordingly. You can also go to the View menu, and from the Windows toolset, you'll find the option at the top to quickly arrange all. This will organize your presentation in side-by-side view, and you'll be able to compare and contrast the different slides within. This will enable you to work simultaneously across multiple projects. Now, in order to leave this view, you can leave one of your projects by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and you'll still be able to compare your information for each window. Now, you'll also be able to compare your information within each window by selecting the window at the top and moving it around your desktop. You can choose to resize it by choosing the maximum view, leaving the maximize view, and even resizing your windows by going to the outer perimeter. If you would like to leave your presentation, you can also select the X in the top right-hand corner, and I can go over and I can resize my window so that way I can view the information within. Now, if you'd like to work on the same project but compare two different slides simultaneously, you can do that as well. To do this, you'll need to go back to your View tab and to your Window toolset. From here, you can choose New Window, and this will open up a new window within the same project. From here, I'll be able to compare my information, and I can go back to my View settings and Window toolset and choose Arrange All, and this will enable me to get a side-by-side comparison of both projects. If I would like to quickly close all of my projects simultaneously, I can go down to my PowerPoint icon, right-click with my mouse, and choose Close All Windows. This will enable me to quickly close all presentations simultaneously across PowerPoint. So now you've seen how to open, manage, and work across multiple presentations in PowerPoint. The first step in putting together your presentation is creating a new document. With PowerPoint, you can quickly create a new document and begin editing it. You can also use PowerPoint to open an existing presentation. Once you open up the PowerPoint application, you'll be brought to this Start page. From the Start page, you'll notice that the interface is separated into two main parts. On the left-hand side, you'll find your recent documents. From here, you'll find presentations that you've recently edited or saved. At the top of the list, you'll have the ability to pin those presentations you'd like to access quickly. For example, if I want to go down over one of my presentations, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have a thumbtack icon. Once you select this icon, your presentation will be pinned to the top of the list. Again, this will enable you to quickly access those presentations, open them, and start editing quickly. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll also find the option to open other presentations. This will open up your File Explorer and you'll be able to quickly choose and open up your presentation from your computer. On the right-hand side, you'll find your Templates and Blank Presentation option. In the top left-hand corner, you can quickly search and find specific templates and themes. Just below, you'll find categories relating to those templates and themes. And on the Start page itself, you'll have the opportunity to access an array of different themes and even pin those specific themes that you use often. Now, in order to create a new blank presentation, you'll notice in the top left-hand corner that you have the opportunity to select Blank Presentation. Once you open up a new presentation, you'll notice at the top of the interface, by default, your presentation will be labeled Presentation 1. If you'd like to create another blank presentation from an open presentation, you can also do that by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File menu. From the File menu, if I go down to New, just below Info, you'll see that you're brought to the same interface from the Start page. So again, if I'd like to open up a new blank presentation, I can select that option. And you'll see once you open multiple new documents, those documents will be named in numerical values, starting with 1 and going upwards, depending on the number of presentations that you have open. Now, if you'd like to access and open an existing presentation, you'll again need to go to the File menu found in the top left-hand corner. From here, you can go down the left-hand side and choose Open. From the Open menu, on the left-hand side, you'll see any connected services you may have logged in depending on your Microsoft account. If you'd like to access a file that you've recently edited or used, you'll find those options on the right-hand side. Under Presentations, you can select presentations that you've recently edited or pin to your application. As previously seen, I had pinned a presentation to my Start page, and I'll find that same pinned presentation at the top of my pinned list. Now, if I'd like to access a document on my computer, I'll need to go down to the Browse option found in the bottom left. From here, my File Explorer will open up, and I'll need to choose the file location on my computer on the left-hand side. Once I've found the location and the folder in which I've saved my document, I can double-select my document to open it. Once I've opened up my document, I'll be able to verify my document name at the top of the list. Now, if I'd like to close this document, I can always select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen different ways on how to create and open existing documents within PowerPoint. Presentation themes and templates are preset presentations that contain not only appearance elements, but also placeholders and pre-inserted content. This content can be customized and used to quickly create a new document. Once you open up the PowerPoint application, you'll be brought to this Start page. From this Start page, you'll notice below that you have an array of different templates and themes that you can access quickly. A template will be displayed with the name of the template as well as a preview of what that template will look like. In the bottom left-hand corner, again, you'll be able to verify the name. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a thumbtack icon which you can use to pin to the top of your Start menu. Once you pin a template, you'll be able to quickly access that template directly from your Start page. You can also unpin templates that you no longer use. Now, you can browse through the Start page templates by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side. From here, you'll get an array of different types of templates that you can use to create your document. If you're looking for a particular type of document, you'll notice at the top of the interface that you have specific categories of documents that you can use to create your presentation. If I would like to create a business presentation, I can select the business category, and I'll be brought to a list of different presentations pertaining to the category business. From here, again, I can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side and scroll through the different presentation options. Now, if I'd like to refine my search even more, you'll find specific categories relating to business, such as technology, industry, and so forth. Now, if you're searching for a specific type of theme or template, you can also use the search field. So if I go back to the top left-hand corner and I choose the back arrow for all, I can go up to the top of the interface and select the search field option. From here, I'm going to search for a particular presentation by typing in the presentation type that I would like to find. Once I've done this, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and you'll see below an array of different templates relating to the subject that I've looked for. Now, in order to preview a specific presentation, I can select it from the options below, and you'll see from here you'll have the title, as well as a brief description of that particular presentation. Now, since I found this template with Microsoft Office online, I'm going to need to download to create my presentation. To do this, I can use the Create option at the bottom of the menu. Once I create my presentation, I'll be able to see my slides have already been inserted, and I can go through and modify any details in the particular slides. This will save you a lot of time if you want to quickly create a presentation. Now you can also access your templates from an open presentation. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I can go down and choose New. Within the New menu, again, you'll see the same menu as your Start page. You'll have your categories below, your search bar above, as well as your recently accessed and pinned templates below. Now, in order to create another presentation based on a template, I can select a template below. And from this template, you'll be able to see that you have multiple images that you can browse. At the bottom, you'll see the option More Images. You can browse through the different slides, and you'll be able to get a feel of how that presentation will look. You'll also see that this presentation has multiple color options. For example, if I'd rather have a blue theme color, I can select that option, and I'll see the layouts relating to that color change will be reflected in the slides. Now, in order to create this particular presentation, I'm going to need to select Create at the bottom of the menu. Now, contrary to the other presentation, I can see that I no longer have any slides located below. If I'd like to insert a new slide, the theme applied to this particular presentation will already be taken into account for the layouts of my slides. So if I go up and I choose New Slide, I could choose from one of the slides below, and I can see that the content and theme has been applied to that particular slide. If I want to make any changes, all I need to do is select the content within, and I can start typing in my content into my presentation. So now you've seen how to find, download, and use templates with PowerPoint. A presentation is made up of multiple slides. These slides are similar to the pages in a Word document. If you want to create your presentation, you're going to need to know how to insert new slides into PowerPoint. It's also possible to specify the preset layout that is applied when you create a new slide. Now, as you can see below, I have my presentation opened up. If I would like to insert a new slide into my presentation, I'm first going to need to select the slide before the new slide. For example, when I select the first slide in my presentation, if I insert a new slide, that slide will be placed directly below. Now, to insert a new slide, you can go up to your Home tab within your tool ribbon, and within the Slides toolset, you'll find the option New Slides. As you can see, this icon is separated into two separate parts. If I select the top part, a simple new slide will be inserted. If I select New Slide just below with the drop-down menu, you'll see below that you have an array of different layouts. Now, these layouts depend on the theme that you have applied or the master slide that has designated the specific layout templates. Now, to insert a blank slide, I'm going to go down and choose Blank. Another way you can insert a new slide, again, I'm going to need to select the location, and the slide will be placed after that particular slide. If I go up to the Insert tab within my tool ribbon, I'll find on the left-hand side the same icon within the Slides toolset. So again, if I want to have a simple slide inserted, I can select the top option, or if I want a particular layout, I'll need to select the New Slide drop-down menu and choose a template below. Another way you can insert a new slide, for example, if I browse through my presentation and I find that I've forgotten a slide, I can go over that slide, right-click with my mouse, and I can choose the option New Slide in the center, and a new slide will automatically be inserted into that point in my presentation. You can also quickly insert a new slide by using a keyboard shortcut. So if I use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter M on my keyboard, you'll see that you can quickly insert new slides. This is ideal if you have multiple slides in the same section and you just want to quickly insert those slides. Now, if you find that you've accidentally inserted a slide, you can also use the undo option, Control and the letter Z, to quickly undo that action. You can also remove a slide by right-clicking over that slide and choosing Delete Slide. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert new slides into your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can quickly create presentations from another presentation document. See how to add slides to your PowerPoint presentation by recycling existing content into your updated presentation. Now, from my presentation below, if I would like to add slides from another presentation, I can reuse slides. In order to reuse a slide, you'll need to go up to your Home tab within your tool ribbon, and you'll find the option New Slides. You'll also find this option within the Insert menu of your tool ribbon. If I go to the left-hand side, I'll find within my Slides toolset that I also have the New Slides drop-down menu. From this menu, if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see the option Reuse Slides. And once the Reuse Slides menu opens up on the right-hand side, you'll be able to browse your computer for existing presentations. For example, you'll be able to insert slides from particular documents that you may have already looked up. To find these documents, you can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side and choose the file location. You can also browse for new presentations by choosing Browse. And once your File Explorer opens up, you can locate the presentation in which you would like to take the slides from. For example, if my file is stored on my desktop, I can choose this file location and choose the corresponding presentation, and then select Open at the bottom of the menu. Now, once you open up a presentation in the Reuse Slides menu, you'll be able to browse the different slides from that particular presentation. Once you select a particular slide, that slide will automatically be inserted into your presentation on the left-hand side. If you've accidentally inserted that slide, you can always select the Ctrl-Z shortcut to undo that action. Now, in order to insert the slide in the location I would like in my presentation, I'll need to browse through my presentation, select the slide where I'd like to insert the slide after, and select the slide for my presentation on the right-hand side. As I can see, my slide has been inserted, and the theme of my current presentation has also been applied. Now, once you open up a presentation in Reuse Slides, again, you'll be able to quickly access those presentations by choosing the drop-down menu and choosing the corresponding presentation and selecting the arrow on the right-hand side. This will quickly open up that presentation and the slides below. Once you're done using the Reuse Slides menu, you can select the X on the right-hand side. Now, another way you can reuse slides is by opening up two presentations and dragging and dropping those slides in the presentation you would like to transfer them to. To do this, I'm going to open up my second presentation by first minimizing my current presentation. On my desktop, I'm going to double select my presentation. And once I've done this, I'm going to resize that presentation, so that way it's easier to drag and drop my slides. Now I'm going to go down to the PowerPoint icon, and once I open up my first presentation, and I go back and open my presentation, this presentation will be laid over top. Now, if I'd like to drag and drop one of these slides into my first presentation, I'm first going to need to select the slide and hold down the left button on my mouse. Once I see the slide has been selected, I can drag it over my presentation, and you'll see on the left-hand side you'll have a guiding line indicating where that slide will be placed in your presentation. Once I let go with the left button on my mouse, that slide will automatically be inserted with the theme applied. I may need to adjust the elements on the slide by selecting those elements and deleting or changing the content format. For example, I'll need to change the color of this text so that it's visible, so I'm going to select Ctrl-A, right-click with my mouse, and I can choose a new color format. As you can see, you may need to again adjust any text. Again, I'm going to select Ctrl-A, right-click with my mouse, and I'm going to change this to black as well. Now you can move those elements within the copied slide, and this will not affect the original slide. As you can see, reusing slides will save you a lot of time if you want to use the same slide across multiple presentations. So now you've seen how to reuse existing slides within PowerPoint. PowerPoint features a number of preset slide layouts. These can be used to add structure to your presentation and insert text elements and other objects into your slide automatically. You can create new slides using predefined layouts, and if you change your mind later on, the layouts can be changed without losing any of your custom content. If you would like to insert a slide with a particular layout in mind, you can go to your Home tab, and on the left-hand side, you'll find the Slides toolset. From here, you can choose New Slides, and from the drop-down menu, you'll see a list of different slide layouts according to your theme. If I would like to insert a slide with the title only, I can select that particular layout, and my slide will be inserted. Now, depending on the layout you have selected, will depend on the content placeholders. For example, since I've chosen a layout with just the title, I'll find the title placeholder at the top. I can select it and insert my custom content. After I've added my text, I can select outside to view those changes. Now, if you find that you've inserted a particular layout that you would like to change, you can easily do that by going back up to the Slides toolset and choosing Layout, or going over to the left-hand side and right-clicking over that particular slide. Once you right-click over the slide, you'll see the option Layout towards the center. From here, you'll see the same list of layouts that you used to insert your new slide. If I'd like to insert a slide with a title and content, I can select that option, and I can see that the custom content that I had previously inserted remains in my slide. Now I can see that I have an additional content placeholder, which enables me to automatically insert information such as a table, chart, smart art, as well as an image file or a video file. I can also choose to insert text by selecting the placeholder itself and typing in my text. If you find that you would like to modify the placeholder itself, you'll notice that when you select it, that the perimeter will automatically be highlighted with handles that you can use to resize that particular content placeholder. For example, if I'd like to move it towards the left-hand side of my slide presentation, I'm first going to reduce the width by selecting the handle on the right-hand side and dragging it towards the left. I can also choose to reduce the height by going to the top or bottom and dragging it upwards or inwards. Now, if you find that you'd like to relocate that particular content placeholder, you can select the outer perimeter and drag it within your slide. You'll see that you have guiding lines that will enable you to align your content within your slide. Now, if you find that you would like to revert to the default layout of that slide presentation, you can reset your slide. To do this, you can go to the left-hand menu and right-click over your slide and choose the Reset Slide option. Now, your custom content will remain, but it will revert to the default layout that you had chosen for that particular slide. If you'd like to remove your custom content, you can select the placeholder, choose the outer perimeter, and select Delete. This will remove the content within that placeholder, and you'll be able to add a different type of content if you wish. If you'd like to remove the placeholder altogether, you can also select it by selecting the outer perimeter and choosing Delete. This will enable you to completely customize your slides, move, or remove placeholders that you no longer need. So now you've seen how to modify and edit your slide layout within PowerPoint. If you've put a slide in the wrong place, or if you simply wish to reorganize your slides in your presentation, PowerPoint allows you to move them around quickly and easily. From my presentation below, if I would like to move the current slide I have selected in my presentation, the easiest way to do this is to drag and drop it. In order to drag and drop your slide, you'll need to select the slide and hold down with the left button on your mouse. Once you've done this, you can move the slide upwards or downwards depending on where you'd like to place it. Once you see the slides have moved over and you find your desired location, you can let go with the left button on your mouse, and your slide will be quickly moved. You can also move multiple slides simultaneously. First, you'll need to select your first slide, hold the Shift key on your keyboard, and select the slides that you would like to move. Once you've selected all of your slides, you can let go of the Shift key, hold down with the left button on your mouse, and you'll see that these slides will automatically group together, and you'll have the number of slides in the top left-hand corner. Now to move these slides, I can go down or up my presentation, and once I find the location, I can let go with the left button on my mouse, and those slides will automatically be inserted. Another quick way to move your slides around is to use the slide sorter view. To access this view, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose Slide Sorter. From Slide Sorter view, you'll be able to browse through your presentation, and this view will also enable you to quickly move your slides about. So if I'd like to move a single slide, again, I can hold down the left button of my mouse, and I can drag that slide within my presentation and then let go where I'd like to place it. If I'd like to move multiple slides, this view is also ideal. So if I go over, select a slide, hold Shift with my keyboard, and select more slides, I can again let go of the Shift key, hold down the left button of my mouse, and I can drag that slide through my presentation, and I can quickly drop it at the end. You can also use alternative views such as Outline View to move your slides as well. So if I go up to the top and choose the View tab within my tool ribbon, if I go to the left-hand side, I'll see different presentation views within the Presentation Views toolset. If I select Outline View, you'll be able to see you can also move your slides about by selecting the slide, going over the checkbox on the left-hand side, and once you see the selection arrows, and you can quickly drag that item downwards and you'll see that there is a line indicating where that slide will be placed. Once I let go with the left button of my mouse, that slide will have been moved. This view is not as ideal as the other views because you will not be able to see a preview of that particular slide you're moving. You'll only be able to see the title of the slide if a title has been added. Now to return to normal view, I'm going to select normal in the top left-hand corner. So now you see different ways you can move your slides within your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can create presentation templates from scratch. If your presentations are often of a similar style and often contain certain text or illustrative elements, you may find it useful to create a template which can be used to speed up the creation process. From my presentation below, if I find that I'm using the same elements in this presentation over and over, I can save this presentation as a template. To do this, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Export. Within the Export menu, you'll find on the left-hand side that you have the option Change File Type. From the File Type menu on the right-hand side, I'm going to choose Template. Once I've selected this option, I can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Save As. When saving your presentation as a template, you can choose your file location from your File Explorer on the left-hand side. I'm going to select my desktop, and down below I'm going to rename this particular file Template, so that way I know it's a template to distinguish it from my existing file. Once I've renamed my file, I can verify, indeed, that the file type is PowerPoint Template, and I can choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I've saved this file as a template, I'm going to go up to the top right-hand corner and select the X to leave PowerPoint. From my desktop, I can see in the top left-hand corner, indeed, I have my file saved as a template. Now you'll notice on my desktop, the template file icon is different than the standard icon. You'll also see if you hover over the file type, you'll see that this is a standard PowerPoint presentation, but if I hover over my template, I'll be able to see that this is a Microsoft PowerPoint template. Once you have a template, if you'd like to quickly create a new presentation from that template, you can double select it from your file location. Once I open up my template, I can see at the top that the file is by default labeled Presentation 1, indicating that this is a new presentation. Now, if you find that you would like to open and edit your template, you'll need to open your template via the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down and select Open, and from Open, I'm going to go down and choose Browse. From the Browse menu, I can choose my file location, and again, if I hover over my file type, I can verify this is indeed the template. Once I select it and choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see rather than Presentation 1, I have the name of the template file itself. Now once you have the template file opened up, you'll be able to edit and modify any details below, save it, and reuse your template from your file location. So now you've seen how to create a file template from your presentation as well as use your template, and even access to edit your template within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can sort your slides into different sections. This can help you to structure your presentation. You can, for example, temporarily hide slides relating to a particular section in your presentation. You can also use sections to move multiple slides simultaneously. Now, from my presentation that I've already created, I can see in the bottom left-hand corner that I have a total of 19 slides. In order to organize my slides, I can create sections. In order to add a section, I'm first going to select the first slide in the section. Once I've selected the slide, I can go up to my Home tab in my tool ribbon, and I'll find the option Section within the Slides toolset. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to choose Add Section at the top of the menu. Now, once you select this option, a window will appear, and you'll be able to rename your section. Once I've named my section, I can select Rename in the bottom left-hand corner, and I can see that my section has been added. Since I only have one section, if I choose to collapse the menu by selecting the triangle on the left-hand side, I can quickly hide all the slides in my presentation. I'll also see the total number of slides in that particular section. Now, in order to better organize my presentation, I'm going to need to add multiple sections. To do this, I'm going to select the Expand option, and I'm going to scroll through my presentation and select the next slide for my second section. Again, in order to add a section, I can go up to the Home tab, or I can right-click over that particular slide, and I can choose Add Section. Once I select this option, I can rename my section, and select Enter on my keyboard. Now, if I want to add a third section, I can do that as well by scrolling through my presentation. I can select the first slide, right-click again, and choose Add Section. I'm going to rename my last section, and select Enter. Now that I have 3 sections, if I no longer want to see the slides for a particular section, again, I can collapse that section and focus only on the slides I want to view. So again, if I select the Collapse option on the left-hand side, I can quickly collapse each section in my presentation, and I can focus on only the slides that I want to view. If you want to move multiple slides simultaneously, the advantage of having sections is the ability to quickly move those sections into new locations. So if I collapse my last section, and I want to move a section from one location to another, I can go over that section, hold down the left button of my mouse, and I can drag it up or down my list of sections. Another way you can move your sections around is by going to the Slide Sorter view. So if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and I choose a Slide Sorter, from this view I'll be able to see my sections, and if I go up and I collapse the section again by selecting the triangle on the left-hand side, I'll be able to select my section and drag it up or down. Now, if I return to normal view by choosing normal in the bottom right-hand corner, I can again go through, expand, and collapse my particular sections. If you find that you want to remove a section and the slides within, you can do that as well. So if I go over this particular section and right-click with my mouse, you'll see options in the center. You can choose to remove the section and the slides, or you can just remove that particular section. The slides remaining in that section will be placed in the preceding section. So now I can see all those slides that were contained in that section have been pushed to my introduction section. If I want to remove all sections, I can do that as well by right-clicking over the particular section, and I can choose the option Remove All Sections. Now, as you can see, my slides are not removed, but I no longer have any sections I can use to divide my presentation. So now you've seen how to add and use sections within PowerPoint. Once you've created sections, you can visualize and even create a section outline slide for quick reference. See how to quickly create section links and navigate through your PowerPoint presentation. Once you've created sections within your presentation, you'll be able to use those sections and link the sections into one single slide. This slide can be used as an outline slide or a summary slide. Now, first, in order to create the summary slide, I'll need to insert the slide into my presentation. Since I'd like to include the summary slide just after my title slide, I'm going to select the first slide of my presentation, and I'm going to select New Slide just above. I can also select the drop-down menu for New Slide, and I'm going to select Title Only. Now since I have the title, I'm going to select the content and I'm going to type in a title. I can add outline or summary or whichever type of title you'd like to give to these links to your sections. Once I've added the title, I'm going to change the text font so it stands out within my title page. And once I've selected the text, I can right-click over that text and I'm just going to make it white so that way it stands out a bit more within my theme. Now, in order to create the links to my sections, all I need to do is go to the left-hand side, and from the sections already established, I can hold down with the left button on my mouse, and I can drag, and you'll see that your section is selected with your mouse. And once you drop it, you can again select it and you can move it within your slide so that way you can organize it within your presentation. You can also choose to resize the preview by choosing the handles on the outer perimeter to drag it outwards to make it larger or inwards to make it a bit smaller. Now, if I go back to the left-hand side and scroll down my presentation, I can see that I have 3 other sections that I would like to add. Again, if I would like to add these sections, I can hold down the left button on my mouse, and I can drag that section over and drop it directly into my slide. I'm going to do that for the remaining 2 sections. And once I have all of my sections added to my slide, I'll be able to organize them within the slide itself. You'll see that when you select a preview link, you can drag it around and you'll have guiding lines that will tell you where you're going to place it in accordance to the other preview links that you've already added. So I'm going just to arrange it to where all the slides match up on my presentation. Now, in order to use these links, all you need to do is go down into the reading view or within your slideshow view itself. And from the summary slide, if I want to go to a particular section, all I need to do is select that section. Once you select this option and go through your slides, you'll be able to present that single section within your presentation. As you can see, when the slides in that section are complete, you'll be returned to the summary page. This is ideal if you want to pose questions or answers after a particular section. This is also useful if you want to go back in your presentation and view a previous section. So if you want to take your mouse and select a previous section, you can select that option and you can go through those corresponding slides. Now, in order to leave this view, I'm going to go down and select Normal View. If you find that you have your summary slide where you'd like to remove a link, you can select the link and choose Delete. If you'd like to remove the entire slide for your summary links altogether, you can do that as well by going to the left-hand menu, right-clicking, and choosing Delete Slide. Now, this will not delete your sections. You'll still be able to access those sections directly from your presentation. So now you've seen how to create an outline slide for your sections in PowerPoint. It is sometimes useful to include certain information on every slide in your presentation. For this, you may want to use PowerPoint header and footer tools. Once you've activated the header or footer, that information will by default appear on all slides in your presentation. You can even change the location of your headers and footers by editing the slide layout in the Slide Master view. Now, from my presentation, if I'd like to include information such as page numbers, the date, or even a custom footer, I'm going to need to insert the header and footer. To do this, I'll need to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, I can go towards the right-hand side, and within the text toolset, you'll find the option Header and Footer. From the menu below, you'll see at the top that you have 2 separate tabs. You'll have the Header and Footer option for notes and handouts, as well as Slide. I'm going to leave Slide selected. From the menu below, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have a preview window indicating which elements you'll be inserting where. If I want to add a date and time, I can select the checkbox on the left-hand side, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner of the preview window where this element will be inserted. Now, from the date settings itself, I have 2 different options. I can choose to update the date automatically, which will automatically place today's date at the bottom of the slide. If I want a particular date, I can choose Fix just below. Now, within the date settings itself, you can choose the drop-down menu and you can choose the particular format that you would like to include. So if I want to include the full day, month, as well as the date written in numerical values, I can choose the second option. This will give me a long date format. Now you can also choose to include additional information such as slide number. This will add a number to each slide in your presentation, and I can see within my preview that the slide number will be inserted in the bottom right-hand corner. Lastly, if you'd like to include a custom footer, this could be your company name or the name of the presentation itself, you can choose the footer option at the bottom of the menu. From here, I'm going to select the field below and enter the custom text. After I've entered this information, you'll notice that you have one last option in the bottom left-hand corner. This is the option Not to Show on the title slide. So if you don't want to include your footers on the title slide, you can select this option. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see the option to apply to a single slide by selecting Apply, or you can choose to apply to all slides within your presentation. Once I select this option, I can see that all of my slides in my presentation now include information at the bottom of the page. If you find that the information that you've included does not look good on a particular slide content type, for example, if I go down just below, I can see indeed that the footer is difficult to see. Now, you have a couple options to remedy this. If this is the only layout type that you've inserted, you can manually move the content by selecting the footer itself. You can choose the selection box, and once you see the selection arrows, you can choose to move your information down or up into a particular location. Now, if you'd like to move the content on all slides or a particular content type, you'll need to go to the Slide Master view. You'll be able to find this view within the View tab, and if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll find Slide Master. Now from here, if I notice in all the content types that this particular content does not show my footer clearly, I'll need to go to that particular layout, select my footer, and I'll need to adjust it according to the page, so that way on all content types with this particular content, the footer will show. As you can see with PowerPoint, by default it inserts footers. The headers are often the title pages, and if you'd like to create a header, you'll have to create a custom header. For example, if I want to include the slide number as a header, I'm going to go up to my master slide on the left-hand side by scrolling upwards. And from my master slide, if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, I can take the slide page number, and I'm going to drag it up to the top right-hand corner, and I'm going to leave it there so that way it'll be marked on all slides the same. So now if I select Close Master View, I'll be able to see on my other slides that automatically my slide number is included in the top right-hand corner. Now, if you'd like to remove a header and footer, you can remove it manually from each slide by selecting the content and choosing the Delete key. But if you'd like to remove all headers and footers, you'll need to return to the Insert menu and go towards the right-hand side, and within the Text toolset, you'll need to select Header and Footer. From here, you can activate each option by selecting the checkbox on the left-hand side, and you can go down and you can remove your page numbers, footers, and any additional customization you've added to your header and footer. Once you've selected these options, you can apply it to the single slide or apply to all slides. Now I can see since I've applied to all slides, I no longer have any headers or footers added to my presentation. So now you've seen how to insert, edit, and use headers and footers within PowerPoint. PowerPoint Slide Master allows you to change the overall appearance of your presentation and make changes to multiple slides at once. You can, for example, use it to format the titles in your presentation or change the location of your company's logo for every slide that uses the same layout. So from my presentation, if I would like to change multiple items at once, or I would like to change the formatting of my presentation, the easiest way to do this is to use the Slide Master view. To access the Slide Master view, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and choose the View tab. From the View tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll see that you have your Master Views toolset. From here, you'll find 3 different master views that you can use to help manage your presentation. For example, if you'd like to modify content contained within Notes, you can use the Notes Master. You can also use the Handout Master to modify the handout printed view. Lastly, if you'd like to modify or change any content on your slides, you can use Slide Master. Now, from Slide Master, if I go to the left-hand menu, I'll be able to see all of the layouts contained within my master slide. Now I can see in the top left-hand corner that I have one master slide, and within that master slide, you'll find the content that you can use to modify all your slides simultaneously. For example, if I'd like to change the style of the titles on each page, I can use this master slide by selecting the content and selecting all the text within by using Control and the letter A. Right-click over this text, and I go up and use the Quick Edit tools and modify the font associated with the title. Once I select this option, the titles will be modified on all of my slides. Now, if I need to change any other aspects, such as the color or size, I can do that as well by selecting the formatting tools. Now, besides modifying the style of the text that appears within your slides, you can also modify the individual slide layouts. Now, these slide layouts are located below your master slide. Each layout is a layout type that you can add into your presentation. For example, if you don't want a particular layout, you can always right-click and choose the Delete Layout option. If you see that Delete Layout is grayed out, this means that you've already used this content type within your presentation, therefore you'll not be able to remove that particular layout. But if I scroll down the left-hand menu and I find there's a particular layout that I find strange or I know that I'll never use, I can select it, and I can see that the text is sideways, and I don't see myself using this in my presentation. I can remove the layout altogether by right-clicking and choosing the Delete Layout option. Now you can also modify the particular layouts that appear. For example, if I don't want the title to appear on this slide, I can select it and choose Delete, and I can also choose to remove the footers that may be inserted. This will leave me with a completely blank slide that I can choose to insert into my presentation. You can also choose to insert your company logo or any information that you want to appear on all your slides. To do this, you can select your master slide, and if you want to insert your company logo that will appear on all slides, you'll need to go to the Insert menu, and you can choose to insert your picture, or you can choose to insert a particular shape. I'm going to choose a square shape, and I'm going to insert my company logo or name in the bottom right-hand corner. Now to do this, I can type in my company name. As you can see, once you insert an item and you position it within that master slide, it will appear on all slides in your presentation, so be sure that it appears correctly with the content below for the particular layout you may be using in your presentation. Now once you're done modifying either your master slide or your layout slides, you can return to the Slide Master tab and close off Master View. Once I close out Master View, I can see that those slides that I've added the information or removed the information from will automatically have that new content within. If I want to go through and remove any content that I've added by default, I'll need to manually select it and choose Delete. I can also find the slide layouts that I may have modified by going up to New Slide. From the drop-down menu, I can see at the bottom, indeed, I have a blank slide, which I can choose to insert and start from scratch. So now you've seen how to access and use the Slide Master view within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can adjust the layout of a particular slide by using the Slide Master view. You can change the theme applied to a particular slide layout and even customize the content placeholder. Now, rather than making a template from a created presentation, you can also create a template based in the Slide Master view. Now, as you can see below, I've started with a blank presentation. This is the best way to create a master slide template. In order to create my template, I'm going to go to the Slide Master view by selecting the View tab at the top of my tool ribbon. From here, I'm going to go towards the left-hand side and select a Slide Master under the Master Views toolset. Within Slide Master, you'll be able to scroll up to the top of the menu, and you'll see by default that you have one master slide in each presentation. Below that, you'll find your list of default layouts that you can use to insert content into your presentation. Each layout has its content already inserted, such as a title section, or if I go down below, I'll be able to insert additional content. Now, these layouts can be removed. If you'd like to remove a particular layout, you can select it, right-click, and choose the Delete Layout option. Now you can delete as many layouts as you wish. These layouts will be removed completely from the layout and the template that you may potentially save. Now, with my remaining layouts, if I'd like to customize the layout, I can select a particular layout slide. And if I'd like to remove any content, I can select the content contained within and choose Delete. I can also choose to move any content by selecting an element, holding down the left button of my mouse, and I can move it and place it in a different location. Now, besides adding, removing, or changing the content within your layouts, If you would like to change the overall theme or add color to all your slides at once, you can use your master slide. To do this, I'm going to scroll back up to the top of my list and choose my master slide. From here, I'll be able to simultaneously change all the slides below at once. To add a theme, I'm going to go to the Edit Theme toolset and choose Themes. From here, I can choose one of the Microsoft themes found below. And once I find a theme I'd like to apply, I can select it. And I'll be able to see that the theme has been applied to my master slide, which means all the slides below will have the same theme. Now, once I'm done modifying my slides layouts as well as my master slide, I'm going to leave the master view by choosing Close Master View at the top of the tool ribbon. Now from here, if I go to New Slide to insert, I'll be able to see any of those customizations that I've made to the slide layouts. I can select the layout that I had modified and it will automatically be inserted into my presentation. Now the advantage of creating this master slide template means that there is no content already pre-inserted. So if I were to create a template by going up to the File menu, and I go down the left-hand side and choose Export, from this window I'm going to select Change File Type, and choose Template, and then select Save As at the bottom of the menu. Once I save it as a template, I'll be able to rename my template at the bottom of the menu, and I'll be able to choose a file location where to save this particular template. I'm going to select my desktop for example purposes, and I'm going to verify that the file type is also a template, and then choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I've saved this template, I can leave it by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner, I'll be able to access my template. I can double select it to create a new presentation based on this particular template. As you can see, when you select your template and create a new presentation, by default, you'll see that the name is Presentation 1. This will notify you that this is indeed a new presentation. If you find that you would like to edit your master template, you'll need to go to the File menu in the top left-hand corner, select Open on the left-hand side, and choose the file location by selecting Browse at the bottom of the menu. From here, I'm going to select my desktop, and I'm going to choose my template, and select Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you'll see the difference compared to the presentation I had created versus the master template I had just saved. Once you identify the master template indicated by the name you have given your file, you'll be able to go down, modify any content within, and if you again want to modify the master slide view, you can go to the View tab, access Slide Master, and modify your content from there. So now you've seen how to create a master slide template within PowerPoint. If you want to use multiple themes in a single presentation, you're going to need to know how to create master slides. Once you've inserted multiple master slides, you can organize your presentation any way you want. Now you'll notice when you're creating your presentation, especially when you want to insert a new slide, by selecting the New Slide option found within the Slides toolset, that you have a set of predefined layouts. These layouts may include a theme that you selected when you created your presentation. If you find that you would like to use multiple different themes within the same presentation, you can create multiple master slides and keep your slide themes separated. To do this, you can go up to your View tab within your tool ribbon, and towards the left-hand side you'll find the option Slide Master. By default, if you scroll up to the top, you'll see that you have one Slide Master already inserted with the given layouts below. Now, in order to insert an additional Slide Master, you'll need to go up to the Slide Master tool ribbon and choose Insert Slide Master within the Edit Master toolset. Once you select this option, a second Slide Master will be inserted with the corresponding layout slides below. Now from here, if I'd like to add a different theme to this second Slide Master, I can select my Slide Master and choose Themes within the Edit Themes toolset. From here, I can go down and choose a different theme. And you'll see when you select another theme, by default, another Slide Master will automatically be inserted into the Slide Master view. So if you do not want to have a third Slide Master view, I would recommend going up and removing the second Slide Master you had inserted by right-clicking over that Slide Master and choosing Delete Master. Now I can see I only have two Slide Masters, and if I scroll down below, if I find within the Slide Master view that I only want to keep one slide, I could choose to remove the following layouts by selecting a layout, holding Shift with my keyboard, And I can go down and select multiple layouts, or even all the rest of the layouts, by scrolling down my list. Once I've done this, I can let go of the Shift key, right-click over the selection, and choose Delete Layout. Now, as you can see with this particular slide master, I only have one layout below, which will give me the option to enter a title page in a different theme. Once I'm done adding my additional slide masters and making those modifications, I can choose Close Master View at the top of the tool ribbon. Now that I'm back to my presentation, if I'd like to access that new slide master that I've added, all I need to do is go up to my Slides toolset and choose New Slide. And from the drop-down menu, I'll see my original slide master with my layouts below. And if I go towards the bottom, I'll be able to see that second slide master with the layouts that I had selected. Again, since I only have one layout in that particular slide master, I can select the layout that I had selected with my given theme, and I can quickly insert additional themes and slides into my presentation. This is useful if you want to create different slide masters for particular departments in your company, and you want to highlight those key slides in your presentation. So now you've seen how to create and use multiple master slides within PowerPoint. A key function in PowerPoint is the Save function. This enables you to save your progress on a document and return to it later. If you've created a presentation and you haven't saved it before, you'll be able to identify your presentation at the top of the interface as Presentation 1. Once you save your document for the first time and rename it, this name of your document will change at the top of the interface. If you're saving your document for the first time, you have a couple different options. The easiest way to save your document is to go in the top left-hand corner and select the floppy disk icon to save. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter S. Now, once you're selecting this option for the first time, you'll automatically be redirected to the Save As menu. You can also access the Save menu by selecting the File menu option in the top left-hand corner, and on the left-hand side you'll see two save options. Now, if I were to select Save, again, since I'm saving this document for the first time, I'll automatically be redirected to the Save As menu just below. From the Save As menu, you'll be able to choose your file save location on the left-hand side. So if you have an online shared location such as OneDrive or SharePoint attached, you can choose those options at the top. If you would prefer to save your file on your computer, you can choose Browse at the bottom of the left-hand menu. From my File Explorer, I'm going to choose my save location on the left-hand side of the File Explorer. I've chosen my desktop, and now below I could choose to rename my file. By default, the file name will be the text that appears on the first slide in your presentation. If you would like to change this, you can select the field, choose Backspace, and type in a new title. Now just below, you'll see the file type. By default, it's set to PowerPoint Presentation. If you find that you would like to change this, you can select the menu, and you can choose from an array of different file types. I'm going to leave it set as PowerPoint Presentation, so I'm going to select outside of this menu. Now just below, you'll see additional features that can be added, such as the author of the document, as well as any tags. This could be useful if you're looking for particular items on your computer and you've added those tags. Now, once you've selected your save options, you can select Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Once I've saved my document, I'll be able to make changes and save automatically. For example, if I select my second slide and I choose an element and remove that element, I can quickly save by selecting the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter S. I can also choose the Save option in the top left-hand corner, and I can select from the File menu, Save just below. If you find that you would like to change your save location, you can move your file directly from your save location on your computer to another location. But if you'd like to quickly move the location from PowerPoint, you can make a copy of that particular document and save it in another location. To do this, I'll need to go back to the File menu and select the Save As menu. Now, as you can see, if I'd like to move this document, it's going to make a copy and save it in another location. So if I go down and select Browse once again, from my desktop, if I choose a particular folder, and I select the option Save in the bottom right-hand corner, I can see that my document has saved once again. Now, if I leave my presentation by selecting the Minimize option, and I go to my desktop, I can see that I have my first presentation. And if I go to my folder and open it, I can see that I have the second file as well. Now be careful on how many versions you may be saving. It may be a good idea to number your versions so that way you can keep an idea of what document you're working on. Now if you find that you would like to automatically save just in case your document may close on its own, you can also choose the autosave function. To do this, I'm going to go back down, open my PowerPoint application, and return to the File menu. From here, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Options. From your Options menu, you'll find the option Save on the left-hand side. From your Save menu, you can choose from your default file format, as well as save automatically after a certain period of time. Now, if you find that your document or application may close frequently without you having the opportunity to save, I'd recommend reducing the time. If you find that you don't want this feature turned on, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side. Just be aware, when you don't have this option selected and your application closes unexpectedly, you will not automatically recover those files. Once you've made these changes, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to save your specifications. So now you've seen how to save your presentation within PowerPoint. See how to back up your PowerPoint presentation from a synced OneDrive account so that you always have another copy of your presentation saved. You can also access your presentation that was closed before being saved via your PowerPoint file settings. Now, if your computer shuts down without you having the opportunity to save your presentation, you'll notice that the auto recovery settings will kick in. For example, my computer unexpectedly closed, and if I go back to my presentation by double selecting to open it, I can see that the Document Recovery menu will appear on the left-hand side. From here, I can select the document, and I'll get a preview of what the original document had looked like. If I'd like to return to the original view, I can choose to save this view by selecting the option and choosing the drop-down menu on the right-hand side. From here, I can choose Save As and choose to save this particular document. But if I select the X in the top right-hand corner to leave the original, I can see that the document had automatically been saved with my changes I had made. For example, the original did not have this additional slide. Now, thanks to the autosave settings, you'll automatically have your files recovered. But if you do not have this feature on, you can access and configure your auto recovery settings by going up to the File menu, down to Options, and within your Save settings on the left-hand side, you'll be able to activate your auto recover settings as well as choose your save location. Now, if you close the application without saving, you'll be able to find those auto recover files from your File menu. To do this, I'm going to leave my Options menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and I'm going to go to my File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on Info, and if I go down towards the bottom, I'll see the option Manage Presentations. From here, I can select the icon and choose Recover Unsaved Presentations. From this menu, my File Explorer will open up, and I'll be able to see those presentations that weren't saved before the application closed. In order to open this particular presentation, I can select it and choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I select Open, if I find that I don't necessarily need this presentation, I can always remove it from my list as well. To leave the presentation, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner, and I can return to my File menu. From my File menu, I can go back down to Manage Presentations, and from here, from my recovered unsaved presentations, I can choose to remove that particular presentation by selecting, right-clicking with my mouse, and choosing Delete towards the bottom. This will enable me to keep a streamlined view of those presentations I might need if my application closes, but also remove those presentations I don't necessarily need. To avoid losing any information from your presentations, you can also auto-save your presentations to a shared online location such as OneDrive. So if I select Cancel in the bottom right-hand corner to leave my File Explorer, I can go back to the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From here, I can go down the left-hand side and choose the Save As menu. From Save As, I can choose a new save location. This will create a copy in that save location, and my original document will remain on my computer. In order to choose a save location such as OneDrive, I can choose the save location, I could choose a location on OneDrive, and my File Explorer connected to my OneDrive account will open up. From here, I can rename my file and choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now this will just give you extra assurance that a copy of your file will automatically be saved on a cloud account, and you can ensure those changes you had made had automatically been backed up. In order to leave my File Explorer, I can select Cancel in the bottom right-hand corner, and to return to my presentation, I can select the arrow found in the top left-hand corner of the interface. So now you've seen how to recover and back up files within PowerPoint. A PDF file can generally be read by any computer. It is therefore a very good format for sharing presentations. In PowerPoint, you can export your file as a PDF, and it's also possible to adjust how the file opens in the user's PDF reader. Now from my presentation that I have open, if I'd like to export this presentation as a PDF, I have a few different options on how I'd like to export the file. For example, if I want to export my entire presentation, I can go directly to the Export menu. But if I'd like to export only a certain number of slides, I'm first going to need to select those slides for my presentation. To do that, I'm going to go on the left-hand side, select the first slide, hold Shift, and I can go through and select the particular slides in my presentation that I would like to export as a PDF. Once I've selected those slides, I'm going to let go of the Shift key and go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Export. From the Export menu, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on Create PDF, and then I can select the icon Create PDF on the right-hand side. Once my File Explorer opens up, I can choose the save location such as my desktop. I can also choose to rename this particular file. This is important if the original file has the same name as the PDF. I'm going to select at the end, and I'm going to mark PDF so that way I don't get confused with both of my documents. Now I can verify that the saved file type is PDF. If this is not the case, I can select the drop-down menu and select PDF. Now just below you'll see additional options. For example, if I'd like the PDF to open directly after saving, I can select the checkbox on the left-hand side. I can also choose to optimize my PDF for particular uses. I could leave it as standard for online and printing, or if I want to publish this particular PDF, I can choose to reduce to minimum size. I'm going to leave it selected as standard, and then I'm going to choose the Options menu found at the bottom. From your Options menu, you can go further on which items that you would like to export in PDF. At the top of the menu, you can choose all of your slides, the current slide you have selected, or the selection of slides. Since I've made a selection of slides, I'm going to choose this option, and I can go down and even specify the particular slides in that selection. To do this, you can choose Slides, and you can choose the range of slides in your particular presentation. I'm going to return back up to the top and choose just the selection of slides I had chosen from my presentation. Now you can also choose what you would like to publish. By default, it will be selected as Slides, but if you'd like to change this, you can select the drop-down menu and choose from Handouts, Notes, as well as Outline View. I'm going to leave Slides selected, and you'll see on the right-hand side that you have a preview of what your PDF will look like. If I want to frame my particular slides, I can do that as well by selecting the options below. I can choose to include hidden slides, as well as include comments. At the bottom, you'll see the option to include ink. Now at the bottom, you could choose from additional information such as your document properties and your optional document structure for tags and accessibility. If you'd like to remove any of these options, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side. Once you've selected your PDF options, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. And to export and publish, I'm going to choose Publish in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I've published my PDF, I'll be able to find it on my desktop, as that is where I saved my PDF. So if I minimize the application, I can go on my desktop and I'll be able to easily access my PDF. To open a PDF, you can double select it, and your PDF reader will open up, and you'll be able to view the presentation and the slides you have selected for that particular PDF. As you can see, this is ideal if you want to share your presentation without giving permission to others to edit or modify your particular presentation. So now you've seen how to export your presentation as a PDF with PowerPoint. If you want to share your presentation with a user who does not have PowerPoint, you may have to convert your document. The program features a wide variety of formats that can be used to store your presentation. You can even export individual slides as images. Now from my presentation below, if I'd like to share this presentation with a user who may be using an older version of PowerPoint, I can quickly change the file format. To do this, I'll need to go to the Export menu found in the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From here, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Export. From the Export menu, on the left-hand side, you'll find the option at the bottom, Change File Type. Once you select this option, you'll find a list of different file types you can export your presentation as. For example, if I'd like to export in an older version of PowerPoint, I'm going to select the option in the top right-hand corner, PowerPoint 97 through 2003. Once you select this option, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Save As. From here, you'll be able to choose the save location on your computer. I can select my desktop. I can also choose to rename the particular presentation, and I'll also be able to confirm the file type. If you would like to change this file type, you can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see a list of other file types that you can save your document under. For example, if you find that you would like to change and rather export as a PDF, you can also select that option from the menu. I'm going to leave it selected as PowerPoint 97, and I'm going to select Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I select this option, you may get a compatibility checker that will appear. This means that some of the elements found in my presentation won't necessarily transfer to an older version of PowerPoint. To continue with exporting my file, I can select Continue in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, besides exporting in an older version of PowerPoint, you can also export your presentation as an image file. If you'd like to export your entire presentation with each individual slide as an image file, you can go to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and then back down to Export. From Export, you could choose Change File Type, and on the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have a few different image options. For example, if you're looking to export your entire presentation as a picture presentation, you can select the option found on the right-hand side. Now, the difference between this and the image file types at the bottom is the fact that you'll be exporting your entire presentation with each individual slide as a picture. But if you'd like to export as a different file, such as a PNG or JPEG option, you can do this as well and select your entire presentation to be an image file. I'm going to select as a picture presentation and then select Save As in the bottom left-hand corner. Once I've done this, again, I can choose my save location. I can choose to rename my file if necessary. I'm going to label this as Picture and choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Once I've selected this option, I can confirm by selecting OK. And if I'd like to export an individual slide as an image file, I can do that as well. So I'm going to select my slide, and I go back to the File menu. And from here, I'm going to go back down to Export. From the Export menu, I'll need to select Change File Type again, and I'm going to go down to the center for image file types. Now, depending on what you'd like to use your image for will depend on the file type format. You could choose PNG for print quality or JPEG for web quality. I'm going to choose JPEG, and I can select Save As in the bottom left-hand corner. Once I select this option, again, I can choose my save location. I'm going to need to rename my file since I have the same file name on my desktop. And I could choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once you're selecting the option to export your slide as an image file, you'll see the option All Slides or Just This One. I'm going to select Just This One. And once I've done this, the file will be saved to my desktop. So if I minimize the application, I can see on the left-hand side I have all the different files I have exported from PowerPoint. At the top, I'll have the older version of PowerPoint indicated by the older icon for PowerPoint 97 through 2003. Just below, I'll see my presentation in the Presentation Picture view. So if I double select it, I'll be able to present my presentation, but as you can see when you select your slide, that each slide is an image file itself. I will not be able to modify the information within. This is ideal if you want to give a presentation within PowerPoint, but you don't want any items to be modifiable. Now I can leave the picture presentation by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. Lastly, I'll be able to access my image file by double selecting it. and I can see that my individual slide has been exported as an image file. This could be ideal if you want to share a particular slide and even use it in online locations such as social media. I'm going to leave this particular image file by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. It's nice seeing the different file types you can export your presentation as in PowerPoint. Do you want your slideshow to run automatically? In PowerPoint, you can create a video version of the presentation you're working on. Before exporting your file as a video, you will need to prepare your slideshow's timings and narration elements. If I'm planning on presenting this presentation within other departments of my company and I find that I don't necessarily have the time, I can create a video version of my presentation. To do this, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Export. Within the Export menu, you'll see the option Create a Video on the left-hand side. Now on the right-hand side, you'll need to select some pre-configurations before exporting your video. At the top of the menu, you're going to need to choose the size of the video you'd like to export. Now this will determine the quality of your video as well as the size of the file stored on your computer. To choose the file size, you could select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have the option between Ultra HD, Full HD, as well as HD or Standard at the bottom. Since I'm not planning to upload this file to an online location, I'm going to go down to the bottom and choose the smallest size quality for example's sake. Before exporting your file, if you'd like to add narrations for each particular slide in your presentation, you'll see the option for narrations just below. Since I don't have any narrations recorded, it doesn't give me the options to add my narrations. But if I'd like to add a recording, I can choose Record Timings and Narrations at the bottom. Once you select this option, you'll be brought to the Narration menu. From here, you'll be able to go through each slide and add your particular narration or even annotations. To record a narration, you can go to the top left-hand corner and select the Record option. From here, you'll have a countdown and you can start narrating the particular slide. Once you're done narrating that slide, you can select Stop, and you'll see the timing for that particular narration in the bottom left-hand corner. Now to continue through my presentation, I can choose the arrows on the right and left-hand sides to navigate through my presentation, and I can go back and re-record a particular narration for the slide. Now besides voice narration, you can also use annotations, which is found within the annotation tool at the bottom of the menu. So if I select the pen option, I can select pen and a particular color, and I could take that tool over my presentation and I can highlight information that I'd like to mention within my narration at the same time. Once you're done recording, again, you can select Stop, or if you'd like to pause, you can select Pause as well, regroup yourself, and choose to continue recording for that particular slide. If you find that you've made an error while recording a narration, you can always go up to the top right-hand corner and choose the X icon. From here, you could choose to clear recordings, or you could choose to clear all recordings from all slides below. I'm going to select Stop. And once I stop the recording and I can verify my timing in the bottom left-hand corner, if I find again that I'd like to remove all recordings, I can select that menu and choose Remove All Recordings from All Slides. I'm going to keep my recordings for example's sake, and to leave the menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, once you have your narrations, it will automatically be added to your list. If you'd like to preview a presentation with those narrations, you can select the drop-down menu and choose the Preview Timings and Narrations to be sure that your slides and narrations go together smoothly. After you've previewed this option, you can choose to add seconds per slide. If you'd like to increase this, you can select the up arrow or down arrow to decrease that time. You can also select the field and type in your desired timing. Now, after you've selected all of your video options, added your narrations, and modified the time setting for each slide, you could choose Create Video in the bottom left-hand corner. Once you select this option, your File Explorer will open up. You could choose your save location. You can also choose to rename your file, and then select Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, as you can see at the bottom, my file is rendering, and this may take time depending on the size as well as the quality you've selected for your video. Now, once I've exported my video, I can see within my presentation itself that my narrations are automatically inserted into my slides. I'll be able to view my narration in the bottom right-hand corner of my slide. If I'd like to remove it, I can select it and choose Delete to remove the narrations from my slide. I can also choose to remove those particular annotations I had made by selecting it and choosing Delete as well. Now, to view my video, I'm going to minimize the application. And from my desktop, I'll be able to find my MP4 file that I've exported. To start playing, I can double select it. And once I open my video, I'll be able to see my video and hear my narrations play simultaneously. And if I've made any annotations to a particular slide, I'll be able to see them played as well throughout the presentation. In order to leave my video presentation, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to export your presentation as a video with PowerPoint. PowerPoint's package tool allows you to export the elements that you will need to deliver your presentation. This is particularly useful if you are intending to give your presentation using another computer or device. Once you've exported your package, you can transfer it to a USB key or burn it to a CD. Now, to export this presentation as a package, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Export. From the Export menu on the left-hand side, I'm going to select the option Package Presentation for CD. Now, once you've selected this option, you could choose Package for CD on the right-hand side. Once you select the package option, you could choose to rename your package at the top by selecting the field and renaming it. Once you've renamed your package, if you'd like to add additional presentations to the package, you can do this as well. To add an additional package, go towards the right-hand side and choose Add. From your File Explorer, you'll need to choose the file location on the left-hand side, select your file, and choose Add in the bottom right-hand corner. You can also choose to remove any additional presentations that may have been added by selecting them and choosing the Remove option on the right-hand side. Once you've chosen your presentations, you can select the Options menu, and this will enable you to go further with presenting your information. For example, if you'd like to include linked files, you can leave this option checked, or you could choose to remove certain options such as embedded true type fonts by selecting the checkbox on the left-hand side. In order to enhance the security and privacy of your package, you can choose to add an optional password by selecting the field below, entering your password, and choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner. After you're done selecting your options for your package, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner that you have two options. If you have a CD ready to burn, you could choose Copy to CD, and that package will be added to your CD. But if you'd like to add this package to a USB key, you can select Copy to Folder, and from here you could choose again to name your folder, as well as choose your location by selecting Browse on the right-hand side. Once I've selected this option, my File Explorer will open up. I could choose a location from the left-hand side, such as my desktop, and I can choose Select in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I've chosen the file location, I can choose to open the folder when it's complete, or if I'd like to open it manually, I can uncheck this box on the left-hand side. Once I've selected the Copy to Folder options, I can choose OK, and it's going to notify me since I've selected to link files. Those linked files will automatically be added to my package as well. To agree, I can select Yes. Now, once my package has been exported, I can leave the Export menu by selecting Close in the bottom right-hand corner. And to view my exported package, I can minimize the application. From my desktop, I can see that my package has been stored on my desktop in the top left-hand corner. This will enable me to quickly drag and drop it onto a USB key. If I'd like to check the contents of my package, I can double select it, and I'll be able to see my presentations. Now, you can also burn this package to a CD later on if you wish. To leave my File Explorer, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to easily export your presentations in a package that can be easily shared with another device or even burned to a CD with PowerPoint. Create a handout version of your presentation in Microsoft Word. With the Word version of the document, you can view a thumbnail image of your slide along with a space to take notes and type in additional information next to each image. Now, if I'd like to make a handout within Word from my presentation below, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Export. Within the Export menu, on the left-hand side, you'll see the option Create Handouts. Once you select this option, in order to create your handout, you'll need to select the Create Handouts icon on the right-hand side. Now, before creating your handout, you have a few different options. If you have notes added to your presentation, you can choose to include your notes next to your slides. You can also choose to include blank lines next to or below your slides. If you only want to export an outline view of your presentation, you can select that option at the bottom. I'm going to select the option Blank Lines below my slides, and at the bottom I can choose how I'd like to include those slides. I can paste them in as image files, or I can paste a link. I'm going to leave it pasted as an image file and then select OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, once you export your presentation as a handout with Word, Word will automatically open up in the background. To access the document, I'm going to go down to my taskbar and choose the Word application. And from here, I'll be able to see my slides and presentation laid out in handout view. In the top left-hand corner of each page, I'll be able to rename my slide. To do this, I can select just after, backspace, and type in a new name for this particular slide. Now, if I scroll down just below, I'll be able to see each slide is indeed an image file. If I select it, I'll be able to see the handles on the outer perimeter. Now, just below, I'll have a space where I can write in notes. This is ideal if you're printing out your handouts, and you could take notes just below the slide. Now, if you'd like to remove slides from your handout, you can do that as well. First, you'll need to select the slide image, and then choose Delete on your keyboard. Then you'll have to remove all the lines by selecting them, choosing Delete, and you can also choose to select Backspace and remove all the information, and Backspace one more time to remove that complete page. Now, since I've removed that page, I have my first slide and my last slide if I scroll down my handout. Again, I can choose to rename this particular slide by selecting it and typing in a new name, or I can remove the name altogether. Now, if you'd like to save your presentation, a quick way to do this is by going up to the top right-hand corner and leaving Word. From here, you'll be prompted to save if you wish to save your presentation. If you don't want to save your handout, you can always select Don't Save in the center. So now you've seen how to quickly export your presentation as a handout with PowerPoint and Microsoft Word. PowerPoint can check for any compatibility issues that might be present in your document and help you correct them. This can help you make sure that your file will be accessible and usable for older versions of the program. Now, from my presentation, if I intend to share this presentation with a user who has an older version of PowerPoint, it is recommended to check for compatibility issues. This may affect certain graphs or word art effects that might be added to your presentation. Now, to access the compatibility checker, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on Info, and in order to inspect my document, I'm going to scroll down, and you'll see the option Inspect Presentation. From here, I can select Check for Issues, and from the drop-down menu, you'll see the option at the bottom, Check Compatibility. Once the compatibility checker opens up, you'll see that you have a summary as well as the number of occurrences within your document. An example of an item that might not be exported successfully may be a chart or any effects that may be added to that chart. For example, I have a chart on slide 6 that I have selected just behind. It's indicating that the rows and column limit for the selected format may not be accessible for older versions of PowerPoint. You'll be able to see the number of occurrences that this happens within your document. If I scroll through, I'll see other compatibility flags such as shapes and smart art, as well as media clips that have been added to my presentation. Now, you can still share this presentation, but it just means the user using an older version of PowerPoint might not see it in the same way. If you would like to check your compatibility each time you close your document, you can be sure that the checkbox is selected in the bottom left-hand corner. Once you've done this, you can select OK. If I'm planning to export this file in an older version, I can do that as well. In order to export your document in an older version of PowerPoint, you'll need to go to the File menu, and you have a couple different options. First, you can choose Save As, and you could choose to browse and save your file on your computer by selecting the older version of PowerPoint within the File Type menu. You can also choose to export, and from the Export menu, you could choose Change File Type on the left-hand side, and in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the option PowerPoint 97 through 2003. From here, you can choose Save As at the bottom of the menu, and from my File Explorer, I could choose the file location on the left-hand side, I could choose my file name, and I can verify the file type. If I want to be sure to save in this file type each time I save my document, I can modify my save settings. First, I'm going to cancel this save for this particular document, and I'm going to go back up to my File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Options. Within your Options menu, you'll need to select Save on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you'll be able to choose your default save file format. To do this, you can select the option at the top of the menu, and you'll be able to see the option to save in PowerPoint presentation 97 through 2003. Now, this could be advantageous if your company uses a standard format for saving particular presentations. Once you've made these changes, be sure to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to save those changes. If you'd like to cancel, you can select Cancel as well. So now you've seen how to check for compatibility issues within PowerPoint. Your PowerPoint presentation contains additional information relating to the document. These properties, which cover data on the document author, its modification dates, and a host of other categories, are not stored on any slide. It is therefore important to know how to access this information and modify it. Now, when you're sharing your presentation with others in your company or even outside, it's a good idea to keep an eye on the document properties. These properties include the author or even the modification date, and you can also add categories and tags to make finding the document a bit easier. Now, to access your document properties, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, be sure that you're selected on Info just below. If you go towards the right-hand side of the Info interface, you'll find your document properties. At the top, you'll find the properties, and if I scroll down a bit, you'll be able to distinguish the size of your document, the number of slides, as well as any hidden slides that may not appear within your presentation. Now, just below, you'll also find the title, tags, and categories. If you find that you would like to modify the title, tags, or categories, you can hover over this field with your mouse, and you'll see that you can select the field, choose Backspace, and type in a new title, tag, or category. After you've modified the title, tag, or category, in order to save those changes, you'll need to select outside the field. Now, the advantage of adding tags and categories will make finding your document a bit easier. For example, if you add a tag and you happen to search those tags within your Windows computer, you'll be able to quickly find the document concerned. Other key information concerned within the properties is your related dates. So if I scroll down just a bit, I'll be able to see the date that the document was last modified, as well as the time. You can even see the date and the time that the document was created. If you've printed the document recently, you'll also see the last printed date and time below. As I can see, this document has never been printed. Just below the related dates, you'll find related people. This concerns the author and the people modifying the document. It's a good idea to keep an eye on who's been modifying your document, especially if those changes have been made by a particular individual. If you would like to modify the authors, you can go down just below and you'll see the opportunity to add an author. You can start typing in the name of the author, or if you'd like to browse your contacts address book, you can select the address book icon on the right-hand side. You can also modify the authors within the Advanced Properties menu. We'll get to that in a bit. Now, if you go down just below, you'll be able to open the file location. So if you have your document open on your computer, but you're not sure where the document has been saved, you can select Open File Location, and you'll be able to see the path in order to find that file on your computer. To find the path, you'll need to go up to the top, and you'll be able to browse through the location on your computer. You'll be able to see, in fact, this is stored in a folder labeled Presentations, and the number of folders within that particular location. Now, in order to leave my File Explorer, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. If I want to view all of the properties within my info page, I can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Show All Properties. This will expand my properties list and I'll be able to make modifications. If I'm looking for a particular category, it's a good idea to access your Advanced Properties menu. To do this, you can go up to Properties and select the drop-down menu. From here, I'm going to select Advanced Properties. Now, from the Advanced Properties menu, you'll see at the top that you have 5 different tabs. These tabs contain the information located in your properties. For example, within the Summary tab, you can again modify the title, add a subject, as well as modify the author. So if I'd like to change the original author, I can select the field, choose Backspace, and add another author. If you'd like to add multiple authors, you can do that as well. You'll need to insert a semicolon and then type in the name of the second author. If you'd like to add additional information such as the manager or company, you can select these fields below and enter the data. Now, besides the Summary tab, you can go up and choose General, and you'll find key data relating to your document. This will be the title of your document, as well as the save location and size. If you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your document statistics. This includes the last saved by, as well as revision numbers, and total editing time. If you want to find more detailed statistics, you can go down to the bottom regarding words, slides, or even the notes that may have been added to your presentation. Towards the right-hand side, you'll find the contents, so this will include the fonts used, theme, as well as slide titles. If you'd like to add custom properties, you'll find the Custom tab on the right-hand side. For example, if you'd like to add a custom tab such as Client, Checked By, or even Department concerned for this particular document, you could select the custom field, choose the type of data that will be inserted, as well as the values, and choose Add on the right-hand side. You can also remove these custom fields by selecting them below and choosing Delete. Now, once you're done modifying your document properties from the Advanced Document Properties menu, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once those document properties have been added, I can see any additional information I may have added, such as company, within my Expanded Properties menu. If I find that I'd like to collapse the Expanded Properties menu, I can scroll back down to the bottom, and I can choose Show Fewer Properties. To return to my document, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner of the interface. So now you've seen how to access and modify the document properties within PowerPoint. Before printing your presentation, you may need to adjust the page layout to include all of the information in your desired format. See how to access and configure your print page layout in PowerPoint. Now, before printing my presentation, I would like to modify the page layout. To do this, you'll need to go to the Print menu found in the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Print. From the Print menu, you'll notice that it's separated into 2 main sections. On the right-hand side, you'll have your Print Preview. From here, you'll have the slide selected, or if you'd like to browse through to view a different slide, you can go down to the bottom of the interface and browse through using the arrows on the right and left-hand sides. You'll also find a Zoom tool found in the bottom right-hand corner. So if you'd like to zoom, you can select the plus symbol, or the minus symbol, or even select the toggle in the center and hold down with your mouse and drag it to the right to zoom in or to the left to zoom out. You can also select the Zoom to Page tool found in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, besides browsing through your Print Preview, you'll find your Print Page Layout settings on the left-hand side. From here, you can modify the number of copies, your printer, and below, you'll find your settings for your individual presentations. Now, by default, it's selected to all slides. If I'd like to change this, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have the option to print current slide, or you could choose a custom range. You can also select the custom range option found just below. For example, I have 19 slides in my presentation, and if I'd only like to print a certain number of those slides, for example, slide 5 through slide 8, I can select that range, and I'll be able to see the preview on the right-hand side of that selection of slides that I would like to print. Now, you can also choose how those slides will print out. Again, just below, I can see that full page slides will print out, so this means I'll have 4 pages with 1 slide each. If I'd like to print all of my slides on one single page, I'll need to select the menu just below, and you'll see that you have the option for 2 slides, 3 slides, or since I've selected 4 slides, I can choose this option, and I'll have all of my slides on a single page. You can also change the orientation of your paper. If you find that you would rather have it in landscape rather than portrait orientation, you can go down just below and select the page orientation menu. I'm going to select landscape, and I can see that the layout of my slide printout has changed. Now you can also choose to include color or not. If you want to save color ink, or color ink is simply not available with your printer, you can again select the color menu, and you could choose between grayscale and pure black and white. I'm going to choose grayscale, and on the right-hand side, I'll be able to see those changes. Now, once I'm done modifying my page layout, I can print my document by selecting the print option in the top left-hand corner of the menu. If I'd like to return to my presentation, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the back arrow. So now you've seen how to access and modify your page layout settings in order to print your presentation with PowerPoint. Once you are ready, you can print out the presentation you have created in PowerPoint. This can be very useful if you want a hard copy of your document or you want to annotate it by hand. Now, if I'd like to quickly print my document, in order to get to the print menu, I have a couple different options. First, I could use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter P. If I'd rather go through the File menu, I can select File in the top left-hand corner. And on the left-hand side, I can go down and select Print. From the Print menu, you can select your layout options below. If you want to find out more about the layout styles, you can refer to the module Adjusting Your Print Page Layout. Now, once you're done deciphering the layout of your presentation, you have a few options. At the top, if you would like to adjust the number of copies you'd be printing out, you can select the up arrow or the down arrow to reduce the number of copies. You can also select the field with your mouse, choose backspace, and type in the exact number of copies you would like to print out. Now just below, you'll need to select the printer you wish to print out your document on. If you select the drop-down menu, you'll see a few different options. You may have a fax option, as well as Microsoft Print to PDF. If you have a printer attached to your computer, you can select the printer from the list below. If you don't see your desired printer, you'll need to go down to the bottom of the menu and select Add Printer, and Windows 10 will walk you through a step-by-step process on how to add your printer. I'm going to select the printer I've already attached to my computer. And once you select the print options, depending on your printer settings, you may notice that the color may disappear on the right-hand side of your print preview. This is normal if your printer only prints out in black and white. If your printer prints out in color and you would like to print out in color, you'll need to go down to your print page options and select the color option at the bottom of the menu. From here, you can select color, and if your printer allows it, you'll see color on the right-hand side. But if your printer is black and white only, you won't see a change. Now, if you're printing out multiple copies, you can select your collated option in the center. So you can choose to print out 1, 2, 3, or if you want all the 1s, 2s, and 3s together, you'll need to select the drop-down menu and choose Uncollated. Once you've selected your print options, in order to print your document, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select Print. Now, after you've printed your document, if you'd like to quickly access the print menu from your presentation interface itself, you can add the print tool to your quick access toolbar. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner, and within your quick access toolbar, you'll find a customization option on the right-hand side. From this customization option, you can choose Print Preview and Print, and you'll see that the tool has been added to my quick access toolbar. So now if I select Print Preview and Print, or I can also choose the keyboard shortcut as you can see below, Control P, I'll be brought to the print menu directly. This will save me a couple of steps from having to go through my file menu. To return to my document, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to print out your presentation with PowerPoint. Before sharing your document, it's a good idea to make sure that it's accessible. This involves using PowerPoint to check for any items or settings that might make the presentation difficult to read or to use for certain individuals. Now, before sharing this presentation, if I want to check the accessibility, this could be the color, the style, or the formatting that might not be accessible for certain users, I have a couple different options. First, you can access the accessibility tracker from your tool ribbon and selecting the Review tab. From the Review tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll find your accessibility toolset. From here, you can simply select Check Accessibility. You can also access your accessibility checker from your File menu in the top left-hand corner. From here, you'll have to be sure that you're selected on the Info tab on the left-hand side, and if I go down towards the center, you'll find the icon Check for Issues. From this menu, you'll see the option towards the center, Check Accessibility. Both of these methods will bring you to the same menu. On the right-hand side, you'll find your accessibility checker, and you'll find any flagged errors, warnings, and even tips. For example, if I want to find errors, I can see that I have the error Missing Alternative Text. Alternative text is important if you have any items within your presentation that might not be visible for certain users. Screen readers or special programs will read out these items to the users who may have a visual impairment. In order to view which items have missing alternative text, I'll need to select the Expand menu on the left-hand side, and I can see below that I have multiple shapes that are flagged without alternative text. If you'd like to see which item has been flagged, you'll be able to see the exact description of the item as well as the slide it's located on. So if I select Ellipse 6, I can see on the left-hand side it's located in this particular slide. If this item is not essential to understanding the layout of the items within the slide, you can mark it as decorative. To do this, you'll need to go towards the right-hand side of the flagged item, select the drop-down menu, and choose Mark as Decorative in the center. But if you have an item that doesn't have alternative text that does have pertinent information, such as a chart, I'm going to select Chart 5, which is located on Slide 6. I can see that this in fact does have important information that needs to be included. To add alternative text, you can go back towards the right-hand side of the item that has been flagged, select the drop-down menu, and choose Add Description. From the menu on the right-hand side, you'll see a field that opens up. Within this field, you can describe the item selected. This is very important if you have a chart and you have specific percentages and values that you want to highlight. I'm going to enter information regarding the chart on the right-hand side. After you've added your alternative text, you can leave the alternative text description menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, if you have items that have been flagged as errors, you'll be able to find out more information about those errors below. So it's going to say why to fix that specific error, and you can browse through the description and how to fix that particular error within your presentation. Now, besides errors, you may have warnings that will appear as well. So if I collapse this menu under Errors, I can see indeed that I have two separate warnings. I have hard to read text contrast as well as check reading order. Now, hard to read text contrast concerns those with color accessibility issues. So if I select the Expand menu, I can see that certain diagrams and tables have been flagged as hard to read due to the contrast color selected. So if I select a particular diagram, I'll be redirected to that slide, and I'll be able to see, since there is white text with a less contrasting background, that this is suggested to change. This is not particularly flagged as an error, but just a warning. If you want to fix this issue, you'll need to go back to the issue flagged under the warnings, select the drop-down menu, and choose Change Colors and select a different color theme set. You can also choose to reset the graphic if you find it still difficult to read. Now, the last section within your accessibility checker is your tips. So if I go down and select Tips, I can see if I scroll down to the bottom that I have duplicate slide titles. From this menu, once I expand it, I can scroll down. I can see that I have the same title for two separate slides. Once I select this slide, I can see indeed that I have the same title as I do on another slide. If I want to remedy this situation, I can select the slide concerned, choose the title, and remove it from the slide, and it will no longer be located on my tips list. Once you're done modifying the accessibility for items in your presentation, you can leave the accessibility checker by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to check for accessibility issues within PowerPoint. If you are intending to share your presentation with other users, you should check for any personal or confidential information that might have been added. The PowerPoint Document Inspector can find comments, notes, and even off-slide objects. Once you've identified any elements that could be considered confidential or personal, PowerPoint can help you remove them. In order to inspect my presentation for personal or confidential information, I'll need to access the Document Inspector. To access the inspector, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu, be sure that you're selected on the Info tab on the left-hand side, and from the Info interface, if you go towards the center, you'll find the option Inspect Presentation. From here, I'm going to select the icon on the left-hand side, and from my list of options above, I'm going to select Inspect Document. Now, once I select this option, I can choose the items that I would like to inspect within my document. For example, if I want to remove any comments before sharing this particular presentation, I'm going to be sure that Comments is selected on the left-hand side. You can browse through the specific options that you'd like to inspect for by using the scroll bar and checking any items that you would like to inspect. For example, if I would like to also find off-slide content, I can select this option on the left-hand side. Now, once you've added the criteria that you would like to inspect, you can select Inspect in the bottom right-hand corner of the menu. Once your document has been inspected, you'll be able to see any confidential information or personal information that has been flagged. I can see that comments have been found on this particular presentation. Since I do not want to include these comments when sharing my presentation, I'm going to select Remove All on the right-hand side to remove that information. I can also see that this document contains personal information within the document properties. This is important if you're sharing outside of your company and you do not want to include specific information regarding the author or any company information that could be considered confidential. To remove this information, you can select Remove All as well. Since I'm sharing within my company, I'm going to leave these document properties. Now, if I scroll down below, I can see that additional information has been flagged, such as embedded documents and invisible slide content. If I'd like to remove any of these items that have been flagged, again, I can choose Remove All, and that information will be removed. After you removed your criteria, if you'd like to re-inspect your document, you can select Re-inspect in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be brought back to the original menu. If you have forgotten to search for certain items, you can select those items and choose Inspect in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be brought back to the inspection menu, which you can use to scroll through and resolve any issues that you would like to remove. Once you're happy with the information that you have removed or identified within your document, you can leave the Document Inspector by selecting Close in the bottom right-hand corner. To return to my presentation, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner of the interface. So now you've seen how to access and use the Document Inspector to remove personal or confidential information from your presentation in PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can protect your presentation by adding password encryption. And if you want to discourage any additional editing, you can mark your presentation as finished. Once you start working on your presentation with other individuals, it could be a good idea to protect your presentation from unwanted changes or from users who do not necessarily need access to your presentation. When you want to prevent other users from making editing changes, you can choose to open your document in read-only view. To do this, you'll need to go to the File menu in the top left-hand corner. And from the File menu, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on the Info tab. From Info, if you go to the top of the Info menu, you'll find your options for Protect Presentation. Now, to open my document in read-only view, I'm going to select Protect Presentation on the left-hand side, and you'll see at the top that you have the option Always Open in Read-Only. Once you select this feature, you'll see that the protection feature has been added to the Protect Presentations list. This menu will allow you to see which protection measures have been taken for that particular document. Now, if you want to protect your document further, you can also add a password. To do this, you can select the Protect Presentation options and choose Encrypt with Password. From this menu, you'll be prompted to enter your password, and then you can select OK at the bottom, and you'll be prompted to re-enter your password. Once you select OK at the bottom right-hand corner, a password will be added to this particular presentation. So each time that you open your document, you'll be prompted to enter a password, and if you've activated the read-only view, you will not be able to make any editing changes until you choose Allow Editing. Now, if I minimize this particular presentation, on my desktop, I've already enabled a document with read-only view and password protection. So if I double select to open this particular presentation, I'll be prompted to enter a password before I can open the document. Once I've entered the password, I can choose OK, and my document will open up. I can also see at the top of the menu that I have a notification indicating that this document is in read-only view. Read-only view will help protect your document from any unwanted changes. For example, if I were to accidentally select this content type and try to choose Delete to remove the text, I can see that I can't remove any information. I can also see at the top that my tool ribbon is deactivated and I can't make any formatting changes as well. Now, if I want to edit this document, all I need to do is choose Edit Anyway, and this will enable me to make those changes and format my presentation if I wish. If I want to turn off any of these features, I can go back to the File menu in the top left-hand corner, and if I go down to Protect Presentation, if I want to remove the Always Open with Read Only, I can select that option at the top of the menu, and I can see from the Protect Presentation menu that that feature is no longer activated. I can also remove password encryption by selecting Protect Presentation and choosing Encrypt with Password, and from the Password menu, I'm going to select the field and choose Backspace to remove my password. Once I've done this, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and my document is no longer protected with a password. If I select Protect Presentation, you can see that you can restrict access if you have permission to access your server and restrict specific usage. You can also add a digital signature to allow others to know who has created, checked, or modified that particular document. Lastly, you could choose to mark your document as final. Once you select this option, your presentation will be marked as final, and this will inform other users that you do not want them to make editing changes. If you select OK, you'll be notified that a menu will appear above your document indicating that this is a final version. If I select OK, I can see that my tool ribbon has been hidden, and at the top of the menu I have a notification marked that this presentation is the final copy. Now you could still edit the document in the final version if you select Edit Anyway. This will essentially take you out of the final document settings, and if you want to reestablish this presentation as your final document, you'll need to go back to your File and Protect Presentation settings. So now you've seen how to protect your presentation within PowerPoint. If you have multiple versions of a presentation, you can use the PowerPoint Compare function to visualize exactly how your two files differ. You can cycle through each change that has been made and choose to accept or reject it. Now, if you have multiple versions of the same presentation, this could be due to saving multiple versions, or if somebody has sent you a copy of the presentation they have worked on, you can compare those changes. To compare two presentations, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and select the Review tab. From the Review tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find the Compare toolset. Within the Compare toolset, I'm going to select Compare, and my File Explorer will open up. On the left-hand side, I can choose the location where my file is stored, and once I've selected the second file, I can choose Merge in the bottom right-hand corner. Once I start comparing my documents, I can see that it's automatically opened up a change that has been made on one document compared to my document that I have open. If I'd like to view those changes, I can see that an information window has appeared. For example, I can see that information has been inserted. If I select the checkbox on the left-hand side, I'll be able to see that change has been made. I can also see that some information has been removed. Once I select that, I can see, indeed, that the second version had changed the title of this particular slide. Now, if you'd like to accept a change, you'll need to go back up to your Compare toolset, and you'll find the option to accept or reject changes. If I'd like to accept this particular change, I can choose to accept all the changes on the slide. Once I do this, I can see, in fact, that there are multiple changes on the slide. If I don't want to accept those changes, I'll need to go back and select each individual change that has been made, uncheck the box. I can see that the information has been added to this particular content that has been inserted in the slide. I can remove that option as well. If you want to see the changes that have been made, you'll also find that your slide changes will appear on the right-hand side, as well as any presentation changes. If I go up and select Slides, I can see which slide has been affected within my presentation. If you find that you would like to reject a change, you can do that as well by selecting the change flagged, and you can select that change. If you find that you do not like the change, you can go up to your Compare toolset and choose Reject and choose Reject Change. If you'd like to browse through the changes being made, you can go back to your Compare toolset and choose Previous and Next to find those changes that have been flagged. Once you're done making those changes and accepting those changes, you can save your document and your document will be updated. Once those changes have been accepted or rejected, you can choose to end the review and comparison for the two presentations by selecting End Review on the right-hand side of the Compare toolset. Once you select this option, it's going to notify you that any changes that have not been saved will be lost, so if I select Yes, my review pane will disappear, and I can see the change I had accepted has indeed been saved since I saved those changes before ending the review. So now you've seen how to compare two presentations and review changes and accept or reject those changes if needed within PowerPoint. Unlike a word processor, inserting text into your PowerPoint presentation requires you to first create text boxes. These are used to ensure that your text is positioned in the right place on your slide. It's even possible to insert text into any shape that you've inserted into your presentation. Now from my presentation below, I have a slide where there is a content placeholder. If you see a content placeholder as pictured below, which indicates that you can insert a multitude of different items, you can also insert text. In order to insert text, you can select Click to Add Text, and you'll see a blinking cursor indicating that you can insert the text into this particular content placeholder. After you've inserted your text, once you're happy with the text that you've added, you can select outside the content placeholder. Now, besides adding text to your content placeholder, you can also resize and move your content placeholder within your slide. So after you've added your text, once you select the content placeholder, you'll see that you have handles on the outer perimeter indicating that you can resize the text box. If I select the outer perimeter, hold down the left button on my mouse, I can drag this particular content type to the left-hand side to have more space on my slide to insert additional text boxes or additional content types. If I would like to insert a new text box, I can do that as well. First, I'm going to select outside of my current content placeholder, and I'm going to go up to the Insert tab found within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, you can go towards the right-hand side, and you'll find the Text toolset. From here, I'm going to select Text Box, and to insert my text box, I'll need to go over my slide. As I can see, my mouse cursor has changed, indicating that I'll be inserting a text box. In order to insert my text box, I'll need to hold down the left button of my mouse, and I'll need to drag out my text box to the size that I would like it to appear in my slide. Once I'm happy with the size, I can let go, and I'll see a blinking cursor appear within this text box. Now, contrary to the content placeholder, I do not have a bullet point indicated before my text. From here, to add my text, I can select and type in my information. After I've added my text, I can again move my text box if I wish by holding down when I see the selection arrows and dragging it about my slide. You'll see that you have guidance arrows indicating that you can place it within a particular location on your slide, so that way it's more visually appealing. Once I'm happy with the location, I can select outside the text box. Now, besides adding text to a content placeholder or to a text box, you can also insert text into shapes. So if I go back up to my Insert menu from my tool ribbon, and I choose Shapes from the Illustrations toolset, I can select a shape from the options below. I'm going to choose a standard rectangle, and from here I can see that my cursor has changed once again, indicating that I'll be inserting a shape. If I hold down the left button of my mouse, I can drag out and insert my shape. To add text to this shape, I can double select within the shape, and I'll see a blinking cursor as well. From here, I can start typing my text. and I'll see that my text has been inserted. Now, once you insert your text, you can also modify your text and format it by selecting the text within and going back up to your Home tab and making those standard formatting changes within the font toolset. Now, if you'd like to edit text that's already been inserted into a slide, you can also do that. So if I select outside my shape, I'm going to go up to the title section of my slide, and once I select that title field, I can select at the end of my word. Once I see the blinking cursor, I can choose backspace to remove the text, and I can enter my new text. After I've entered my text, I can select outside that particular text field. Now, if you would like to remove text, you can do it a couple of different ways. You can either select your text box, select at the end of your text and select delete. Once I've done this and select outside, I can see that my text has been removed. You can also remove the text box completely by selecting the content placeholder, selecting the outer perimeter, and choosing delete. Now, since this was a content placeholder, my content placeholder will be reverted to default, and I can enter different content types as well as text. You can remove a shape by selecting the shape and choosing delete as well. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert text into your PowerPoint presentations. Your keyboard will not always contain all of the characters that you want to use. If you want to insert a special character into your PowerPoint presentation, you will need to use the Symbols menu. Now, in order to insert a special character, you'll first need to select where you would like to insert that character in your slide. So I'm going to select my text box where I've already included my text. I'm going to go to the end of my text, and I'll need to go to my Symbols library in order to insert my special character. To find your Symbols library, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Symbols toolset. From here, I can choose Symbol, and my Symbols library will open up. Now, from your Symbols library, you'll see in the top left-hand corner that you can choose the font type that you would like to view. So if you select the drop-down menu, you can browse through the different font styles that you can apply to your special character. You can also find your special characters by browsing subsets. You can browse your complete list of subsets by selecting the drop-down menu in the top right-hand corner and browsing through the specific types of symbols that you would like to insert. If you go to the center of the interface, you'll find your list of symbols. From here, you can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side and browse through the specific symbols that you would like to insert. Once you find a symbol that you would like to insert, you can select it from the Insert menu. To insert it into your slide, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if you'd like to insert multiple symbols simultaneously, you can do that as well. So if I go down, I can see that I also have access to my recently used symbols. To use one of these symbols, I can select it and choose Insert again. This will insert multiple symbols into my presentation. Now, once I'm done inserting my symbols, I can choose Close in the bottom right-hand corner, and from my slide, I can see that I have two symbols. Once you've inserted a symbol into your presentation, you can reuse that symbol by copying and pasting it. To do that, I'm going to go to the end of my text, and once I select my symbol by holding down the left button of my mouse, and then letting go, I can copy the symbol by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter C. This will enable me to quickly copy and paste the symbol within my presentation without having to go back to my Symbols library each time. To paste the symbol in a new location, I can select that particular text box and location and choose the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter V to quickly paste that symbol. If you find that you would like to remove a symbol, you can do that as well by selecting backspace and removing the symbol. And you can also remove the symbol by selecting it and choosing delete on your keyboard. Now, once you've inserted your symbol, you can also modify that symbol by selecting it, and you'll be able to choose from your formatting menu to add effects, change the font, and even increase or decrease the size of that special character. So if I want to make the special character a bit smaller, I'm going to decrease the size. Now, besides using the Symbols library, you can also insert symbols from the Equation library. If I want to insert a does not equal symbol, I'm first going to select where I'd like to insert it. So I'm going to go to the end of my text. I'm going to choose Enter. And once I've chosen the location where I'd like to insert this particular symbol with my text, I'm going to go back up to the Insert tab. And from the Insert tab, if you go back to the Symbols toolset, you'll find the Equation toolset. Now you'll see if you select the drop-down menu below that you have default equations that you can insert, but I want to use an equation symbol. To do this, I'll need to go up and select Equations itself, and I'll be brought to the Design tab for the equation tools. If I go to the left-hand side, I'll find the Symbols toolset. From here, I'll find additional symbols that I can insert directly into my presentation. Now, if I want to create my equation, or my text with my symbol, I'm going to go down below, select my text, and start typing. Now, to insert my symbol, I'm going to go back to the Symbols toolset and choose the symbol that I would like to insert, and complete writing my text. After I've inserted my text with my symbol, I can select Outside, and I'll be able to view those changes. Now, if you need to reformat that text, you can select it, and you can go back to your Home tab and you'll find your Font toolset where you can add effects, change the font, as well as modify the size of that text. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert symbols into your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can improve your presentation with icons. The icons are organized according to the category and can be edited to adapt to your presentation theme. See how to access the gallery and insert, edit, as well as remove icons from your presentation. If I'd like to illustrate the text found within my slide below, I can choose to insert icons. To insert an icon, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, I'll find within the Illustrations toolset below the option for icons. Once I access my Insert Icons gallery, I'll be able to identify my icons on the right-hand side, and if I'm looking for a particular icon, I can choose a specific category. These categories are lined up on the left-hand side, and if I'm looking for a particular icon relating to business, I can select the category. Once you've selected your category, you'll be able to choose your icons on the right-hand side by selecting an icon. Once you've selected an icon, you'll see a check mark. You can also choose to insert multiple icons simultaneously. To do that, you can go down below and choose your icon. Now, if you don't want to insert multiple icons or you'd like to remove a selected icon, you can select the icon concerned, and you'll see that the check mark will disappear. Once you've chosen your icon or icons, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. After you insert your icon, if you find that the icon is too small or too large, you can choose to resize the icon by selecting the handles on the outer perimeter. From here, I'm going to select a handle in the bottom left-hand corner, hold down the left button of my mouse, and I'm going to drag it out to make my icon a bit larger. You can also move your icon by selecting it once you see the selection arrows, and dragging it and placing it within your slide. You'll see that you have guidance lines to indicate where your icon matches up with the other content in your slide. Once you're happy with the location, you can select outside of your icon to view those changes. If you find that you would like to modify the style or color of your icon, you can do that as well by selecting your icon. Once you select your icon, you'll see a new tab appear at the top of your tool ribbon, Format, under Graphic Tools. From the Format menu, you'll find your graphic styles on the left-hand side. To choose a different graphic style, you can select the drop-down menu, and you can browse and preview those specific styles over your element in your presentation. If you find that you would like to change only one element of your icon, such as the fill color, you'll find that you have your graphics options on the right-hand side, where you can modify the fill, outline, and even add effects. I'm going to simply change the color of my icon by selecting the Graphics Fill tool, and from here I'll see my standard theme colors as well as standard colors at the bottom. So if I'd like to change this icon color to light blue, I can go down below, select the color, and I'll be able to see the changes made below. Once I'm done modifying and editing my icon, I can select Outside, and I'll be able to return to modifying my slide. If in fact you'd like to remove an icon, you can do that as well by selecting your icon and choosing the Delete key on your keyboard, and that icon will be removed from your presentation. So now you've seen how to find, insert, edit, as well as remove icons from your PowerPoint presentation. if you are making changes to your presentation, but you are not sure whether you want to keep them in your finalized document, you may find the Undo and Redo tools useful. Now, from my presentation below, if I go and make a change such as adding a new slide from the Slides tool set in my tool ribbon, if I find after I've inserted my slide that I do not necessarily want that change to be made to my presentation, I can quickly undo that action by selecting my keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z. As you can see, this is a quick way to undo an action. If I go to my slide on the right-hand side and I make another change to an object by moving it to a new location in my slide, first I'm going to select my icon, hold down, and place it in another location. If I find after I've performed that action I do not like where I've placed it, I can go up to the top left-hand corner, and from here I'll find the Undo icon pictured as an arrow going towards the left-hand side. Once I select this Undo, I can see that my object has been reverted to its previous location. If you find, in fact, that you do want to complete that action, you'll find to the right of the Undo icon, the Redo icon pictured as an arrow going towards the right-hand side. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Y to redo your action. Now, if you perform multiple actions in the same slide or the same presentation, you can undo multiple actions simultaneously. For example, if I go down and I delete my particular icon by selecting the Delete key, and I move content within my slide by selecting the title, and I choose to move it to the bottom of my presentation, and in fact, if I remove a slide by accident by going to the left-hand side, right-clicking over that slide, and choosing Delete in the center. If I find that I've accidentally selected something and I want to go back to previous actions, I'll need to go back and select the Undo icon. You'll notice towards the right-hand side that you have a drop-down menu, and this will indicate all your previous actions. So if I go down and I want to undelete that slide, I'm going to choose Delete Slide at the top, and my slide will be reinstated into my presentation. If I find that I want to undo all of the actions I had done, I can go back to the drop-down menu, and I can go down my complete list and select Move Object at the bottom, and this will undo all those actions. Now, if you want to redo any of those particular actions, you can go to your Redo icon, and you'll see that when you select Undo or Redo all the way to the end, once you've performed or re-performed all those actions, the icon will indeed turn gray. If I go back and select the Undo option, the same is true for my Undo icon. Now, once you save and close your document, so if I select Save, and I close by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, if I return to my document by double selecting to open it, I can see that I will no longer be able to undo or redo actions. So be sure that you've undone or redone the actions you would like to save before saving and closing your document. Otherwise, if you have your document saved in an online location such as OneDrive, you'll be able to access previous versions of your document easily and restore your document to its previous version if you've made unnecessary changes. So now you've seen how to use the Undo and Redo options within PowerPoint. Before running the spell check function in PowerPoint, it's a good idea to check the language settings of your presentation. You can also adjust which words are included in the sweep. Now, in order to update and configure your spell check function, you'll need to access the Options menu via the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Options in the bottom left-hand corner. From the Options menu, in order to access your spell check configurations, you'll need to choose Proofing on the left-hand side. From the Proofing menu, you'll see in the center that you have access to your Microsoft Office program's spelling options. Now, if you make any modifications regarding the spell check options, this will be applied across all Microsoft Office programs. You'll see all of the actions that have been enabled represented by the check mark on the left-hand side. If you would like to remove a function, all you need to do is select the checkbox on the left-hand side, and that function will no longer be activated. You can also choose to add additional functions by selecting the checkbox again on the left-hand side to activate that particular feature. After you've added or removed your particular spell check functions, you'll find below that you have additional language options. For example, you can modify your French and Spanish modes. To update these settings, you can select the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding settings you would like to apply to that secondary language. For example, if I want new spelling applied to the French words that appear in my presentation, I can choose new spelling. And for Spanish modes, you can choose which group forms to use. Now, after you've chosen your language as well as spell check options, you can also update and modify your custom dictionary associated with your spell checker. To access your custom dictionary, you can select Custom Dictionary just above. And from the Custom Dictionary, you can choose Custom on the left-hand side, and then select Edit Word List on the right-hand side. From here, I'll be able to see the words that I've added to my dictionary previously. You can add a word to your dictionary by right-clicking over a misspelled phrase and adding that word to your dictionary, or you can come to this menu and select Word List above, type in your term, and choose Add at the bottom of the menu. If you find that you've accidentally added a misspelled word or you'd like to remove a word from your custom dictionary, you can select that word and choose Delete at the bottom. You can also choose to clear all of the terms in your custom dictionary by choosing Delete All. Once you select this option, you can confirm by selecting OK, and I can see that all of the custom words in my dictionary have been removed. To leave this menu, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and to leave the dictionaries menu, I can select OK as well. Now at the bottom of the menu, you can choose specific criteria regarding spelling and grammar in PowerPoint. You could choose to check spelling as you type. If you'd like to remove this feature, you can uncheck the box. And you can also choose to activate additional features such as frequently confused words, and even mark grammar errors as you type. If you need to recheck your document after configuring your spell check function, you could choose Recheck Document at the bottom of the menu. Once you're done configuring your spell check function, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and update your spell check functions within PowerPoint. If you are unsure of the spelling of a particular word, you can use PowerPoint's spelling and grammar tools. Words that the program is unable to find in its dictionaries are automatically underlined. As well as selecting from a list of helpful suggestions, you can also improve the dictionary by adding your own words. Now within your presentation, once you start inserting text, you may notice that some text will be flagged with a red line underneath. This indicates that PowerPoint has flagged this word as potentially misspelled. For example, in the slide below, I can see in the top left-hand corner that I have a word with a red underline. Indeed, this word is misspelled, and if I'd like to quickly correct this, I can go over the word and right-click with my mouse. From the spell check menu, you'll find below that you have a list of suggested terms that you can replace the misspelled term with. You'll also see the option at the bottom to ignore all, as well as add to dictionary. I'm going to choose the term below that I'd like to replace my misspelled term with. You also may notice that some terms are flagged as misspelled when they're in fact not. These could be proper nouns or acronyms. If I go down below, I can see that I have a term that is used within my company but is not necessarily in the dictionary. If I right-click over this term, at the bottom of the menu, I can quickly add this to my dictionary by choosing Add to Dictionary. Now, if you'd like to check your complete presentation, I would recommend using the Spell Check tool rather than going from slide to slide. To access your Spell Check tool, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll find your Proofing toolset. On the left-hand side, you'll find Spelling. Once you select your Spell Check tool, any terms that are flagged as misspelled will be shown on the right-hand side in the Spelling menu. At the top, you'll see the misspelled term. Just below, you'll see your option to ignore once, ignore all instances, or even add the term to your dictionary. At the bottom of the menu, you'll see a definition of the term, as well as the option to hear the pronunciation of that term. If you'd like to use spell check in an alternative language, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose the language that you would like to run your spell check with. Once you've chosen your language, you can rerun the spell check. In order to correct a term, You can select a suggestion from the list below, and you can choose to change all if you think this error may potentially occur in other locations in your presentation. I'm going to select Change, and once your spell check is complete, you'll receive a notification, and in order to confirm the completion, I can select OK from the menu. It's nice seeing how to use the spell check function within PowerPoint. Some typing and spelling errors, such as missing or multiple capital letters, are automatically corrected by PowerPoint. You can also create your own codes that are automatically replaced by text strings or symbols. Now, when you're typing in PowerPoint, you may notice that certain terms are automatically corrected. For example, if I go down in my slide below and I start typing in a text, I'm going to type in the word this, but spelled incorrectly. Once I select the spacebar, I can see that this term has automatically corrected itself. If I continue writing the rest of my phrase, I can see that other items are also auto-corrected. For example, if I type in the and then space, I can see that the corrects itself as well. Once I type in a number with a superscript, for example, 10th, if I select space, that will automatically be inserted into my text as well once I complete my phrase. If I find that there is text that I do not want to be automatically corrected, for example, I do not want the superscript, I can go over that auto correction and you'll see just below that you have a drop-down menu. From the drop-down menu, you'll be able to undo the autocorrect action, as well as stop autocorrecting certain items such as superscripting. If you would like to access your autocorrect options, you can go down the menu and choose this option as well. You can also access your autocorrect options via your File menu. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, I can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and select Options. Within the Options menu, I'll need to select Proofing on the left-hand side, and at the top of the menu, you'll see the option Autocorrect Options. Either way will bring you to the same menu below. At the top of this menu, you'll see that you have access to your autocorrect options directly from the item in your presentation. If you don't want this menu to appear, you can uncheck the box in the top left-hand corner. Now below, you'll see that the autocorrect features are already activated by default. If you'd like to remove any of these features, for example, if I do not want to correct 2 initial capital letters, I can uncheck this box. If I do want to keep this option activated, I'll need to be sure that the box is selected, but if I'd like to add any exceptions to this rule, I can select Exceptions on the right-hand side, and I can choose to insert a term. For example, if there's a proper noun with 2 capital letters that I use often, I can add that word by typing it in the field and choosing Add on the right-hand side. Once I'm done adding my exceptions, I can choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, besides activating or deactivating autocorrect features, you'll also see at the bottom of the menu that you have certain shortcuts that you can use to insert symbols, or if you scroll down even further, you'll see those autocorrections for specific terms. Now, in order to save time, you can create your own shortcuts. For example, if I find that I'm using my company name quite frequently, I can use a Replace With option. If I want to replace text, for example, my company name is Zebra Sky, so I can type in Z and S, and I want to replace it with my company name, Zebra Sky. After I've created my shortcut, I can choose Add just below, and I'll be able to type in that shortcut into my text and automatically insert my company name. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see that it automatically uses the spell check feature in order to correct terms in your presentation. If you don't want this feature activated, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side. Once you're done configuring your autocorrect settings, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to leave the menu, and you can select OK once again to leave the Options menu. From my text, if I want to test out my shortcut, I'm going to type in Z and S, and once I select the spacebar, I can see that my company name has automatically been inserted, therefore saving me a lot of time. So now you've seen how to use autocorrect and configure your autocorrect settings within PowerPoint. If you are looking for a particular word or section in your presentation, you can use PowerPoint's Find function. Once you've activated this tool, you can scan through different matches throughout your presentation one by one. If you're looking for a particular term in your presentation, rather than going through each slide, you can use the Find function. To access the Find function, you'll have to be sure that you're selected on the Home tab within your tool ribbon, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your editing toolset. Within the editing toolset, you'll find Find at the top. Once you activate the Find tool, you'll need to type in the term that you're looking for within your presentation. After you've added your term, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner that you have options to refine, such as matching the case and finding whole words only. Once you've added your term and criteria, you can choose Find Next to find the next term within your presentation. Once I select this option, I'll be brought to a slide in my presentation where the term occurs. If I'd like to continue going through my presentation to find the exact term and where it occurs, I can continue selecting Find Next to go through each occurrence of that term in my presentation. Once I find the term that I was looking for, I can leave the Find menu by selecting Close in the center. Besides searching for terms, you can also search phrases and sections within your presentation. If I'm looking for a particular word phrase, I'm going to activate my Find feature by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F. Once I select this option, my Find menu will automatically open up and I can see that my previous term has remained in the field. To remove this term, I can select Backspace and type in the new word phrase that I'm looking for. After I've done this, again I can refine my search by choosing to match the case in the bottom left-hand corner, and to find the occurrence, I'm going to choose Find Next. Once I select this option, I'll be able to see the term located within my presentation. To leave the Find menu, again, I can select Close, or I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to use the Find function within PowerPoint. Use the Replace tool to replace instances of a word or phrase. Leaving the replacement field blank is also an option, so that all occurrences of a certain text string will simply be removed. You can also use this tool to quickly edit certain fonts in your presentation. If you find that you would like to replace a text, term, or phrase within your presentation, you can use the Replace tool. In order to access the Replace tool, be sure that you're on the Home tab within your tool ribbon, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your editing toolset. From here, you can choose Replace in the center, and your Replace tool will be opened up. Now, if you've recently conducted a search, you'll be able to see that a term is already inserted. To remove this term, you can choose Backspace and type in the word that you would like to find, and then type in the Replace term just below. From here, I'm going to type in a company name that has recently changed. So I'm going to type in the old company name, and I'm going to replace it with the new company name just below. After I've done this, if I want to refine the replacement a bit more, I can choose to match the case, as well as find whole words only. In order to replace this term, I'm first going to need to find it within my presentation, so I'm going to choose Find Next on the right-hand side. Once I select Find Next, I can see in the slide behind that this is indeed the old company name. In order to replace it with the new company name, I can choose Replace on the right-hand side. Now, if this term is found multiple times within the same presentation, if I want to replace it with the same word, I can also choose Replace All to save time. Once I select Replace All, I'll receive a notification telling me how many replacements have been made with this term. In order to confirm and leave the menu, I can select OK. And to leave the Replace menu, I can choose Close on the right-hand side. Now, if you'd like to remove text from your presentation, you can also use the Replace tool. To quickly access the Replace tool, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter H. From the Replace menu, I'm going to type in the term that I would like to remove, and instead of leaving text below to replace with, I'm going to select the field and choose Backspace and remove the text. Now, first I'm going to need to find the occurrence within my presentation by choosing Find Next. From the slide behind, I can see that I have the text located here, and to remove it, I can choose Replace. Once I select this option, I can see that no more matches were found. I can select OK. And to leave the Replace menu, I can choose Close. As you can see, this could save you a lot of time if you need to replace titles or text on slides. You can automatically remove that text and enter your new text. Now, besides replacing text or phrases, you can also change the fonts quickly in your presentation by using the Replace Fonts tool. If I go down below in my presentation, I can select my text box, and I'll be able to verify the font by going up to my Home tab, and within the Fonts toolset, I'll be able to see the current font applied to this particular text box. If I'd like to replace the fonts with a different font style, I can go back to my Replace options within my editing toolset, and on the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have a drop-down menu. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to go down and choose Replace Fonts, and I'm going to need to select the fonts that I would like to replace in my presentation. Since I've confirmed the font, I'm going to go down and choose that font from the list, and I'm going to choose the font that I'd like to replace it with. To do this, I'll need to select the drop-down menu and go down and choose the font that I'd like to replace the current font with. After I've chosen my fonts, I can choose Replace on the right-hand side, and I'll be able to see those fonts applied. Be aware that when you change fonts, the formatting may change within your presentation as well. Title placement may change, and text placement within shapes may change as well. Be sure to verify the formatting on each slide in your presentation. Now, to leave the menu, you can select Close on the right-hand side. So now you've seen how to access and use the Replace tool within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can use the Smart Lookup tool to quickly access additional information about a word used in your presentation. You'll also be able to see related images and information on the web related to the word using this tool. Now, from your presentation, if you find that there is a specific term that you would like to look up information about or learn the definition of, you can use the Smart Lookup tool. To use the Smart Lookup tool, you'll first need to select the text within your presentation. So from here, I'm going to go down to my text box in my slide, and to select the term that I would like to look up, I'm going to go after the phrase, hold down the left button on my mouse, and select the term. Once I've selected the term, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, if I go towards the left-hand side, I'll find the Insights toolset. From this toolset, you'll find the Smart Lookup tool, which you can use by selecting it. And on the right-hand side, the Smart Lookup window will open up. Within the Smart Lookup tool, you'll see at the top that you have two separate tabs. Within the Explore tab, you'll find at the top Wikipedia search results. In order to view the Wikipedia page, you can select the web result, and your browser will open up according to the Wikipedia page. To leave the Wikipedia page, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner. Besides the Wikipedia page, if you scroll down the right-hand side, you'll see that you have a Bing image search results. If you want to see more images, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select More, and you'll be able to browse through the image results from Bing. This is useful if you want to insert an image into your presentation. Be sure to cite the image used. Now, to return to the web results, I'm going to select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Just below the image search results, you'll find web results. So if I scroll down, I'll be able to see websites relating to that specific term. Now, if I go back up to the top of the page, you'll see that the second tab is Define. From here, you'll have the word, a definition, and the origin. If you'd like to hear the pronunciation of that word, you can select the speaker icon on the right-hand side to hear the word pronounced. Now, once you're done looking up that particular term, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, besides searching single words, you can also search a phrase. If I'd rather search solar energy altogether, I'm going to select my text by selecting within the text box, and to choose all the text, I'm going to select Control and the letter A, and right-click over those terms. From the right-click menu, you'll also find the Smart Lookup tool. Once I access this menu, I'll be able to see the Wikipedia page relating to solar energy, and if I scroll down, I'll see the image results, as well as the web results regarding this particular phrase. If I go up to the Define option, I'll see a short definition, and since this is a phrase, you may not have the possibility to play the pronunciation. In order to leave the Smart Lookup menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and use the Smart Lookup tool within PowerPoint. One of the best ways of adjusting the appearance of any text that you have inserted into your presentation is to use the font and text size tools. PowerPoint offers a wide variety of font styles, sizes, and effects such as bold, italic, and underline that you can use to change the appearance of your text. In order to quickly modify the appearance of the text in the slide below, I'm first going to need to select the text box in which the text is contained. Once I've selected the text box, I can select my text by going over it with my mouse and holding the left button on my mouse. Once I've selected my text, I can see that a mini formatting toolbar appears. Within this formatting toolbar, you'll be able to quickly modify your font style by choosing the drop-down menu located in the top left-hand corner. From here, you'll be able to see the current text font applied, as well as a list of different fonts that you can change your font to. Now, another way you can modify your font style is by going up to your Home tab within your tool ribbon. Within the Home tab, you'll find on the left-hand side that you have your font tool set. Again, in the top left-hand corner, you'll find your font menu where you can choose from an array of different fonts to apply. To choose a different font, I can go down my menu, and you'll see that when you start browsing over your font styles, that you'll be able to preview what that font will look like in your slide behind. Now to apply a font, I can select it from the menu, and I'll be able to see those changes within my slide. Another way you can modify the appearance of your text is to change the size of your text. So first, again, I'll need to select the text concerned. Once I select the text, I'll be able to see from the mini format toolbar that I can adjust the font size located in the top right-hand corner. You'll find the same font option within your font toolset in your Home tab. From here, you can select the drop-down menu, and you can choose from an array of default font sizes. Again, you'll be able to preview the size, and you'll be able to see which size suits your presentation. If you have a custom size in mind, you can select the font size menu, choose backspace, and type in your desired font size. Once you've done this, you can select Enter, and you'll be able to see your font size changed within your slide presentation. You can quickly adjust the size of your font by choosing the large A, or you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control, Shift, and greater than. Once you select this icon, you can quickly increase the size of your font. You can also reduce the size of your font by selecting the small a, or you can use the keyboard shortcut Control, Shift, and less than. Another way you can help your text stand out is by adding effects. If effects have already been applied to your text, you'll be able to identify those effects by first selecting your text box and selecting your text within. Again, you'll be able to see your mini formatting toolbar appear, and you'll be able to see in the bottom left-hand corner that you have your text effects such as bold, italics, and underline. If an effect has already been placed upon your text, you'll see that effect grayed out, such as italics. If you'd like to remove that effect, you can select the icon, and that effect will be removed from your text. In order to add an effect, you can also go to your font toolset within your Home tab and choose the effects located in the bottom left-hand corner. For example, if I'd like to add bold, I can select the B icon. I can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter B. This keyboard shortcut will also remove the effect once I've selected my text. For example, if I select Control and the letter B, I can quickly remove the bold effect. I can select Control and B to quickly add the effect. Now again, I can choose to add italics, as well as underline, and you'll see with each effect is a corresponding keyboard shortcut such as Control-U or Control-I. You can also add an effect such as strike through, which is ideal if you have list items that you would like to mark off. You can remove effect again by selecting the effect that has been applied. Another way you can help your text stand out is by formatting the effects. For example, if I go up and I choose my title, and I select my text by using Control and the letter A, once my text has been selected, you'll notice that a new tab appears at the top of your tool ribbon. Within the Formatting tab, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have your Shape Style toolset. On the right-hand side, you can choose to add effects such as shape effects. If I want to add a shadow, for example, I can go down And I'll be able to browse those effects by taking my mouse, and I'll be able to see the preview behind of the specific shadow that can be applied. Once you find an effect that you would like to apply, you can select it. And if I select outside my text box, I'll be able to see that a shadow effect has been applied to my text. By adding additional effects, this will help my text pop out that much more within my slide presentation. So now you've seen how to modify the font and add text effects within your PowerPoint presentation. Once you've inserted some text into your PowerPoint presentation, you can begin to adjust its position on the slide by using the standard horizontal and vertical alignment options. From my slide below, I can see that I've inserted multiple text boxes. Within each text box, I have a title, as well as text below. Now, if I'd like to identify which alignment has been applied to my text, I can first select my text box. And once I've selected my text box, if I go up to the Home tab within my tool ribbon, I'll find the Paragraph toolset in the center. In the bottom left-hand corner of this toolset, you'll find your alignment tools. I can see that the center alignment has been highlighted, indicating that this is the particular alignment applied to my text already. If I find that I'd like to change the alignment for the text within this text box, I'm first going to select all of the text. And once I've done this, I can see that my mini toolbar appears just above my text. Within your mini formatting toolbar, you'll find that you have the standard 3 alignment options: center, right, and left align. Once I select left align, I can see that all the text I have selected has moved towards the left-hand side of my text box. Now, if you'd like to only change the alignment for one particular element within your text box, such as my title on the right-hand side, I can select within the line of that title, and I can go up to my Paragraph toolset and choose the Center Line option. And this will just change the alignment for my title line selected. If I'd like to change the alignment for the text below, I'll need to select within the text and choose the Center Align option to adjust the alignment. Now, if I go down to the bottom left-hand corner and select my text box, if I select an alignment such as Right Align, I can see that since I don't have text selected for that particular area, the alignment for my cursor will change to the right, but my text below will not. In order to change the alignment for this text, I can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. And once I've selected my text, I can go up, choose Right Align to quickly change that alignment. Lastly, you can also use the Justify alignment. To do this, I can select Justify, and I can see that my text is evenly distributed widthwise. If I'd like to evenly distribute vertical as well as horizontal, I'll need to go to my Paragraph dialog box found in the bottom right-hand corner of my Paragraph toolset. From this menu, you'll notice that you have your alignment settings at the top. I can see currently I have Justified applied. If I select the drop-down menu, I'll have access to other alignments as well as distributed at the bottom. Now, this option is not available in the standard Paragraph toolset, nor in the mini formatting toolbar. Once I select Distributed, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I can see that my text is evenly spaced out. Now, if you'd like to adjust the alignment of your text vertically, you can also use the Align Text tool. So if I select my last text box, I can go up to my Paragraph toolset, and on the right-hand side, I'll find the Align Text option. From here, I can use the standard top, bottom, and middle. If I select bottom, I can see that my text slightly shifts to the bottom. Same for middle. And if I go to the top, I can see that my text shifts towards the top of the menu. Now, if you'd like to combine your alignments, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose More Options. From the More Options menu, you'll see that your Format Shape menu will appear on the right-hand side of your interface. Towards the top, you'll find your vertical alignment options, and just below you'll find your text direction. If you select the vertical alignment options, you'll see again the standard top, middle, and bottom, but if you go towards the bottom of the list, you'll have additional options such as top center, middle centered, and bottom centered. Once I select one of these options, I can see that my text will shift in that particular text box. Once I'm done modifying the alignment, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the Format Shape menu, and I can select outside of my text box to view those changes. So now you've seen how to use the different alignment tools offered by PowerPoint. Once you've inserted some text into your presentation, you can start adjusting your text position on your slide by using the Rotate tool. From my slide below, I've inserted multiple text boxes. In order to help my text boxes stand out a bit, I can add some rotation to those particular text boxes. To rotate a text box, you'll first need to select it below. Once you've selected your text box, you'll see that handles are arranged on the outer perimeter. If you go to the top handle, you'll notice above that you have a rotation arrow. If you select this arrow and you move your mouse towards the right or towards the left-hand side, you can quickly rotate your text box. You can also go counterclockwise or clockwise to quickly rotate your text. Once you're happy with your text rotation, you can let go and select outside your text box to view those changes. Another way you can rotate your text is by selecting your text box, and once your text box has been selected, you'll notice that a new tab will open up within your tool ribbon. From the Format tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Rotate tools within the Arrange tool set. If you select the drop-down menu, you'll find different default rotations that you can apply to your text box. For example, if I want to rotate to the right 90 degrees, I can select that option. I can also choose to flip vertically or horizontally and apply this to my text. If you have an exact rotation that you would like to apply to your text box, you can do that as well by selecting your text box, going back up to the Rotate tools located in the Arrange tool set of your Format tab. If you go towards the bottom, you'll find the option More Rotation Options. Once you select this option, your Format Shape menu will open up on the right-hand side of your interface. In the center of the Size menu, you'll find Rotation. To increase your rotation, you can select the up arrow to quickly increase the rotation of your text. You can also choose the down arrow to decrease the rotation. In order to insert your desired rotation, you can select the field, choose Backspace, and enter your custom degrees of rotation. Once you've done this, you can select Enter, and you'll be able to see those degrees applied on the left-hand side of your slide. Now, if you'd like to remove rotation at any time, you can select your text box concerned, and you can return to this text rotation menu and select Rotation, and insert a 0, and choose Enter. Once you've done this, you'll see that the rotation has been removed from your text box. Now, if I leave the Format Shape menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, you can also remove your rotation by selecting your text box, choosing the rotation arrow at the top of your handle, and rotate your text till it comes to 0 degrees. So now you've seen how to change the rotation of your text within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can organize your text into columns. This can be particularly useful to maximize the use of your space on your slides. You can choose a number of columns used and even adjust the spacing between your columns. Now from my slide below, I notice that I've already inserted my text. In order to maximize the space within my slide, I can choose to add columns to my text. To do this, you'll first need to select the text box where your text is contained. Once you've selected your text box, you can go up to the Home tab within your tool ribbon, and you'll find your Paragraph toolset. On the right-hand side of your Paragraph toolset, you'll find your Columns icon. From the drop-down menu, you'll find that you can add 1, 2, or 3 columns. If I would like to add 2 columns, I can go down and select this option. Now you may need to adjust the perimeter of your text box by selecting the outer handles to make your text box a bit wider or more narrow, depending on how much text you have located within the text box. If you'd like to add additional columns, such as 3 or more, you'll need to go back to the column menu within your Paragraph toolset. From here, you can choose to add up to 3 columns, but if you'd like to add more columns, you can go down the menu and choose More Columns. From the Columns menu below, I can choose to increase the number of columns by choosing the arrow on the right-hand side. I can also choose to decrease the number of columns by selecting the down arrow. You can also select the field, choose Backspace, and type in the desired number of columns that you would like to insert into your text box. Now below, you can choose to adjust the spacing of your text box. This is useful to make your text more legible. Now, you can choose spacing between 0 and 16, so I'm going to select the field and choose backspace and type in my desired spacing. You can also choose to increase or decrease your spacing by using the arrows on the right-hand side. Once you've defined the number of columns as well as your spacing, you can choose OK in the bottom left-hand corner. I can see since I don't have much text, once I add multiple columns, this could be difficult to read. If I increase the width of my text box, this may make reading my text easier, but I notice that when I make my text box a bit wider, that I only have 2 columns in the end. This is because I don't have a lot of text. But if you have a lot of text, this could be useful to fit all of your text onto a single slide. I'm going to reduce the width of my text box. And to reduce the number of columns, I can go back up to the column menu. I can choose to apply 3 or 2 columns. If I don't want any columns, I'll need to return to this menu and choose 1 column at the top. Now I can see my text is exactly how it was before I added my columns. So now you've seen how to insert and add columns to your text within PowerPoint. If you want to begin structuring and organizing a list of data entries, you can use PowerPoint's bullet point tools. You can adjust the bullet point style and appearance and even create sublists. From my slide below, I can see that I've already inserted a list of data entries. In order to add bullets to this list, I'm first going to need to select the text box. And once I've selected the text box, I can select all of the text within by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. Once I've selected my text, I'm going to go up to the Home tab within my tool ribbon, and you'll notice within your paragraph toolset, if you go up to the top left-hand corner, you'll find your bullet icon. If you select this icon, your bullets will be inserted just before your list item. If you'd like to change the style of the bullet point itself, you can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side and choose the corresponding bullet that you would like to apply. Now, if you're looking to make sublists, you can do that as well by selecting the child items for your parent item above. Once you've selected your items, you can go back up to your paragraph toolset, and you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have your indent tools in the top right-hand corner. If you indent towards the right, you can quickly create sublist items. You'll also find this indent tool by selecting your text, and within the mini formatting toolbar, you'll find the indent tools in the top right-hand corner. Again, I'm going to select indent towards the right. You can create a sublist within sublist as well by selecting your list item, and again indenting towards the right. If you'd like to change the style of the bullets below the parent bullet, you can do that by selecting your sublist items and going back to the bullet list menu and choosing the drop-down menu and choosing a different bullet style to help your sublist stand out. Another way you can help your bullet list stand out is by creating and adding custom bullets. To do this, I'm going to go down and select all of my text by choosing Control and the letter A. Once I've selected my list items, to create my custom bullet, I'm going to go back up to my bullet list menu, and I'm going to go down to the bottom and choose Bullets and Numbering. Within this menu, you'll be able to see your default bullets above, and on the right-hand side, you'll see 2 options. To upload a custom image to create a custom bullet, I'm going to choose Picture. From this menu, I'm going to choose a file from my computer, so I'll select From a File at the top. Once my File Explorer opens up, I'm going to choose the location of that file, such as my desktop, and then select the file that I would like to use as a bullet point. Once I've selected my bullet point image file, I'm going to choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see that bullet point applied. Now, depending on the image that you've chosen for your bullet, you may need to adjust the size as well as the color. To do this, you can go back up to your bullet list menu and go down to Bullets and Numbering once again. From this menu, you'll see your size in relation to your text. You can increase this percentage by selecting the up arrow, or you can select the field on the left-hand side, choose backspace, and choose a larger or smaller number depending on the size of your custom icon. Now, once you've adjusted the size or even the color by selecting Color in the bottom left-hand corner, you could choose OK, and you'll be able to see your corresponding custom items located within your text. Now, if you'd like to remove your bullet points, you can easily do that by selecting your text and choosing the bullet icon. This will remove your bullets, but you'll need to select it one more time to completely remove your bullets from your list. In order to remove the indent, you can select your text, and you can choose from the mini toolbar to indent towards the left. You can also select your sublist altogether and choose again from the mini toolbar indent towards the left, or you can select your sublist item and go up to your paragraph toolset and select indent towards the left again to remove all the indent and formatting that you used to create your bullet list. So now you've seen how to add bullets, customize your bullets, and use bullet lists within PowerPoint. Create a list of numbered items with the Number List tool to clearly present your information in your presentation slides. From my slide below, I can see that I have a list of items that I would like to add a number list to. To add numbers to this list of data entries, I'm first going to need to select within the text box where my entries are contained. Once I've selected within my text box, I'm going to choose all of my text within my text box. To do this, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. Once I've selected all of the list items, I can go up to my Home tab within my tool ribbon, and I'll notice in the center I have my paragraph toolset. In the top left-hand corner, you'll find your number list icon. Once you select this item, you'll see that numbers are automatically added before your list items. If you'd like to add additional items, you can select after an item and choose Enter on your keyboard, and you'll see that a number is automatically added just below. If you'd like to remove a number, you can do the same by removing your information, choosing Backspace, and this will remove the number from your number list. If you'd like to add sublists to your number list values, you can do that as well by selecting the values located under the parent item. Once you've selected that text, you can use the indent tools to quickly create a sublist. Now you can access your Increase Indent tool from your mini formatting toolbar by going up to the top right-hand corner and choosing Increase List Level. Now I can see that I have a sublist under my first list item. I can do the same below by selecting the two items I'd like to place below the parent item, and I can also go up to my paragraph toolset and choose the Increase Indent option or Increase List Level. Now, once I've added my sublist, if I'd like to change the formatting associated with the numbers below, I can do that as well by selecting my list items. I can see that I have my two selected down below, and I can go up to my number list menu and choose the drop-down menu located on the right-hand side. From this drop-down menu, you'll notice that you have different number styles as well as letters that you can add to your list below. If I'd like to add Roman numerals, for example, I can go down and select that option. Now I can do the same for my sublist above by selecting it, going up and choosing the drop-down menu. And another way you can find your additional styles is by going down to the bottom of the menu and choosing Bullets and Numbering. From here, you'll find the default styles again. I could choose Roman numerals to match my second sublist. You'll notice below that you can customize your numbers by choosing the size of the numbers associated with your number list. You can also change the color as well. To do this, you can choose the drop-down menu, and you'll see the list of standard colors offered by Microsoft. If I'd like to make the color of my Roman numerals red, I go down the menu and choose the red option. You can also choose where your numbers start. If you'd like to start at a higher numerical value, you'll see Start At on the right-hand side, and you could choose to increase or decrease these values. This is useful if you have multiple slides and you'd like to keep your list going across those slides. Once you've modified your numbers, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll see those customizations taken into account. For example, I can see that I start at 2, and I've also customized the color for these particular values. If you'd like to remove your number list, you can do that as well by selecting your complete list by choosing Control and the letter A, and you can go up and choose your number value, and you'll see that your numbers will be removed from your numbered list. Now, if you've added any sublist, you'll need to go through and individually select the sublist and choose the Decrease Indent option found either in the mini toolbar, or you can select your list values and go up to your paragraph toolset and choose the Decrease Indent option as well. So now you've seen how to add and use numbered lists within PowerPoint. In order to better present your data entries, you can create hybrid bullet and numbered lists. See how to combine these two list types within PowerPoint. From my slide below, I can see that I have a list of data entries. In order to add a bullet list to this list of data entries, I can select my text box, and then I can select all of my data entries by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. Once I've selected my values, I'm going to go up to my paragraph toolset found within my Home tab and choose the bullet icon in the top left-hand corner. Once I've added my bullet list items, if I find that I would like to add sublist, I can easily do that by selecting my data values below my parent list item. Once I've selected these entries, I'm going to choose the Increase Indent option found in the top right-hand corner of my mini formatting toolbar. Once I've done this, I can go down and create multiple sublists if need be. After I've created my sublist, if I find that I would like to add numerical values below the parent bullet item, I can easily create a hybrid list. After you've selected your data values below your given value, you can go up and you'll see next to the bullet icon that you have a number list icon. Once I select the number list, I can see that my values have changed below my bullet list item. I can do this again for my list items above by selecting my values and going back up to my numbering list icon. If I'd like to add a different number style, I can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side of numbering, and I could choose from one of the default styles below. Once I find a style that I would like to apply, I can select it. And you may see that you have a style applied that you would like to format even further. To do this, you'll need to go back to either your bullet or numbering menu, choose the drop-down menu, and choose Bullets and Numbering. From this menu, you'll find your custom formatting options in the bottom of the menu, where you can modify your color by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing your desired color. Now, after you've added your custom numbers, if you find that you would like to change back to bulleted items, you can do that as well by going up to Bulleted. You could choose from one of the default bullets below, or you can even add a custom bullet. For example, if I'd like to create a bullet from my icons, I'm going to go down and choose Picture. And from the Picture menu, I'm going to choose Icons at the bottom of the menu. From my Icons menu, I can choose one of the designated categories on the left-hand side, and I can choose my corresponding icon that I would like to add on the right-hand side. Once I've done this, I can choose Insert, and I can see that my custom icon for my bullets have been inserted. Now, if I find that I would like to make my first item into a number list rather than a bullet list, I can go back up, choose my numbering option, and I can see now I've reversed the numbering to bullets, and I can see below that I have bullets to numbers. If in fact you find that you would like to remove your bullet and number hybrid list, you can easily do this by selecting your text box, choosing all of your values by selecting Control and letter A, and I go up and I could choose either the bullets or the number list option, and I'm going to need to select it twice to remove all of those values. If you've added any sublist, you'll need to go through and individually select those sublist items and remove the indent to completely remove all your sublist from your data entries in your text box. So now you've seen how to create a hybrid bullet and number list within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can customize your paragraph layout using indentation. This can help you to give your text element structure and ensure what you have written is clear and easy to read. From my slide below, I've already inserted my text. Within my text, if I would like to add indentation, I can do this a couple different ways. If I'd like to indent my entire paragraph, I'll first need to select my text box. And once I've selected my text box, I'm going to choose the text that I would like to indent. If I only want to indent the first paragraph in my text box, I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse and select the first paragraph. Now, to quickly indent this entire paragraph, I can use my mini formatting toolbar, and I go up to the top right-hand side and choose the Increase Indent option. Now, this will indent my entire paragraph, which is ideal if you're using this for comments or quotations for a particular source. If I'd like to remove this indent, I can do that as well by going up to my paragraph toolset, where I'll also find my indent tool, as well as my decrease indent tool. Now, once I've decreased the indent, if I find that I'd like to indent just the first line of my paragraph, I can do this by selecting before the first line of my paragraph, and I'm going to use the Tab key on my keyboard. Once I select Tab, I'll be able to see that the first line within this particular paragraph has been indented. If I'd like to remove that indent, all I need to do is select Backspace, and the indent will be removed. If I'd like to add an indent to all of the text located within this particular text box, I can select all of my text by choosing Control and the letter A on my keyboard. Once I've selected my text, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon, and in the bottom right-hand corner of my paragraph toolset, I'm going to choose the Paragraph dialog menu. From my paragraph settings, if I go towards the center, I'll find my indentation tools. From the indentation tools, you'll find in the center that you can choose the type of indentation that you would like to add. To do this, you could choose the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have the option for first line and hanging. I'm going to choose first line, and you'll be able to see that you can choose the particular measurements for your first line indent. In order to customize this indent, you can use the arrows found on the right-hand side, or you can select the field itself, choose Backspace, and you can type in a value that you would like to indent for your text. Once I've chosen my indentation, I'll notice on the left-hand side that I can also choose to add indent before text by choosing the values on the right-hand side to increase or decrease that particular spacing. Once I've customized my indentation, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see the indentation for my text within my paragraph. Now, if I'd like to remove this customized indentation, I'll need to return to my paragraph dialog box. And from here, I'm going to go down to Special, choose the drop-down menu, and select None. Once I've done this, I'm going to be sure to remove all the spacing before, and then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and this will remove those indents from my text. So now you've seen how to add and modify the indentation of your text within PowerPoint. Adjust the line and paragraph spacing in PowerPoint to make your text easier to read. See how to add and easily customize your paragraph spacing. From my slide below, I can see that I've already added some text. In order to make this text easier to read or easier to edit, I can add additional spacing. To add spacing to these paragraphs, I'm first going to select the text box. And once I've selected the text box, I'm going to select the text within by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. Once I've selected the text, in order to add paragraph spacing, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon, and within my Home tab, I'll find the Paragraph toolset in the center. Within the Paragraph toolset, you'll find your spacing options in the top right-hand corner. Within the spacing settings, you'll see that you have your default line spacing. For example, if I'd like to add double line spacing, I can go down below and choose 2. Now, you'll see that when you add spacing to your text, you may need to reformat the text within your text box. In order to fit all the text within my text box, I'm going to go up to my font toolset and reduce the size of my text within by choosing the Decrease Font Size option. If you find that you would like to add a custom line spacing to your text, you can do that as well. In order to access the Custom Line Spacing menu, you'll need to go back up to the top right-hand corner of your Paragraph toolset and choose Line Spacing. From this menu, you can go down towards the bottom and choose Line Spacing Options. Within your advanced paragraph settings, you'll find at the bottom that you can choose your spacing options. Within spacing, you'll find your line spacing type, and you can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side to choose your corresponding type of spacing. I'm going to choose Exactly, and I can choose the exact spacing that I would like to place between my lines. To do this, I can use the up and down arrows on the right-hand side, or I can select the field itself, choose Backspace, and type in my desired amount of spacing. You can also choose to add spacing before and after your lines. In order to do this, you can choose the up and down arrows, or again, you can select the field and type in your custom spacing. Once you've customized your spacing, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply that spacing to your text. Now I can see since I've reduced the text spacing, my text is no longer legible. In order to again modify my spacing, I can also go to the bottom right-hand corner of my paragraph toolset and choose the paragraph dialog box. And again, I'll have access to my spacing menu. From here, I'm going to go down, choose the drop-down menu, and choose double spacing. And I can see I can no longer customize the spacing on the right-hand side. I can also choose to modify my spacing before and after, again by selecting the field and choosing my desired spacing. Once I've added my spacing, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to better visualize my text. Now, if you find that you would like to remove the spacing that you've either customized or added, you can go back up to your paragraph toolset and choose your line spacing menu. From here, you can choose between 1 or 1.5, whichever best helps your text stand out. So now you've seen how to modify and customize your paragraph line spacing within PowerPoint. Color can help a particular section, word, or object stand out in your presentation. You can apply color to just about every item in your PowerPoint presentation. So from my presentation, I have a slide opened up where I'd like to add a bit of color. First, if you'd like to add color to your font, you can use the Font Color tool. To use this tool, you can access it a couple different ways. But first, you'll need to select the text box where the text is contained. Once I've selected the text box, if I hold down with my mouse and select the text within, I can see that my mini toolbar will appear just above. On the right-hand side of this toolbar, you'll find that you have the Font Color tool. From here, you can select the default color by selecting the A with the color line underneath, and you'll see here that the color is red. If I'd like to change the color associated with the Font Color tool, I can select the drop-down menu, and I'll see below that I have the choice of theme colors as well as standard colors. To apply a different color, I can go down below and choose the color such as blue. And if I select outside of my text box, I'll be able to see that color applied. Now, if you would like to apply a color to the entire text box, you can do that as well by selecting your text box, selecting your text by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. And if you go up to your Home tab within your tool ribbon, you'll find the Font toolset on the left-hand side. Within the Font toolset, you'll find that you have two color tools. You'll have a highlighting tool, which will highlight text, as well as your Font Color tool. Once you change the Font Color tool, the font color underneath the A will change. Since I had selected blue previously, if I select this color again, that blue will be applied to this text as well. If I'd like to change the color, again, I'll have to select the drop-down menu, and I can choose from an array of different theme colors as well. Once I find a color that I would like to apply, I can select it. And I can select outside to view those changes. Now, besides adding color to text within your presentation, you can also add color to shapes as well as icons. So if I go over to the right-hand side of my slide, I can see that I've already inserted an icon. If I select this icon, if I'd like to quickly change the color, I can right-click over the item itself, and you'll notice at the bottom that you have a different set of formatting tools. You can change the style, outline, as well as the fill color by selecting the drop-down menu in the center. As you can see above, you can choose from your theme colors as well as standard colors. So if I'd like to make this item red, I can select that option, and the item color will change. Now you can also access these options directly from the Format menu used when you select an object. So once I've selected my icon, I can go up to the Format tab within my tool ribbon, and on the right-hand side of the Graphic Style toolset, you'll find Graphics Fill. From here, again, I could choose from theme colors as well as standard colors by selecting the options below. Lastly, you can also access your fill color tools directly from the Home tab. So if I go back to the Home tab, and I go towards the right-hand side, you'll find that you have your Drawing toolset. From here, again, you can access your Shape Fill options, and you can go down and choose one of the colors below. I'm going to revert back to the default black text for icons. So now you've seen different ways on how to change and add color to your presentation in PowerPoint. If you have a specific color in mind, or you would like to create a unique color, you can use the custom color options in PowerPoint. From my presentation below, if I would like to create or add a custom color, I'm going to need to select my object. For example, if I'd like to create a custom color for the icon I have inserted into my presentation, I can first select it, right-click with my mouse, and from the right-click menu, I'll notice that I have formatting options such as Fill, Outline, and Style. To add a custom fill color, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have your standard color menu. From here, you can go down below, and you can create a custom color by choosing the option More Fill Colors. If you'd like to create a custom color for your font, you can use the similar method. So if I select my text box, and I select my text within, from the mini formatting toolbar, if I go towards the right-hand side and choose the font color drop-down menu, I can go down to the bottom and I'll see the option More Colors. Either way, you'll be brought to the Colors menu, and at the top you can choose from two different tabs. Standard allows you to browse an array of standard colors offered by PowerPoint, and if you'd like to choose one of those colors, you can select it below, and you'll be able to see preview in the bottom right-hand corner of your original color and the new color you have selected. If you'd like to go further into customizing your color, you'll need to select the Custom tab. From the Custom tab, you can choose from two different color models. As you can see below, by default you're set to RGB, which is red, green, and blue. From here you can adjust the red, green, and blue below, or you can manually adjust it by selecting the toggle on the right-hand side and sliding up and down. You can also choose a new color from the spectrum itself, and again you can adjust the red, green, blue manually by using the toggle, or you can go down below, choose a field, select backspace, and type in your desired percentage of that particular color. Now, if you'd like to use a different color model, you can do that as well by selecting the drop-down menu, and you could choose HSL, which is Hue, Saturation, and Luminosity. From here, you can go down and modify the hue, saturation, and luminosity, or again, you can use the toggle, select your color, and go up and down to adjust those values. Once you're done creating your color, you could choose OK in the top right-hand corner to apply it. Now, once you create a custom color, you'll be able to access it from your color menu. So if I select my icon again, I can go up to the drawing tool set within my Home tab and choose Shape Fill on the right-hand side. From here, if I go down towards the bottom, I'll see that I have my recent colors. From recent colors, you'll be able to choose the custom colors that you've created, and the most recent color will be on the left-hand side. Once you select this color, the color will be applied to your object. Now, if you're not sure which color has been applied to your object, you can also use the eyedropper tool. This will enable you to quickly copy and paste the color directly into a new location. To do this, I'm going to right-click over my object, and I'm going to go to the Fill Color option for this particular icon. And at the bottom, you'll notice that you have eyedropper. Once you select this option, you'll be able to see that your color has already been selected, and I'll see the reference for that color above. And if I go over and select the item myself, that eyedropper will take that color into consideration, and I can go over, select my item that I would like to use the color for, and I could select the drop-down menu and choose the color on the left-hand side of recent colors that has been detected by the eyedropper. This is useful if you've applied a custom color and you're not quite sure which custom color you had applied. So now you've seen how to create and add custom colors to your PowerPoint presentation. The text direction tool can be used to change how your text appears on your slide. See how to set the direction and choose from horizontal, rotated, and stacked. From my presentation below, I can see that I have a slide where I've already inserted some text. If I'd like to change how this text appears in the slide, I can change the text direction. To do this, I'll first need to select the text box. And once the text box has been selected, I'm going to go up to the Home tab within my tool ribbon, and within the Paragraph tool set, you'll find Text Direction in the top right-hand corner. From the drop-down menu, you'll see that you have an array of different directions you can choose from. The default is horizontal, But if I go down below, I can see that I can choose from 3 alternative directions. If I'd like to rotate the text 90 degrees, I can select this option, and I can see below that my text is not quite visible. You may need to resize your text box in order to view the text better. To do this, I'm going to decrease the height, and I can move my text box within my slide so that way that it's easier to read. Now, if I'd like to rotate my text 270 degrees, I can do that as well by selecting another text box, going back up to my Home tab, and selecting Text Direction from the Paragraph toolset. Just below, I'm going to choose Rotate All Text 270 degrees, and again, I'll need to readjust my text box in order to best view my text. I can move my text box within my slide. Now you can also choose from the stacked text direction. To do this, you'll need to select a text box, and again return to the text direction menu, and choose a stack towards the bottom. From here, I can choose to move my text box yet again. Now, if you'd like to combine your text direction with your alignments, you can do that as well by accessing the advanced menu. To do this, I'm first going to select the text box concerned, and I'm going to return to my text direction menu, and at the bottom you'll see more options. On the right-hand side, your Format Shape menu will open up, and you'll notice just below that you can choose your vertical alignment as well as your text direction. This will enable you to combine these two options to make a unique text direction with an alignment. So if I go up and I choose an alignment, I can choose from a standard alignment or a combined alignment such as middle centered. And I can also choose to modify my text direction by choosing between 90, 270, and stacked. If I choose these options, I can see that my text is aligned in the center and the middle of my text box, and it's also rotated 90 degrees. Again, I can choose to resize the box to fit my text within. Now, if you find that you've modified your text direction and you'd like to return to default, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to leave my Format Shape menu, and if I'd like to revert all of my text back to horizontal, I'm going to select all of my text boxes by selecting the first text box, holding Shift with my keyboard, and selecting all of the following text boxes. After I've selected all of my text, I can let go of the Shift key, and I'm going to return to the Text Direction menu found within the Paragraph toolset. From here, I'm going to select horizontal, and this will revert my text back to the default direction. So now you've seen how to use the Text Direction tool within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can change the overall appearance of your presentation by using themes. These themes come complete with a variety of different predefined elements such as text font, size, and background images or colors. From my presentation below, I've created all of my slides with the blank presentation. Now, in order to add a theme, I'll need to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Design tab. From the Design tab, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have your Themes toolset. You can browse through the different themes in the gallery above by hovering over with your mouse, and you'll be able to see the reflection of that theme on the particular slide you have selected. If you'd like to browse all of the themes offered by Office, you can go towards the right-hand side and choose the More Options menu to view the complete gallery. And you'll see below that you have an array of different themes that can be applied to your PowerPoint presentation. Now, if you'd like to browse through all the themes, you can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side. And once you find a theme that you would like to apply, you can hover over it and select it to apply. Now, once you've applied a theme to your presentation, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have the Variants toolset. From here, you can use the same theme, but you can choose a different variant of that theme, which will change the color, but not modify the main object, such as the text font. If I want to choose a different variant, I can select it from the menu, and that variant will be applied to all of the slides in my presentation. Now, if you find that you've applied a theme that you do not like, you can always revert to the default blank theme offered by Microsoft Office by choosing your Themes toolset and the More gallery on the right-hand side, and choosing the theme located in the top left-hand corner. This is your default office theme, and this will revert all of your text and remove the colors that you had applied by selecting an alternative theme. If you need to see which theme you have selected for your presentation at any time, you can also access the gallery option. And in the top left-hand corner, you'll see this presentation, and you'll be able to hover over the theme that is currently applied to all of your slides. If you would like to change the default variant of that theme, you can also go through the variants, and you'll see that you have different options for the default theme as well. So now you've seen how to apply and use themes within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can create your own themes. Once your theme has been created, you can quickly apply it to new or existing presentations that you have open. Now from my presentation below, if I'd like to create a custom theme, I can first start with an office theme by default and go from there. So to apply a theme, I'm going to go to the Design tab within my tool ribbon. And on the left-hand side, I'll find the Themes toolset. If I'd like to browse the complete gallery, I can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side. And in order to start creating my custom theme, I can go down below and choose a different theme as my base. Once I've selected a theme and I can see that it's been applied to all of my slides, I'll notice on the right-hand side that I have the Variants toolset. From here, I can choose a different variant, but this just changes the color of your presentation. If you'd like to choose a custom palette for your presentation, you can go towards the right-hand side and choose the More option for Variants, and you'll see below that you have a few different options on how to customize your presentation theme. For example, to choose a different color scheme, you can go over Color, and you'll see that you have an array of different theme colors that you can apply, and if you browse over those options, you'll be able to see them applied to the slide just behind. If you have custom colors in mind, you can also go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Customize Colors. And from this menu, you'll be able to customize each particular color within your presentation. You could choose from background, accent colors, and even choose the different hyperlink colors that you can apply. I'm going to leave this menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and I'm just going to return to the color menu from the Variants drop-down menu. From here, I'm going to browse, and I'm going to just choose one of the different theme colors offered below. And once I select it, I can see that it's been applied to all of the slides in the presentation. Now, if I'd like to go further, I can also modify the fonts associated with this particular presentation. To do this, I'm going to go back up, select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have the option for fonts. From fonts, you can browse through the different font styles, and once you find a font that you would like to apply to your theme, you can select it from the menu, and you'll see the fonts within the theme have changed. Lastly, if you have any items such as objects or shapes inserted, you can also add effects to those items by selecting the drop-down menu yet again, and choose the Effects option. Now with effects, this will show more visibly if you have a shape inserted. So for example, if I select a particular effect to apply to the shapes, such as reflection, I can select that option. And if I go to the Insert menu and select Shapes from the Illustration section, and I'm going to choose a standard rectangle. Now if I go down in my presentation, I can insert that item, and I'll be able to see the effect, as well as the default color for this particular presentation have been applied. Now, once you're happy customizing your presentation theme, you can also save it and use it with other presentations. To do this, I'll need to return to the Design tab. And from the Design tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side of the Themes gallery and choose the More menu. At the bottom, you'll see the option Save Current Theme. And once you select this, your File Explorer will open up to the Document Themes section. Do not change the location for your document themes, because if you're planning to use this in other presentations, PowerPoint will not recognize the location where you had saved your theme. So to quickly save my theme, I'm going to go down and rename my theme. After I've done this, I'm going to select Save in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see that my new theme has been created and saved, And if I would like to use this theme with a new presentation, I'm going to go up to the File menu and select New. From New, I'm going to choose Blank Presentation. And in order to apply my theme that I had just created, I can go to the Design tab within my tool ribbon and choose the drop-down menu on the right-hand side of Themes. And from here, I'll be able to see that I have a new section at the top labeled Custom. From here, I can select my custom theme to apply it to my presentation. Now, if you find that you would like to remove a custom theme, you can do that as well by accessing your Themes gallery, going over your custom theme, right-clicking with your mouse, and choosing the Delete option. Once you select this option, you can confirm by choosing Yes, and you'll no longer be able to apply that particular custom theme to presentations. So now you've seen how to create custom themes within PowerPoint. A slide background is automatically applied when you apply a theme. However, you can change your slide background at any time using a variety of different tools and styles. Now, my presentation below has the default Office theme. If I would like to have this theme stand out a bit more, I can choose to change the background for one slide or multiple slides. To modify the background for the slide that I have selected, which happens to be the title slide of my presentation, I'm first going to need to go up to the Design tab within my tool ribbon. From the Design tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Customize toolset. From here, you can choose to format your background. And from the Format Background menu below, you'll see you have an array of different options. Now, if you'd like to use a standard color, you can use a solid fill. And if you go down below, you can select the color, and you'll see above that you can choose from theme colors, standard colors, or if you'd like to customize your color, you can choose more colors and choose a custom color from the palette. I'm going to choose a standard color such as blue, and I'll be able to see the color filled out in my slide on the left-hand side. If you have text applied to your slide, you may need to change the text color to ensure that it's accessible for all users. Another way you can customize your background is to use the Gradient Fill option. Now, besides just having a standard color, the gradient will allow you to go from one color to another within your presentation slide. If I'd like to modify the preset gradient, I can go down below and select the drop-down menu and choose from an array of different preset gradients that I can apply. Once you find the gradient that you would like to view, you can select it, and you can even choose the type of gradient applied. So if I want to choose a different style, such as radial, I can select that option below, and I'll be able to see the reflection of the gradient within my slide. You can also modify the gradient itself by using the toggle at the bottom to arrange how much white you want to appear within your gradient, or you can reduce the color by going towards the left-hand side. You can also modify the style of the gradient itself by changing where each aspect will start and end within your gradient design. Now, once you're done modifying your gradient, you can apply this gradient to all of your slides by choosing Apply to All in the bottom left-hand corner. But if you only want to leave this selected for one slide, you can leave your Format Background menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, besides modifying the color of your background, you can also modify the size of your slide altogether. To do this, you can go back to your Customize toolset, choose Slide Size, and you can go down and choose Standard. And from Standard, you could choose Ensure Fit or Maximize. I'm going to choose Ensure Fit, and I'll be able to see the size of my presentation has been reduced. This may affect the formatting of your slides as well, so be aware when you're changing the slide size that your text elements or objects that you have inserted may need to be moved. If I'd like to reset to default, I can go back to Slide Size and choose Widescreen. And again, I may need to go back and modify the placement of those elements within my presentation. Now, if I'd like to reset my background to default, I can do that as well by going back to the Format Background menu. And if I go down to the bottom of the menu, I could choose Reset Background. From here, all of my solid fill or gradients will be removed and I'll be reverted back to my default background. To leave the background menu, again, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to add and modify the background color for your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can customize your slide background with an image or texture to create a more original-looking presentation. Now from my presentation below, if I'd like my slides to stand out a bit more, I can customize the background. To do this, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and select the Design tab. From the Design tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and within the Customize toolset, you'll find the option Format Background. You can also access this tool from the Variants toolset by choosing the More Gallery options and choosing Background Styles at the bottom. Now, from Background Styles, you can choose the default background styles offered by PowerPoint, or you can go down to the bottom of the menu and you'll find the same option, Format Background. Within Format Background, you'll find Solid Fill and Gradient Fill, which you can use to change the color of your background. But if you'd like to completely customize your background, you'll see below that you have a few more options. For example, if I want to simply add a pattern, I can choose Pattern Fill. From Pattern Fill, I can go down and choose different patterns to apply, and I can modify the color for that particular item. You can also use Picture or Texture Fill. From here, when you select this option, a texture will automatically be applied. If you'd like to browse the different textures you can apply to your slide, you can go down below and choose the drop-down menu next to Texture, and you can browse and hover over each texture that you may want to apply. Once you find the texture that you would like to view, you can select it, and you'll see it applied to your slide. Now, besides adding a texture or pattern, you can also choose to add an image background. To do this, you can do it a couple different ways. If you have an image on your computer that you would like to use in the background, you can select the File option just above. And from your File Explorer, you'll need to choose the location of that file on your computer, such as your desktop, and then select the file concerned and choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, depending on the size of your image will depend on how you want it laid out on your presentation. As I can see, the image I had selected is quite pixelized when it's large, so I'm going to want to reduce the size of it. To do this, I can tile the picture in the background by choosing the option Tile Picture as Texture. Once I select this option, I can see that my text is difficult to read, so I may need to make the element more transparent. To do this, I can modify the transparency by selecting the toggle, or I can type in the transparency manually. I'm going to use the toggle and slide it towards the right to judge how much transparency I'd like for my particular item. Once I've selected the transparency, I'll be able to see that my text is more visible. This is great if you want to give a watermark effect to your particular presentation. Lastly, you can also use online images. To do this, I'm going to go up and choose Online. And from the gallery, you could choose to browse particular online pictures with Bing, or, as you can see below, you have categories that you can use. For example, you'll notice in the top right-hand corner that you have background images, and you can use the scroll bar and browse through the different theme options. And once you find a background that you would like to apply, you can select it and choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, since I've already previously added an image, I may need to adjust the transparency, so I'm going to go back towards the left-hand side, so that way I can view my particular image that I've inserted. Now, if you'd like to apply this background to all of the slides in your presentation, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Apply to All. This will automatically apply that slide background to all of my slides. And once I'm done customizing my particular background, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to create a custom background for your presentation in PowerPoint. You can find the Draw tab in the PowerPoint interface. See how to find and use the Draw options available for annotating or drawing within your presentation. Now, once you install a graphics tablet to your computer, you'll automatically see that the Draw tab will appear in your PowerPoint interface. From the Draw tab, you'll be able to use your graphics tablet to draw and annotate over your presentation. You'll see below that you have a few different tool sets that you can use to make drawing a bit easier. For example, if I want to use a particular pen, I can see that I have a list of default pens that I can choose to select and start annotating straight away. If I want to add an additional pen, I can choose the Add a Pen option on the right-hand side, and I can choose between pencil, pen, or highlighter. If you find that a tool has already been added and you would like to modify the color associated with it, for example, I would like to use this pen, but I would like to change the thickness or color, I can select the drop-down menu found in the bottom right-hand corner. From here, I can modify the thickness and even change the color by selecting the color options below. Once I've selected my tool and color associated, I can go over my presentation and start making annotations. So if I want to circle this particular text box, and I can go around it and circle the text within my presentation. If I'd like to use the highlighter tool, I can do the same by selecting the highlighter, and I can go over text that I'd like to highlight within my slide presentation. Now, if you'd like to remove a particular tool from your list, you can do that as well by selecting it, choosing the drop-down menu, and choosing Delete at the bottom. You'll also see that some tools can be modified even further by adding effects. So if I select the drop-down menu for this particular pen, if I go down to the bottom of the menu, you'll see that you have different effects that you can apply, such as galaxy or even rainbow. Once I select this option to my pen, I can go over my presentation, and I can choose to add it to highlight and circle specific information. Now, if you find that you've added information that you would like to remove, you can use the eraser tool found on the left-hand side of your Tools toolset. From the drop-down menu, you can choose from different size erasers, or you can choose a stroke eraser. I'm going to choose a stroke eraser, and I'm going to remove the complete stroke I had just placed in my particular slide. Now, on the right-hand side, you'll be able to use additional tools such as a ruler within the Stencils toolset. From here, you can select your ruler, you can move it about, and you can even draw perfectly straight lines within your slide presentation. Now, to remove the ruler, I'll need to go back up and select the ruler option. Now, on the right-hand side, you'll see the option Ink to Shape or Ink to Math. So if I'd like to create a shape directly in my annotation without having to insert it, I can select Ink to Shape, and I can go over my presentation, and I'm going to hold down with my stylus, and I'm going to create a triangle shape. And as you can see, once you draw a shape, it might not be exactly correct, but with Ink to Shape, it will detect the type of shape you want to insert, which will save you a lot of time. To remove the shape, I can select it and choose Delete to quickly remove it from my presentation. Now, to remove all of the annotations I had made, I'll need to go back to my eraser, and I can go down and choose Stroke Eraser, Small Eraser, or Medium Eraser, and I can quickly remove those annotations by going over them to clear the annotations that I had drawn within my particular presentation. To stop using a particular tool, you'll need to select it from your menu to deactivate it, and it will no longer be selected to use within the presentation. So now you've seen how to use the Draw tool in order to annotate your presentation within PowerPoint. A presentation's title is generally the first thing that anyone sees and is very important. It is therefore useful to know how to make it stand out. PowerPoint features a tool called Word Art, which can be used to create attractive and interesting looking titles. From my slide below, if I'd like to create a title for the slide that stands out a bit, I can use Word Art. In order to insert a Word Art title, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and select the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Text toolset, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find Word Art. Once you select the drop-down menu, you can browse the gallery of different Word Art styles that you can choose to insert into your presentation. I'm going to go down and select one of the styles below, and I can see that a text box has been inserted. Now I can quickly move the text box by selecting it and moving it up my slide and placing it in the center by using the guiding lines. Once I've done this, I'm going to select within the text box, choose Backspace, and I'll be able to type in a new word art title. Now, if you find that you've added a style that you would like to change, you can do that as well by selecting it by choosing the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A and going up to Word Art Styles found within your Format tab. If I select the drop-down menu, on the right-hand side, I'll be able to view the complete gallery that I had used to insert my word art. Now, if I go down below, I could choose a different word art style to apply. Now, if you would like to convert text that has already been inserted into your presentation into word art, you can do that as well by selecting your slide concerned and then selecting your text box. Once you've done this, you'll need to select your text and go up to the Format tab. From the Format tab, you'll find below that you have your word art styles again, and you can select the More options to view the complete gallery. To apply a particular word art style, I can again go down, and I can browse over the styles, and once I find a style that I like, I can select it, and it will be applied to my particular presentation. If you find that you've inserted word art that you would like to remove, or just remove the word art altogether, you can first select your slide concern, and I'm going to go up and select the word art I had inserted. Now, if I'd like to keep the text but remove the word art style, I'm first going to select my text by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter A. After I've done this, I'm going to return to the Format tab, and under Word Art Styles, I can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side. From here, I'm going to choose Clear Word Art. Once I've done this, my text will remain, but the word art style has been removed. If I'd like to remove a text box with word art, I can do that as well. So if I go back to my previous slide, I can select the text box. And to remove the text box and word art together, I'll need to be sure that the text box has been selected and choose the Delete key on my keyboard to remove it all together. Now, if you remove text that has word art applied, that is a text element for your slide style, you may see that your slide element will remain. From here, I can choose to add a new title, and this will keep the original style for that particular slide. If you find that you've accidentally removed word art, you can also undo that quickly by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z. So now you've seen how to add and use word art within PowerPoint. After you've inserted a word art title, you can change the title's appearance. See how to modify the style, color, and even add additional effects to your word art title in PowerPoint. Now from my slide below, I've already inserted a word art title. If I were to select this title with the text box, I can see that the Format tab automatically opens up. Now I've selected the word art style found in the top left-hand corner. If I'd like to modify this word art style further, such as modify the color, I can use the text fill option, as well as add a text outline. Once you select the drop-down menu, you'll be able to choose from the theme colors as well as standard colors. Now, besides modifying the color, you can also modify the text effects associated with that particular word art style. So to do this, I'm first going to select my text by using the keyboard shortcut Control and letter A, and I can go over and choose Text Effects. From here, I can browse the different effects by going down and choosing effects such as Shadow. From Shadow, you can choose between inner and outer shadows, and you can preview those shadows by browsing over them with your mouse. If you'd like to scroll through the complete list, you can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and you can even apply specific shadows such as Perspective. Now, besides Shadow, you can use Reflection, and you'll have a reflection of your text just below. Again, you can preview the different reflections by taking your mouse and viewing on the left-hand side what your word art will look like. If you'd like to add a bit of color around your word art, you can also choose the glow option. From here, you can browse the different glow and colors associated with the glows that you can apply to your text. If you're looking to have your word art pop out just a bit, you can use the bevel option. This generally works better on shapes, but you can also apply it to your word art by going down and previewing the different options that may help your text stand out. If you go down just below, you can also choose to rotate your text by choosing the 3D rotation options. you'll see that you have parallel, as well as perspective, and you can browse through and see how your text will look on the left-hand side. Lastly, within the effects, you'll find transform. This will help your text take a follow path, or even warp, to help specific elements stand out. Once you find a particular style, you can select it, and if you'd like to browse the complete list, remember to use the scroll bar on the right-hand side. Now, besides modifying the effects associated with your word art, you can also change the style. This could help your text stand out just a bit more. For example, if I go to the left-hand side, I'll find my Shape Style toolset, and I could choose to view the complete gallery by selecting the More option. Below, I can hover over, and I can select a specific style set. If I just want a standard outline, I can choose the options at the top, but if I'd like to apply text color as well as a background color, I can select the options below. I'm going to choose a moderate effect with black, and I can see that the style has been applied. I could choose to move my text box towards the left, and this will help blend with the elements within my slide, and if I select outside, I'll be able to see those changes. So now you've seen how to modify and customize your word art within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can insert hyperlinks that can be used to open a website address, create a new email, or even open an external document. Any text associated with a hyperlink can be modified to display whatever you want. From my slide below, I would like to insert multiple hyperlinks. In order to insert a hyperlink simply, you can select within a text box or a content placeholder, and you can type out the complete email address or web address that you would like to insert. After you've typed out your hyperlink, if you select Enter on your keyboard, you'll see that a link will automatically be inserted. If you'd like to view the link address, you can hover over it with your mouse, and you'll be able to see the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Click to follow the link. Now, if you've inserted a web address, for example, if you've copied and pasted it into your document, and you find that it's a bit long, you can also customize the display text. To do this, you'll need to right-click over the link itself, and from the right-click menu, I'm going to go down and choose Edit Link. From the Edit Hyperlink menu, you'll notice that you have your web address at the bottom of the menu, and at the top, you'll see your text to display. You can select this field and choose Backspace to remove your text. And you can enter your custom text that you would like to display within your slide. After you've done this, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see this takes up a lot less space than having the complete web address. Now if you'd like to add an email hyperlink, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to select just below and remove the extra space I had inserted when inserting my previous link. Now I'm going to select after the area within my text box where I'd like to insert the email address. Now you can type out the email address manually and select Enter, and you'll have the same result as above, and you may need to modify the text display. To avoid having to do this, you can use the Insert Link tool. Now if you go to your Insert tab within your tool ribbon, you'll find the Links tool set towards the center, and you can select Link. From the Link menu, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have different types of links that you can insert. At the top, you'll find your existing file or web page. Just below, you'll find options to place a link from inside your presentation, as well as create a new document. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll find the email address option, and from here, you'll be able to insert an email address. At the bottom of the menu, you'll find recently used email addresses if you'd like to use an address that you've previously inserted into your presentation. I'm going to go up to the top and select the email address field and type in the complete email address that I would like to link within the slide. After I've entered that email address, I can choose just below to add a custom subject that will appear when the user selects the link. Now, after I've added my email address and subject line, if I'd like to modify the text to display, I can go up to the top field, choose the top field and choose Backspace to remove the existing text, and I can type in my text to display within my slide. After I've done this, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and insert my email link. Now, once you've inserted your email link, if you would like to test it or use it, you can right-click over that link, and you'll see from the right-click menu, you can choose Open Link. Once your email template opens up, you'll notice that the To field has already been filled out, as well as the subject line, and all you'll need to do is add a body to this particular email. This will save users time if they want to quickly email the party concerned with the subject line already pre-filled. Now to leave this email template, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner, and I can choose No to not save this particular email. Lastly, you can also insert a link to an external document. To do this, I'm going to select just below, and I can also enter my custom text before inserting my link. To do this, I'm going to insert the display text that I would like to appear. You can also select and highlight text that may have been entered into your text box. Once I've inserted my text, I'm going to highlight it by selecting it, right-clicking over it, and from the right-click menu, you'll see the option Hyperlink towards the center. From the Hyperlink menu, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and choose Existing File or Web Page, and from here I'm going to choose the location of the file on my computer. For example, if it's stored on my desktop, I'll need to select the drop-down menu and choose the file location, such as Desktop, and from here I can select my file, and I can also choose to modify the text to display. Since I've already selected the text to display within my text box, I can choose OK to quickly insert that document. Now once the document has been inserted, again, to test it, I can use Ctrl+Click, or I can right-click over it and choose Open Link, and I can quickly open and start making modifications for this particular document. Now to leave the document, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner. If you find that you would like to remove a link, you can easily do this by selecting after the link, choosing backspace, and this will remove the link as well as the text if you continue selecting backspace. In order to remove a link, another way, you can right-click over that link, and you can choose Remove Link, and the text will remain. Again, to remove the text, you'll need to select it and choose backspace. Lastly, you can select all of the text and the link included and choose backspace to remove both at the same time. So now you've seen how to insert and use hyperlinks within PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can improve your presentation by inserting images. These images can be taken from your own computer or from a number of different online sources. Now from my slide below, if I'd like to insert an image, I have a couple different options. First, as you can see below, I have a content placeholder placed within the slide. Now this will enable you to easily drag and drop images directly into your presentation. For example, if I go to my desktop and I select an image by holding down the left button of my mouse, I can drag this image over my slide and then let go, and it will automatically be placed in the content placeholder. You can also quickly insert an image into a content placeholder by using the Insert Picture options. For example, if I remove this image by selecting the Delete key on my keyboard, you'll see within the content placeholder itself that you can quickly insert an image by selecting the Pictures icon found in the bottom left-hand corner. From here, my File Explorer will open up. I could choose the file location on the left-hand side, and then choose the file that I'd like to insert and choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if you don't have a content placeholder, you can also insert an image. To do this, I'm going to select within my slide, and then choose the Insert tab found within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, I'm going to go just below and choose Pictures on the left-hand side of the Images toolset. Once my File Explorer opens up again, I'll need to choose the file location on the left-hand side, such as my desktop, and I can choose the file that I'd like to insert, and then choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once you insert a file, it may need to be reduced in size. To do this, you can use the handles on the outer perimeter, so if I scroll up, I can select one of the corners and drag it inwards, and I'll be able to move and place it within my slide. Now, if you'd like to insert an image from an online location, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to select the first image I had inserted into my content placeholder, and I'm going to select Delete. If I'd like to insert an image from an online location, I can choose Online Pictures, or I can go back up to my Insert tab. I can select within my content placeholder, and I can choose Online Pictures from the Images toolset. Once the Online Pictures menu opens up, you can choose a picture from your OneDrive account by choosing OneDrive in the bottom left-hand corner. You can also browse the different categories by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and you can browse the categories offered by Bing to insert an image. If you have an image in mind, you can use the search tool found at the top of the menu. From here, I'm going to type in the term of the item that I would like to find, and then select Enter on my keyboard. From here, I'm going to choose my image, and then select Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Once the image has been inserted, you'll notice below that there is a citation regarding the image. Now, this is important if you want to properly cite the image author. If I'd like to move the content placeholder, I can do this as well by selecting it and moving it about my slide so that way it's easier to view. If you'd like to remove an image from your slide that is not within a content placeholder, all you need to do is select that image and then choose the Delete key on your keyboard to remove it from your presentation. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert images into your PowerPoint presentation. It can occasionally be useful to illustrate your text with a screenshot, especially if you're creating a step-by-step guide to using a particular program. In PowerPoint, you can use the screenshot tool to import captures of your open windows and even select your own screenshot images. Now, as you can see, I have my web browser opened up to a web page. If I'd like to take a screenshot of this web page and insert it into my presentation, I can easily do this from PowerPoint. To do this, I'm going to select my presentation just behind, and in order to take a screenshot, I'm going to go up to the Insert tab within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, I'm going to go just below into the Images toolset, and you'll see the option Screenshot. Once I select this menu option, you'll see below that you have a couple different options. So if you have a Microsoft program open up, such as PowerPoint, Word, or Excel, you can choose Available Windows. But if you'd like to take a screenshot of another option or an item that is opened up on your desktop, such as a web browser, you can select Screen Clipping just below. Once you do this, your PowerPoint application will quickly move out of the way, and whichever program is open up behind will enable you to quickly take a screenshot. You'll see that your mouse cursor will be selected as a plus symbol, and you can hold down the left button on your mouse to quickly select the area that you would like to take a screenshot of. Now, once you let go of your mouse, that screenshot will automatically be inserted into your presentation. So from here, I'll be able to select my screenshot, move it, and even resize it if need be. Now, if I'd like to take a screenshot of a program that is opened up on my computer, such as Microsoft PowerPoint, Word, Excel, or even Outlook, I can quickly use the screenshot tool by going up to the Insert tab, selecting the drop-down menu for Screenshot, and I can select the available windows. Since I have another PowerPoint slideshow opened up, I'm going to select it, and I'll be able to see that it's quickly taken a screenshot of that PowerPoint presentation. Now, since I was in the reading view of this particular presentation, I'll be able to see that the toolbar is not visible, so this will give a better perspective of this particular screenshot. Now I can resize it and I can move it within my presentation, so that way it fits and it's easier to see. This is also ideal if you would like to link this particular presentation by adding a hyperlink to a point within your presentation or an external document. Now, once you've entered a screenshot, you'll notice that when you select it, that the Format tab will open up above. From the Format tab, you can choose different picture styles, as well as add picture effects, and even add picture corrections on the left-hand side. Now, if you find that you would like to remove a particular screenshot, all you need to do is select it and choose the Delete key on your keyboard, and that particular screenshot will be removed from your presentation. So now you've seen how to take and insert screenshots with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can move and crop your image in a variety of different ways. You can, for example, manually adjust your image's position to fit a particular shape. From my slide below, I can see that I've inserted 2 images. If you find that you would like to move an image that you've inserted, you'll first need to select it. And once you've selected it, you'll see that you have 4 selection arrows that will appear just above your cursor. This means that you can select the item, hold down the left button on your mouse, and you'll be able to move it within your slide. You'll also notice that you have guiding lines that will enable you to align your image correctly within your slide presentation. Now, you may notice that if you have two images that are a similar size, you can adjust their position within the slide. To do this, you can easily go up to the Format tab once you've selected your image, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Arrange toolset. Now from here, you'll be able to bring the item forward or send it backward. If I'd like this image to appear behind the image that I've already inserted, I can do that easily by selecting the drop-down menu for Send Backward, and I'm going to choose to Send Backward. This will bring the other image towards the front. Now, if you find that you've inserted an image but you don't need the complete image, you can also crop that image. To do this, I'm first going to select my image, and I'm going to bring it forward so I can see the complete image. Once I've done this, if you selected your image, you can go towards the right-hand side and you'll find the Size tool set. From here, you'll find the Crop tool, and you can easily crop by selecting the Crop option at the top. Once you select Crop, you'll see that you have black handles that will appear on the outer perimeter, indicating the area that you'll be choosing to crop out of the photo. To adjust these handles, you can select them, hold down the left button on your mouse, and you can drag them inward and outwards to adjust your crop. Once you're happy with the area that you would like to crop out, you can go back up and choose Crop, and your image will be cropped. You can also choose to crop to a specific ratio or even a shape. To do this, I'm going to select my second image, and I'm going to go up to the top and choose the drop-down menu for Crop. From the Crop drop-down menu, you'll have your standard crop tool, as well as crop to a shape. If you have an aspect ratio in mind, you can also select that option just below, and you can choose to fill or fit as needed. I'm going to go up and choose crop to a specific shape, and you'll see that you have your shape options on the left-hand side. Once you find a shape that you would like to use, you can select it from the menu, and you'll see that your image will be cropped to that particular shape. You can again choose to resize it or move it within your presentation by selecting it and dragging it about. And once you're happy with the location, you can select outside. Now, another way to give your image a different perspective is to rotate it. To do this, I'm going to select my image, and I'm going to return to the Format tab. And from the Format tab, if you go towards the right-hand side within the Arrange toolset, you'll find that you have your Rotate options. From the Rotate Objects menu, you can rotate 90 degrees, vertical as well as horizontal. If you'd like to manually rotate your object, you can also do that by going above the object, and you'll see that you have a rotation arrow. From here, you can go towards the right or towards the left to rotate your object to an ideal rotation. If you find that you'd like to return it to its default rotation, you can always return to the Rotate menu, and you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose More Rotation Options. From here, you'll be brought to the Format Picture menu, and you'll find Rotation, and on the right-hand side, you can choose to select the field and select 0 and choose Enter to rotate it back to its default rotation. To leave the Format Picture menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to move, crop, and rotate your images within PowerPoint. Once you've inserted an image in PowerPoint, you can adjust the overall size, layout, and display. You can also add formatting effects, including a colored outline. Now from my presentation below, I've inserted an image that is a bit large. In order to resize this image, I have a couple different options. First, I can select the image, and you'll see that once you select an item, you'll be able to resize it by choosing the handles on the outer perimeter. So if I select the handle in the outer corner, hold down the left button on my mouse, I can drag the image inwards to make it a bit smaller. Now, if I have a precise size in mind, I can do that as well by selecting my image and going up to the Format tab within my tool ribbon. From the Format tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Size toolset. Within the Size toolset, you can adjust the height or width manually by selecting one of the fields. You can choose the up or down arrow, or you can select the field, choose Backspace with your keyboard, and type in your desired measurement. And once you've done this and select Enter, you can see that the ratio will automatically adjust. Now, in order to modify this even further, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose the Size dialog box. From the Format Picture menu, you'll see that you can modify the height and width as well by selecting the field within the menu, or increasing by using the up arrow, or decreasing by using the down arrow. Now, if you don't want to lock the aspect ratio, which may deform your picture, you can always uncheck this option, and you can adjust the height or the width of that particular item. But be aware this may deform your image quality. I'm going to choose to lock the aspect ratio, and in the end, if you've made any sizing changes that you would like to reset, you can always go down to the bottom of the menu and choose the reset option to reset the size of your image. I'm going to leave the Format Picture menu by selecting the X on top right-hand corner. Now, if you go back to the Format tab, you'll notice in the center that you have Picture Styles. From Picture Styles, you can browse over the different gallery options on the left-hand side, which will add an effect or a frame around your image. To view the complete list of gallery styles, you can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side, and you can browse through the different options to apply to your image. Now, if you'd like to add a standard border, you can always do that by going towards the right-hand side of the Picture Styles toolset and choose Picture Border. From the Picture Border menu, you could choose a different color to add to your picture border. To do this, I'm going to go down and add a light blue border. Now, if you're having difficulty seeing your border, you may need to adjust it, so you can go back to the Border menu, and you go down towards the bottom, and you'll see your option for weight. You can increase the thickness of your border by going down the menu and choosing your menu options. Now you can also change the design of the border by going back to the Border menu. And if you go down to the bottom, you'll see dashes. From here, you can choose from a solid line, or you can choose from dashes or dotted lines to highlight your border image. If you still don't see the line that you would like to apply, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose More Lines. And from the line menu, you'll be able to completely customize that line by choosing a solid line or even a gradient line, and choosing the gradient style of that line. You may need to adjust the type or even the direction, and if I scroll down even further, I can also choose to modify the color. So I can see once I've selected gradient, it switched to a grayscale. I can change this by selecting light blue, and this will be applied, and as you can see, there is a gradient effect for my border. Now, besides adding border and border effects, you can also add picture effects. So if I leave the Format Picture menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, I can go up to Picture Effects, and from the effects below, I can choose to add a shadow. You can preview what this will look like by hovering over the different options. I can choose to add a reflection, and again, I can hover over and I'll be able to see in my slide behind what that will look like. Now, depending on the size of your image, you may need to choose a different effect in order to view those changes within your slide. I'm going to choose a 3D rotation, and below I can choose a slight perspective rotation by selecting that option, and I'll be able to see those changes within my slide. If you have multiple pictures inserted into your presentation, you can change the picture layout by choosing the picture layout options and going down below and creating a hierarchical chart, or if you go down, you'll see that once you select a different item, you may need to readjust your picture effects or even borders according to the layout you have selected. I'm going to select outside because I'm going to leave my picture as is. Now, if I find that I'd like to remove an effect or border, I can easily return to the menu Picture Effects, and I can choose None at the top. And to remove my border, I'm going to select the Border menu and choose No Outline to remove my border. So now you've seen different ways on how to edit your image within PowerPoint. Further edit your images in PowerPoint using the advanced editing tools. See how to adjust image effects such as brightness, sharpness, and color. From my image below, if I'd like to adjust the color or even the sharpness and brightness, I'll first need to select the image inserted into my presentation. Once you've selected your image, you'll notice that a new tab will appear within your tool ribbon. Once I select the Format tab, if I go to the left-hand side, I'll find the Adjust toolset. From here, you'll have an array of different tools you can use to adjust your image. For example, on the left-hand side, you'll find Corrections. Within Corrections, you'll find the Sharpness and Brightness tools. In order to preview what the effect will look like on your image, you can hover over that particular effect with your mouse. In order to apply this particular effect, you'll need to select it from the menu. If you don't find the particular effect that you would like to select or apply to your photo, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Picture Correction Options. From here, you'll have access to the sharpness and brightness tools, and you could choose to access your presets, or you can manually adjust the sharpness by selecting the toggle and going to the left to sharpen or the right to soften. You can do the same for brightness below. And at the bottom, if you find that you've made an adjustment that you do not want to apply, you can always choose Reset. In order to leave the Format Picture menu, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, besides modifying the sharpness and brightness, if you go up to the top of the Adjust settings, you'll also find color options. From the color tools, you'll find color saturation, tone, and recolor options. Again, you can hover over these options to view it applied onto your image. And if you have an additional color in mind, you can also go down to More Variations and choose a theme color or even choose your own color from the More Color section. If you find that you would like to make one color in your image transparent, you can also choose Set Transparent Color. Lastly, if you select Picture Color Options, you'll see your picture color options on the right-hand side of the Format Pictures menu. Again, you'll be able to modify your saturation by choosing the toggle or choosing the field on the right-hand side, and you can also modify the tone. If I leave the Format Picture menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, I can also choose to add artistic effects. To do this, I'm going to choose Artistic Effects, and below you'll see different effects that you can apply to your image. In order to apply a specific effect, you can select it, and that effect will be applied to your image. Now, just below you'll see an option to compress your image, which will reduce the size of your image. This is ideal if you have a lot of pictures within your presentation and you're planning to share this presentation, perhaps via email. This will help your presentation reduce its size. Now, if you find that you've inserted an image that you would like to replace, you can also choose the Change Picture option. From here, you can choose from a file, an online source, or even from your icons. Lastly, if you find that you've made changes to your image and you'd like to reset it, you'll find within the drop-down menu that you can choose to reset your picture completely, or you can choose to reset your picture as well as the size. I'm going to choose Reset Picture, and I'm going to keep the size as is. So now you've seen how to access and use the advanced image editing tools within PowerPoint. With PowerPoint, you can insert 3D models into your presentations. You will see how to insert a three-dimensional image into your presentation and how to use the 3D model tools. Now, from my presentation below, if I'd like to insert a 3D model, I can do this a few different ways. If you have a 3D model file on your computer, such as your desktop, you'll see on the right-hand side, I've placed my 3D model here. Now, if you'd like to quickly insert it into your slide, you can hold down the left button on your mouse, and you can drag and drop it into your slide. Once your 3D model has been inserted, you'll notice that it differs a little bit from an image. Besides having the handles on the outer perimeter, you'll notice that you have a rotation option in the center, which, if you hold down the left button on your mouse, will enable you to change the view of your 3D model. You can hold down and you can rotate it around and get the ideal view for your 3D model in your presentation. Now, if you'd like to remove your 3D model, you can select it and choose the Delete key on your keyboard. Another way you can insert a 3D model from your computer is by going up to the Insert tab within your tool ribbon. From the Illustrations toolset, you'll notice 3D models at the top. If I select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side, I can choose the option from a file. Once my File Explorer opens up, I can choose the file location such as my desktop. I can select the file, and then choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once your 3D model has been inserted, you'll notice that a tab will open up at the top of your interface, the Format tab. From here on the left-hand side, you can choose from standard 3D model views. You can browse over these views by taking your mouse, and you'll be able to see different angles of your 3D model. If you'd like to view all the view options, you can select the More Options menu on the right-hand side, and you'll be able to access your view options for that particular model. Now, you can also change the view of your item by going over it within your presentation and right-clicking with your mouse. From the right-click menu, you'll notice at the bottom that you have View Options. If you select View, you'll see the same standard view options that you can apply from the Format tab. Now, you'll also see an option Pan to Zoom. This tool is also featured within the Size toolset. So if you'd like to zoom at the same time that you're moving or rotating your 3D model, you can select this option, and you'll see that you have a magnifying glass icon that will appear on the right-hand side. And if I select the rotation option in the center, it's also going to zoom at the same time that I'm rotating. Now, if you'd like to insert multiple 3D models within your presentation, you can do that as well. From the Format tab itself, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have access to 3D models where you can insert from a file or from an online source. You'll also be able to access this from the Insert tab itself. If I go back to the Insert tab and choose 3D Models in the Illustrations toolset, the Online 3D Models menu will open up. Below, you'll see different categories of 3D models that you can choose from. You can browse these categories, and if you see a category that you would like to view, you can open it up by selecting it, and you can choose a 3D model from the menu. Now, if you have a 3D model in mind, you'll notice at the top of the interface that you have a search tool. From here, you can enter your search term and choose Enter on your keyboard, and you'll be able to find 3D models relating to that particular key term. If you find an item that you would like to insert, you can select it, and you'll see that it's been selected, indicated by the check mark in the top right-hand corner. To insert, I can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner, and that item will be inserted. If I need to move this item, I can select it and move it about my slide. I can manually select the rotation option to change the angle of the 3D model itself. And if I find that I want to resize it, I can use the handles on the outer perimeter, hold down, and drag it outwards to make it a bit larger. Now, if you found that you've changed the view or size of your 3D model, if you'd like to reset that particular 3D model, you can go up to your Format tab, and on the left-hand side, you'll find your Adjust toolset. From here, you could choose the drop-down menu, and you could choose to reset your 3D model, which will reset the view. You can also choose to reset the view as well as the size by selecting Reset 3D Model and Size. Now I can see that my 3D model is the same size and view as when I inserted it into my presentation. Now, if you find that you would like to remove your 3D model, you can also do that by selecting it and choosing the Delete key. So now you've seen how to insert and use 3D models within PowerPoint. Your PowerPoint presentation can be improved by adding multimedia files. One such type of file is an audio file. You can import sound from an existing file on your computer, or you can record your own video file directly in PowerPoint. From my slide below, if I'd like to insert an audio file from my computer, I can easily do this by going up to the Insert tab. And from the Insert tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and within the Media toolset, you'll find Audio. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to choose Audio from my PC at the top. Once my File Explorer opens up, I can choose a location on my computer on the left-hand side, and I can choose the file where my audio files are contained. Now, to insert an audio file, I can select one of my files and choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, you'll see when your audio file is inserted, you'll have a new tab that will appear at the top of the menu, Playback. You'll also be able to see the audio file itself, and you'll be able to start playing that audio file by choosing the Play and Pause button. If you find that you would like to pause your audio, you can select the Pause button. If you would like to view where you're at within your audio playback, you'll be able to see the progress line, and you can skip ahead to a specific area in your audio file. You can also use the back and forward arrows to skip ahead or go forward in your audio playback. On the right-hand side, you'll find the duration of the audio file itself and where you're at in the playback. If you'd like to modify the volume, you can choose the volume icon, and you can use the toggle to lower the volume or raise the volume for your audio file. You'll also find within the playback menu above that you have specific tools that you can use to modify your audio. For example, if you've inserted an audio file that is quite long and you would like to edit it and trim it a bit, you can use the audio trim option by selecting it within the editing toolset. From here, you'll see your complete audio file, and you can use the toggles to reduce the time of the playback of your audio file. Once you've selected the area between the two toggles, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be able to see below that the time for my audio playback has been reduced. This is important if you need to reduce the size of your presentation and you don't necessarily need the complete audio file. Now, if you want to move the audio file within your presentation, you'll be able to select it and drag it about your presentation. Now, when the audio file plays depends on what you set above. So you'll see within the Playback Toolset audio options, you can choose to play across slide, loop until it is stopped, as well as choose to start immediately when you click it within the slide itself. Now, if you find that you would like to record your own audio file, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to remove the current audio file by selecting it and choosing the Delete key on my keyboard. To record your own audio file, you can go back up to the Insert tab, and in the Media toolset, you can select Audio once again. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to choose Record Audio. And from the Record Sound menu, you'll be able to select the top field, choose Backspace, and give a name to your audio file that you'll be recording. After I've named my file, I can choose to start recording by choosing the record icon. Now, as you start recording, you'll see that your sound length will be indicated just above, and once you're done recording, you can choose the stop button. If you'd like to play back to hear what your recording sounds like, you can choose the play option on the left-hand side. In order to stop, again, you can choose the stop option. If you find that you would like to re-record, you can also choose the record option again, and this will override your current recording. Once you're happy with your recording, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and your audio file will be inserted. You can select it, and you'll be able to access your playback options where you can trim, or even add specific editing options such as fading in and fading out. Now, if I'd like to preview what the sound will look like within my presentation, I can choose Play on the left-hand side, and this will start playing my audio that I had recorded. Again, if I'd like to stop, I can choose the Pause option on the left-hand side. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert an audio file into your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can add video files from a number of different online sources. You can also import a video file from your own device. From my slide presentation below, if I would like to insert a video into this particular slide, I can insert a file from my computer. To do this, I'm going to go up to the Insert tab, and on the right-hand side, you'll find your Media toolset. From here, I'm going to choose Video, and just below, you'll see the option Video on my PC. Once your File Explorer opens up, you can choose the location on your computer where you've stored your video file. Once you've chosen the location, you can choose your video file, and then select Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Once your video file has been inserted, you'll notice below that you have your option to play your video directly. You'll see the duration pass in your video, as well as the time pass on the right-hand side. You can choose to pause your video. You could choose to go back in your video by selecting the back arrow, or you can choose to skip ahead by choosing the forward arrow. You can also modify the volume of your video file by choosing the toggle to increase the volume by going up, or decrease the volume by going down. If you find that you would like to resize the video that you've inserted, you can use the handles on the outer perimeter and drag it outwards or inwards. And as you can see, I've made my video file a bit larger, so that way it'll be easier to see within my presentation. You'll also notice that when you insert a video file, a new tab will open up at the top of your interface, Playback. From the Playback tab, you'll see that you have different tool sets to modify your video file, such as modifying when the video is played, and even being able to trim your video. If you would like to insert a video file from an online location, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to remove my current video file by selecting it and choosing Delete. To insert from an online source, you'll need to go back to your Insert tab, and from the Media toolset, I'm going to select Video once again. From here, I'm going to choose Online Video at the top, and you'll see from the menu below that you have two different options. Now, if you have a video embed code, you can go ahead and paste that code just below. But if you want to look for a video on YouTube, you can choose the Search YouTube option and type in the key term or the video that you would like to insert. Once I've typed in the term I'd like to search for, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and I'll be able to see the search results below. Once you find the video that you would like to insert, you can select it, and choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Once the video has been inserted, again you can resize it by selecting the handles on the outer perimeter, but since this is an online video, you'll see that your playback options are a bit different. For example, to play the video, I'll need to go up to the Playback menu and choose Play. And I'll be able to see that I have access to the YouTube play options. I can choose play in the center of my video. I could choose pause in the bottom left-hand corner. I can also modify the volume by choosing the toggle, and I'll see the duration of the video, as well as the options to modify the settings and even be directed to YouTube. If I want to watch this video in full screen, I can select that option in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to remove this particular YouTube video, I can select it and choose the delete key on my keyboard. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert a video file into your PowerPoint presentation. Once you've inserted your multimedia file, you can begin editing it. You can, for example, add bookmarks to easily navigate in a particular point in the track. Now, whether you've inserted an audio file or a video file, you can easily modify that multimedia file to play within your slide. For example, if I'd like to add bookmarks to this particular video so that way I can jump to specific areas in my video, I'm first going to need to select the file. Once you've selected your file, you'll notice at the top that a tab Playback will open up. From the Playback tab, if I go towards the left-hand side, I'll find the Bookmarks toolset. From here, I can choose to add a bookmark. To do this, I'm first going to go to the area within my video and select it. And then I'm going to choose Add a Bookmark. Now I can add multiple bookmarks to my video by selecting areas in my video and choosing Add a Bookmark. Now, if you've accidentally added a bookmark that you would like to remove, you can be sure that the bookmark has been selected. It will be highlighted in yellow, and you can choose the option Remove Bookmark. Now, besides adding and removing bookmarks, you can also choose to trim your file. So again, since I have a video file inserted, it's going to say Trim Video. But if you've inserted an audio file, you can choose the same option for Trim Audio. From the Trim option, you'll see that you have toggles below, and you can choose the start and end point for your video. So if I want to skip ahead in my video and start at a later point, I can select that option, and I can choose to reduce the length as well by ending it sooner than the video file itself. So once you're happy with the duration and the area of the video that you would like to trim out, you can choose the play option below to be sure this is the area that you would like to play within your video. You'll be able to see the start time on the left-hand side and the end time on the right-hand side. Once you're happy with the trim, you could choose OK. And I can see, since I've trimmed my video, that last bookmark has also been removed. I'll also be able to see that my video starts at a different point and ends a lot sooner since I've reduced the duration of that particular video. Now, besides trimming your video, you'll notice that you have fade in and fade out options. To fade into your video, you can choose the time in which the duration of the fade will occur. For example, if I want it to be 3.25, I can also choose a fade out option, which will add a fade towards the end of my video. Now, to view the fade effects, you'll need to play your video, and you'll be able to see the fade effect applied. Now, besides adding effects, you'll see that you have video options just above. This pertains to how your video or audio file will play within your slide. Now, at the top, you can choose in click sequence, or you could choose automatically when you reach that slide. If you'd prefer to have control over your multimedia file, you could choose when clicked on. You can also choose to play in full screen mode, hide when not playing, as well as loop until stopped. If you want to rewind after playing, you can select that option as well. If you need to modify the volume of your video, you can choose the volume options, and you could choose to have a low, medium, or high volume. If you don't want any sound to play for your video or audio file, you could choose mute at the bottom of the menu. Lastly, you can also choose to insert captions. To do this, you could choose the drop-down menu, and you could choose Insert Captions, and you could choose your caption file directly from your computer. I'm going to select Cancel in the bottom menu because I'm not going to add captions to my particular video. So now you've seen different ways on how to edit your multimedia file within PowerPoint. If you have a number of digital photos that you would like to present, you can create a photo album. PowerPoint can help you to create a photo album complete with captions, title placeholders, and photo borders in next to no time. If you find that you're inserting multiple photos into your presentation, it could be beneficial to create a separate photo album presentation. Now to do this, you'll need to go up to your Insert tab in your tool ribbon, and from the Insert tab, I'm going to go down just below to Photo Albums. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to choose the option New Photo Album. Now in order to create your photo album, you'll need to add your photo files. To do this, I'm going to select File/Disk in the top left-hand corner. Once your File Explorer opens up, you can choose the location where your files are located on the left-hand side. And once you find your image files that you would like to add, you can select them. If you want to insert multiple photos, you can hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and select those photos that you would like to insert. Now once you've chosen your photos, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now as you can see in the center, you'll see pictures in your album. If you'd like to change the location of a particular picture, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side, and you can choose to move it up your presentation, or down your presentation by using the up and down arrows. On the right-hand side, you'll get a preview of the photo that you've inserted. You'll be able to rotate your photo by choosing the rotation options in the bottom left-hand corner, as well as change the contrast and brightness by using the brightness option to increase the brightness or decrease the brightness. Now, besides inserting photos into your presentation, you can also insert a text box. To do this, you'll need to select the first photo, and the photo where you'd like to insert a text box after, you can select Next Text Box. This will include a text box in your photo album, which you can choose to modify directly. Now, within your pictures, you can choose to make all your pictures in black and white. As you can see, you'll be able to view this in your preview. If you don't want this feature activated, you can also uncheck the box. Now at the bottom of the menu, you can choose your picture layout. By default, it's set to Fit to Slide. If I want to change this, I can choose to have multiple pictures on the same slides. This will depend on how many pictures you'll be creating with your photo album. I'm going to leave it Fit to Slide, and if I'd like to choose the theme of my photo album, I'll need to choose Browse just below. From Browse, I'm going to choose one of the office themes below. And once I find a theme that I would like to add, I can select it and choose Select in the bottom right-hand corner. Now to create my photo album, I'll need to choose Create in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once you create your photo album, you'll be able to edit the photo album itself. For example, if I want to change the title, I can select the title field, choose Backspace, and insert my own title. After I've done this, I can go through and choose my different slides which will contain my photos. Now, you may notice that your photo quality may be reduced depending on your photo size. Now I can see that this image is quite pixelated, so if I want to go back and modify this, I'll need to go up to the Insert tab, and within Photo Album, I can choose a drop-down menu and choose Edit Photo Album. From the Edit menu, I'm going to go down to the bottom, and I'm going to choose to reduce the size of my pictures by increasing the number of pictures on my slides. So I can see on the first slide, I'm going to have all my pictures as well as a text box included. I can also see in the preview in the bottom right-hand corner what that layout will look like. I can also choose to change the frame shape for the individual photos itself. I could choose rounded rectangle or simple white or black. I'm going to choose simple frame black, and I can also modify the theme of the particular photo album by selecting it and choosing a different theme. After I've done this, I can choose Select in the bottom right-hand corner. And to update my photo album, I can choose Update in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my photo album has changed, and if I select the slide where my photos are contained, my photos have a frame, and they all fit in within one slide. I can choose my text box, and I can add text to my slide. After I've done this, I can select Outside. Now, once you've created your photo album, if you'd like to save it, if you try to leave your photo album by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, you'll be prompted to save or not save. To save, you could choose Save in the bottom left-hand corner. If in fact you do not want to save your photo album, you can choose Don't Save in the center. So now you've seen how to create a photo album to better present your images within PowerPoint.
Inserting a table into your PowerPoint presentation can help you add structure to your data. This can ensure that what you are trying to demonstrate with this data is clear and well presented. One way of inserting a table into one of your slides is using the content placeholder. In the center, you'll see different icons, and you can click on the table icon to insert a table. I'm going to do that now. The Insert Table window will open. You can change the number of columns and rows if you wish by using the upward and downward facing arrows or clicking in the field and typing in another number. I'm not going to do that myself, however. I'm just going to click on the OK button, and I can see that the table has been inserted into my slide. Another way of inserting tables is by using the Table tool. I'm first going to click on Slide 9. Now I'm going to click on the Insert tab, and in the Tables toolset, I'm going to click on the Table tool. A menu will open. Below you have different ways of inserting a table. You can use the grid, for example, by moving your cursor over one of the squares, which represents a row. Moving your cursor to the right along the different squares and then down will give you a preview of the table you're inserting into your slide. And when you have the right number of rows and columns, you can click and you'll see the table in your slide. I'm just going to undo this action by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z. You can also insert a table again by clicking on the Insert tab and clicking on the Table tool and going down to the Insert Table option at the bottom of the menu. When you do, the Insert Table window will then open. This time I'm going to decrease the number of columns to 4 and increase the number of rows to 3. And I'm going to click on OK, and I can see my table with 4 columns and 3 rows now appears in my slide. Finally, you can also insert a table by clicking on the Insert tab and clicking on the Table tool and selecting Draw Table at the bottom. This will let you design your own table and add the number of rows and columns that you need. I'm now going to click away to close the menu. Once you've inserted a table, you can add data to it. To do this, click in the cell you want to add data to and then type in your data. You can then use your mouse and click in the next cell you want to add data to and then type in your data. Or you can use the Tab key on your keyboard to go from cell to cell. So I'm going to press the Tab key and I can enter the data into the third cell. And in this way, you can add all the data you need into your table. If you've made a mistake or want to modify the data you've inserted into your table, you can remove it by placing your cursor on the right of the data you want to remove and then press the backspace arrow on your keyboard. Or you can select the data by using your mouse to select the 2 cells and then press the backspace button on your keyboard. If you want to remove an entire table from your slide, you can do this in different ways. You can either right-click on the table, and when the mini toolbar appears, select the Delete tool and select Delete Table from the menu. Or you can find the same option by clicking on the Layout tab of the Table tools and selecting the Delete tool and then click on Delete Table from that menu. And that has deleted the table from the slide. So in this video, you've seen how to insert a table to display data in a presentation with PowerPoint. Once you've created a table, you can make changes to it. See how to format your table by using the alignment tools and how to adjust the overall layout by adding and removing columns and rows. You may want to be able to change the size of your table depending on the other information you have in your slide. To do this, first click on your table to select it. When you do, you'll see the handles appear around your table that you can use to change its size. I'm going to move my cursor over the bottom right handle. When your cursor looks like a double-headed arrow, hold your click, and then you can drag your cursor to change the size and dimensions of your table and then lift your click. You can also use the tools in the Layout tab to help change its size. To do this, click on the Layout tab in the Table tools, and in the Table Size toolset, you can change its height by using the upward and downward facing arrows. For example, if I want to make my table higher, I'm going to click on the upward facing arrow. And to change the width, you can click on the upward and downward facing arrows to increase or decrease the width. I'm going to decrease the width by clicking on the downward facing arrow. If you click on the checkbox button for the Lock Aspect Ratio tool, this means that when you change the height and width of your table, they will change in proportion to one another. So I'm going to click on that. Now if I increase the width by clicking on the upward facing arrow, I can see that the height is also changing in proportion. As you modify your table size, you might want to reposition it in your slide. To do this, when it's selected, you can move your cursor over one of the edges. When you see the move cursor that looks like 4 black arrows, hold your click, and then you can drag your table over your slide. And when you find the position you want, you can lift your click. You can also use the Arrange toolset in the Layout tab by clicking on the Align tool and choosing the alignment that you want. For example, using the Align Center option is useful because it will help you place the object or table in the center of your slide. So I'm going to click, and the alignment has changed. Depending on the data you've entered into your different rows and columns, you can manually resize the rows and columns by moving your cursor over one of the dividers. When your cursor changes, hold your click, and drag your cursor left or right. I'm going to make the middle column narrower, so I'm going to drag my cursor towards the left and then lift my click. You can do the same thing for rows by moving your cursor over the divider line, then hold your click, and drag your cursor up or down. I'm going to drag my cursor upwards. You can also do this by using the tools in the cell size toolset. So I'm going to select this cell here, and to change its size, I'm going to go and click on the upward facing arrow in the table column width tool, and I'm going to increase the size of that column. If I wanted to decrease the table row height, I'm going to click on the downward facing column. You can also use the distribute rows and distribute columns tools just on the right to distribute the height of the selected rows equally between them, or do the same thing for the columns. So if I click on that tool, I can see that's been applied to my table. You may also find that you need to add rows and columns to your table depending on the data you want to enter. For example, if I wanted to add more columns, I can go to the Rows and Columns toolset in the Layout tab and either click on the Insert Below tool or Insert Above tool. I'm going to insert a row below, so I'm going to click on that once and then twice, and this way I can keep adding rows to my table. Another way of adding rows and columns is by right-clicking on your table, and then in the mini toolbar, click on the Insert tool, where you can see a menu of options. So you have the Insert columns to the left or right, and you also have the Insert row options below. So I'm going to insert a column to the right, so I'm going to click on that option, and I can see the new column now appears in my table. And in this way, you can choose the number of rows and columns that you need for your table. And I'm just going to click away. As you're editing your table, you might find that you might want to delete rows and columns. So to do this, select the column that you want to remove by clicking on it, and you can click on the Delete tool in the Layout tab and select Delete Columns from the menu, and that has deleted the column. If you want to delete a row, you can select it, and either use the Delete tool in the Layout tab or right-click, and when the mini toolbar opens, click on the Delete tool from there, and then select Delete Rows. And that has deleted a row from my table. And I'm going to click away to remove the selection. So in this video, you've seen how to edit your table by inserting, resizing, and removing table elements in PowerPoint. Once you've inserted your table, you can begin to change its appearance. In PowerPoint, you can change your cell background colors and add and modify your table's borders. You can also change the style of your tables to make the data you add easier to understand. Depending on the data you've entered into your table, you might find it necessary to merge cells. This means that you remove the border between two cells. So to do this, I'm going to select these two cells in my table by moving my cursor over them. Now they're selected, I'm going to click on the Layout tab in the Table Tools, and then click on the Merge Cells tool in the Merge toolset. I can see the two cells are now merged, and there is no longer a border between them. Once you've entered all the data into your table, you can choose the style options that are applied to your table, which can help make data easier to read and understand. So to do this, click on the Design tab in the Tables tool, and then go to the Table Styles Options toolset. You can see the table styles options that are already applied to your table because they will have a check mark in the checkbox on the left of them. If you want to add an option, you can click on an empty checkbox. For example, I'm going to select First Column, and I can see that the aspect of my table has changed. I could also add banded columns by clicking on that checkbox. If you change your mind, however, or want to remove an option that's applied, click on the checkbox with the check mark. So I'm going to remove banded columns by clicking on that option again. And I'm going to click away to remove the selection from my table. You may also want to change the style of your table completely. For example, you can change its color. To do this, select your table by clicking on it. Make sure you're in the Design tab of the Table Tools, and then you can move your cursor over the different styles that appear in that menu. This will give you a preview of what the style looks like in your table. To find the menu of all the different styles, click on the More button, And then you can scroll down to see all the styles that you can choose and click on one that you want to apply. I'm going to click on this option here, and I can see that style has been applied to my table. Choosing the right style can be useful because it means that you can choose the contrast and colors that you want for your table, which can make it easy to read during a presentation, for example. You can customize your table style further by using the other tools in the Table Styles toolset. For example, you can add shading. To do this, click on the drop-down menu button for the shading tool. You'll see the palette of different colors at the top with theme colors and standard colors below. This can help you highlight different cells in your table. For example, if I move my cursor over this yellow color and then click, I can see that the cell that I had selected stands out in my table. You may also want to change the borders for your table. To do this, I'm going to select all the cells in my table by moving my cursor over them. I'm now going to click on the border drop-down menu button, and you can see the menu of different border options that you have. I'm going to select all borders by clicking on that, and I'm going to click away, and I can see what that now looks like in my table. I'm going to select my table, and finally you can add effects to your table by clicking on that drop-down menu button in the Table Styles toolset. Move your cursor over an option that you want to apply. For example, I'm going to add a shadow. When the menu opens, you can then click on the effect you want to apply. I'm going to select this Offset Center Shadow, and then click, and I can see that's been applied to my table. Another way of making data stand out is by using borders. If you go to the Draw Borders toolset, you can configure the different tools to find the border that you want. For example, I'm going to click on the pen style drop-down menu button. I'm going to select this option here. You can also change the width of your border if you want by clicking on the pen weight drop-down menu button and selecting a weight from the menu. I'm going to select this one here. You can also even change the color by clicking on that drop-down menu button. I'm going to select this red color. As you choose the different options, the Draw Table tool will automatically be selected. So you can move your cursor where you want to add your border. You can then click, hold your click, and drag your cursor downwards, and then lift your click. And I can see that has applied the border to my table. If you want to remove borders, you can click on the Eraser tool in the Draw Borders toolset. Then move your cursor to where you want to remove the border, click, hold your click, and drag your cursor over the border. However, it's important to note that removing borders this way will also merge the cells in between the borders. So for example, if I remove the border between the product and price by dragging my cursor over the border and then lifting my click, I can see that has merged those cells. I'm going to click away to remove the selection of my table. So in this video, you've seen how to format a table to better display your data with PowerPoint offers tools that feature a variety of different options aimed at simplifying the creation of equations. You can then edit your equations by adding special characters or more complex structures. If you want to insert a preset equation into one of your slides, click on the Insert tab, then click on the Symbols drop-down menu button, and then click on the Equation drop-down menu button. You'll then see the menu of different preset equations below, and you can use the scroll bar on the right to scroll down to see all the different equations. You can then click on the one you want to insert, and it will be inserted into your slide. When you insert equation, this will also open the Equation tools in the Design tab. If you click on the Equation tool in the Tools toolset, you can also see the menu of preset equations from here, and you could click to add another one if you wish. I'm just going to click away to close the menu. Once you've inserted your preset equation, you can move it around your slide. To do this, move your cursor over the equation object. When you see the move cursor that looks like 4 black arrows, click, hold your click, and then you can drag your cursor over your slide to reposition your equation, and then lift your click. You can also rotate your equation by moving your cursor over the Rotate tool, and then click, hold your click, and drag your cursor either right or left depending on the direction you want to rotate your equation. And then you can lift your click. I'm now going to click on the Zoom In button to zoom in to be able to see the equation more clearly. Even though you've inserted a preset equation, you can edit it by inserting your own values or removing certain parts. For example, to do this, you need to click where you want to add your values, and then either use your keyboard or the symbols available in the Design tab. For example, I'm going to click on the right of the value B, and I'm going to enter the number 5. I'm going to do that where it also says B here. You can also remove elements in a similar way by placing your cursor on the right of them and then pressing the backspace button on your keyboard. So that's removed one B, and I'm going to remove the other B. And in this way, you can edit the preset equation as you wish. You can also add additional characters if necessary by placing your cursor in the equation where you want to add the character or a symbol. Then go to the Symbols toolset, and you can either click on one of the symbols in the menu that you see, or you can click on the More arrow to open the full menu. Here I can see the group of basic math symbols. To change group, click on the drop-down menu button top right and select another group from the menu. For example, I'm going to select operators, and I can see that menu has now opened. And then you can click on the symbol to insert it into your equation. So I'm going to click on the less than symbol, and I can see that's been inserted. You might also want to add additional structures by using the structures available in the Design tab. To do this, I'm going to place my cursor where I want to add the structure in my equation. I'm now going to go and click on the Fraction tool in the Structures toolset. When the menu opens, you can click on the structure that you want to insert into your equation. I'm going to select this option here. Now it's inserted, I can click on this box and add the number or symbol. So I'm going to type in 1, and I'm going to select this box and type in 2. I'm now going to click away to remove the selection from my equation. If you want to remove an equation you've inserted into one of your slides, click on it to select it, then move your cursor to one of the edges and click, and then you can press the backspace button on your keyboard. And that has removed the equation. So in this video, you've seen how to insert a preset equation to display calculations in a presentation with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can quickly create your own mathematical equations to include in your presentation. Using the Ink Equation tool lets you write equations that PowerPoint will transcribe so that it displays a standard text. To create an equation, click on the Insert tab, then go to the Symbols toolset and click on the drop-down menu button, and then click on the Equation tool. And a blank equation will appear in your slide. You can then use your keyboard or Symbols tools and Structures tools to create your equation. For example, I'm going to type in the letter R using my keyboard. I'm then going to click on the equal sign symbol in the Symbols toolset. And then I'm going to insert a structure. So I'm going to click on the Fraction Structure tool and select the first fraction option. I can then click in the box. I'm going to use my keyboard to enter a capital C. And I'm going to click in the lower box and use my keyboard to type in a number 2. And to add a pi symbol, I'm going to click on the More button in the Symbols toolset and click on the drop-down menu button at the top. I'm going to click on Basic Math. And from here, I'm going to click on the pi symbol. Another way of adding an equation to your slide is by using the Ink Equation tool. This can be useful if you're giving a live presentation or lecture, and you want to be able to use your stylus or mouse to write in equations that then will be automatically inserted into your slides. So to do this, you can either click on the Ink Equation tool in the Tools toolset of the Design tab in the Equation tools, or if I click away to remove the selection from the equation I just added, you can also find the tool by clicking on the Insert tab, clicking on the Symbols toolset, and then click on the drop-down menu button for the Equation tool. And at the bottom of the menu, you have the Ink Equation option. So I'm going to click, and that has opened the tool. You can then use your mouse on the yellow field and write in the equation. So I'm going to start. So I'm going to hold my click, and drag my mouse. As you start creating your equation, in the field above, you'll see the transcript. And you can continue. However, as the tool is not always easy to use, you might find that the transcript doesn't match what you wanted to write. If you want to correct this, click on the Select and Correct tool. Then click and hold your click and draw a circle around what you want to correct. When you lift your click, a menu of options will appear and you can select the correct one. So I'm going to click on number 2. You can also erase what you've written by clicking on the Erase tool. And then hold your click and drag the eraser over what you want to erase. You may want to start again completely, and therefore you can click on the clear button. I'm now going to write in my equation again. And to insert your equation, click on the Insert button bottom right. The equation will be inserted. To move it so I can see the two equations side by side, I'm going to hold my click, and then drag my cursor to move the equation. You can then edit your equations by clicking on them. Move your cursor to the right of what you want to edit. And again, you can use your keyboard or the symbols and structures tools. So I'm going to type in bracket 3 times 4, and then close bracket. And then I can click away to see the part I've added. If you want to remove content, you can place your cursor on the right of the part you want to remove, and then press the backspace button on your keyboard, and that will remove it from your equation. If you decide that you want to delete the entire equation from your slide, move your cursor over one of the edges and click, and then select the backspace key on your keyboard. And that has removed the equation. So in this video, you've seen how to create a custom equation within a presentation. If you will have already created a chart or table using a spreadsheet program, you can quickly transfer that data into your PowerPoint presentation. Once you have finished importing these items into your document, you can modify them as you see fit, and even tell PowerPoint to keep the imported items synchronized with the original spreadsheet file. I want to add a table to my slide. I've already created the table in Excel. So I'm going to open my Excel document by clicking on the Excel taskbar button. And now I'm going to select my table by holding my click and moving my cursor over those cells. I'm now going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C to copy. I'm going to minimize the window. I'm going to move my cursor over my slide and click, and then use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V to paste. And I can see my table from Excel is now pasted into my slide. Once you've inserted the table, you can move it to place it where you want it on your slide by moving your cursor over one of the edges, and when you see the move cursor that looks like 4 black arrows, click, hold your click, and then you can drag your cursor over your slide and then lift your click to save the new position. You can also use the handles that appear around the selected table to change its dimensions. For example, I'm going to move my cursor over this handle. When you see your cursor looks like a double-headed arrow, click, hold your click, and again you can drag your cursor to change the dimensions of your table and then lift your click. When you insert a table, table tools will become available, and you have the Design tab and the Layout tab. I'm going to click on the Design tab, and from here you can add table style options to make the information easier to understand. For example, I'm going to select a header row by clicking on that checkbox button, and a first column row. You can then change the style, which will change the color and other style elements by using the tools in the Table Styles tool. You can move your cursor over the styles to see what they will look like on your slide, and to find more styles you can click on the More button. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to select this style here, and I can see that's applied to my table. You can also add charts to your slide and presentation. To do this, I'm going to select my slide 21, and then going to click on the Excel taskbar button again, and I'm going to scroll down the document where I have a chart that I want to add to my slide. So I'm going to click on it to select it. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C again to copy it. Again, I'm going to minimize the window, click in my slide, and then use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V, and the chart has been added. My chart is a bit too big for my slide, so I'm going to move my cursor over the top right handle, click, hold my click, and I'm going to change its dimensions. Again, I can move it by moving my cursor and clicking on one of the edges. I'm now going to click, hold my click, and drag my chart into the center of my slide. When you insert charts, chart tools will become available in PowerPoint. So I'm going to click on the Design tab again. In the Design tab, you have the Chart Layouts toolset. You can also change the color of your chart by clicking on that button. You can change a style by selecting one of the styles in the Chart Styles toolset. I'm going to apply this style here. If you want to find more, click on the More button, and I'm going to click away to close the menu. You can also use the Data and Type toolsets to edit your chart. Finally, PowerPoint lets you insert an Excel spreadsheet that you can then configure without leaving the PowerPoint program. To demonstrate this, I'm going to click on slide 22. I'm going to click on the Insert tab. Before inserting the spreadsheet, I'm just going to close Excel by right-clicking on the taskbar button and selecting Close Window. In the Insert tab, I'm now going to click on the Table tool and select Excel Spreadsheet from the menu. You'll then see the Excel ribbon with its different options appear at the top of the PowerPoint interface, and you'll see your spreadsheet inserted into your slide. To increase the dimensions of the spreadsheet, move your cursor over one of the handles, hold your click, and drag your cursor. And when you lift your click, you'll see more of the cells in the spreadsheet. You can then click on the cell where you want to add data and start entering data. If you click away outside the spreadsheet, that will close the Excel ribbon, but you'll still see your spreadsheet table in your slide. If you want to reopen the Excel ribbon to continue editing your spreadsheet, double-click on the table, and that will open the ribbon. And you can continue to add or edit your data. I'm now going to click away. If you want to delete or remove a spreadsheet, object, chart, or table you've inserted into one of your slides, move your cursor over one of its edges, click to select it, and then you can press the backspace key on your keyboard. And that has deleted the spreadsheet from my slide. So in this video, you've seen how to insert charts and tables from Excel with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can insert a file, such as a Word document or a spreadsheet, allowing you to embed the contents of another file into your presentation. You can also change how this embedded file appears on your slide. If you want to be able to use the tools and ribbon of another Microsoft Office program, you can insert a file into one of your slides from the program to be able to do this. First, make sure you're in the Insert tab, and then click on the Object tool in the Text tool set. When you click, the Insert Object window will open. To create a new object, make sure the Create New option is selected. You can then scroll down the list of object types to find the object you want to create. So I'm going to create a Word document. So I'm going to click on that option, and to insert it, I'm going to click on the OK button. So having clicked, I can see the Word tool ribbon appear at the top of my PowerPoint interface, and I can see the text object appears in my slide. You can then add your text. Before doing this, I'm first going to click on the Font button and select a bigger font. So I'm going to select 20, and I'm going to add my text. Once you've added your text, you can click outside the object, which will close the window ribbon. However, you'll still be able to see the object and text you've entered appear in your slide. If you wanted to edit your text further, you would simply have to double-click on the object to open the ribbon again. I'm now going to click on slide 21. If you've already created a file or document that you want to add to your slide without having to leave PowerPoint, you can do this as well. Again, make sure you're in the Insert tab, then click on the Object tool again, and this time when the Insert Object window opens, click on the radio button on the left of the option Create from File. To find the file you want to insert, click on the Browse button. When your File Explorer window opens, you can find your file. I'm going to select Desktop. I'm going to select my Word document Training Day Notice, and then click on OK. I can see that's now added as the file. You also have the option of displaying the file as an icon instead of the document. If you want to see what the icon will look like, click on the checkbox button, and you can see the icon below. If you want to change the icon, you can click on that option. I'm not going to do this myself, so I'm just going to click on the checkbox button to remove the check mark. However, I am going to click on the checkbox button on the left of Link. Selecting this option allows you to insert a picture of your file, which will be a shortcut to the file itself. If you double-click it, it will open in the program. So in my case, it will open in Word, and edits that I make in Word will automatically appear in the object I've inserted into my slide. So to finish inserting my Word document, I'm going to click on OK, and I can now see it appears in my slide. You can use the handles to change its dimensions if you wish. So I'm just going to hold my click, and move my cursor downwards. And I'm going to move it by clicking, holding my click, and moving it upwards. So if I double click on my object, it will open in Word. I'm going to do that now. Now Word has opened. I'm going to select the title. I'm going to change its color by clicking on the color tool and selecting this dark purple. And I'm going to save the change by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S. And now if I close the Word window, I can see the color of the title has already changed in the object in my presentation. If you want to remove a file that you've inserted, move your cursor over one of its edges, hold your click, and press the backspace button on your keyboard. So in this video, you've seen how to create a new file or insert an existing file into your presentation with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can insert a variety of different predefined shapes to create diagrams. Once you've inserted a shape, you can customize it by changing its dimensions, style, or adding text to it. You might want to create diagrams in your different slides to help illustrate your ideas, and you can use the shapes to do this. To find the menu of shapes you can insert, you can either find them in the Drawing group of the Home tab, or you can click on the Insert tab, and then click on the Shapes tool in the Illustrations group. A menu of different shapes and lines will open, and you can click on the shape or line you want to insert. I'm going to click on this rectangle to insert the shape. Hold your click, and then drag your cursor, and then lift your click. If you want to insert multiple shapes, you can do so directly from the drawing tools that will open in the Format tab. Go to the Insert Shapes group. You can either click on one of the shapes in the menu, or to find more, click on the More button. I'm going to select this arrow shape here, and I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to hold my click, and drag my cursor, and then lift my click, and I'm going to add one more shape. I'm going to click on the rectangle I recently used, so I'm going to click on that, and then draw it in the same way. You may also notice red guidance lines and arrows appear to help you draw your different shapes, and make sure they're in alignment with the other shapes, for example. If you've inserted multiple shapes to create a diagram, such as I have, you might find it useful to be able to group the different shapes together. This is useful because it means that you can then edit the diagram and all the shapes in it simultaneously. So to do this, hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and select all the shapes you want to group. Then go to the Group tool in the Arranged group. Click and select Group from the menu. You'll then see the handles appear around the selected group. This means now that if I move my cursor over one of the edges, when you see the move cursor that looks like 4 black arrows, you can hold your click, and then move your diagram as a whole and reposition it on your slide. And again, you can use the red guidance lines to help you. I'm just going to lift my click. You can also change the size of your entire diagram by using the different handles around it. I'm going to move my cursor over the top right handle, hold my click, and drag my cursor, and then lift my click to finish changing the dimensions of my diagram. You can also change the dimensions or move shapes within a group. You simply have to click on that shape to select it, and then you can use the handles and move cursor to move or resize the shape. So for example, I'm going to hold my click, and drag my cursor to make that shape smaller, and then I can move it by moving my cursor to one of its edges, holding the click, and then moving it, and now I'm going to click away. And I'm going to do the same thing with this shape here, so I'm going to make it smaller, and then I'm going to move it to be in line with the other shapes. So in this way, even if you've grouped shapes together, you can still modify individual elements within them. I'm just going to click away to remove the selection of my diagram. Another way to edit your diagram is by changing its style. To do this, I'm going to click on one of the shapes to select my group of shapes. To change the style, I'm going to go to the Shape Styles group. Here I can see different styles. Moving your cursor over a style will give you a preview of what that will look like, and you can find more by clicking on the More button. I'm going to select this style here, and having done so, I can see that it's been applied to my entire diagram. You can also insert text into diagrams by adding them to individual shapes. To add text to a shape, double-click in the center of it. You'll then see a flashing cursor, and you can type in your text. I'm going to do the same for this shape too. Once you've inserted text into one of your shapes, you can format the text by selecting it. And when you lift your click, the mini toolbar will open and you can modify the font. For example, I'm going to make this font bigger by clicking on the font size drop-down mini button. I'm going to increase it to 24. You could change the color, add effects, etc. I'm just going to click away, and I can see the text I've added and formatted in my diagram. If you've added shapes to a diagram that you want to then remove, you can do so by clicking on one of the shapes to select your diagram or group of shapes, select the element you want to remove, then click on one of its edges, and then press the backspace key on your keyboard. And I can see that has deleted that shape from my diagram. If you want to delete an entire diagram or a group of shapes, select one of them, move your cursor over to the edge of the selected group, click on that, and then you can press the backspace key on your keyboard. And that will remove the entire group and diagram from your slide. So in this video, you've seen how to insert shapes to create diagrams in PowerPoint. PowerPoint allows you to create your own customized shapes. As well as being able to design a shape using the freehand tools, you can combine existing shapes to create entirely new forms. If you need to create a shape that you don't find in the shape gallery in PowerPoint, you can use the scribble tool to create the shape you need. So to do this, I'm going to click on the Insert tab, and I'm going to click on the Shapes tool in the Illustrations group, and I'm going to select the Freeform Scribble tool in the Lines category. So I'm going to click. I can then see that my cursor looks like a pencil, and I'm going to click, hold my click, and draw my shape on my slide. Now I've lifted my click, I can see my shape has now been created. You can also modify and customize shapes that you draw. For example, if you want to change the color, make sure your shape is selected. If not, click on it, and then go to the Shape Fill tool in the Shape Styles group of the Format tab. When you click, you can then see the theme colors you can choose from, the standard colors, or you can find more colors by clicking on that option. I'm going to select this pale gray color, and that has been applied to my shape. You can also change the outline color for your shape by clicking on that tool in the Shape Styles group, and again choosing the color for your border. So I'm going to select this dark gray, and again that's been applied to my shape. You may also want to be able to add text to your shape, which you can do simply by double clicking in the center of it. You'll then see a flashing cursor, and you can type in your text. I'm just going to click away to remove this selection. If you want to be able to modify the shape you've drawn, you can do so by activating the edit points. To do this, click on your shape to select it, then go to the Edit Shape tool in the Insert Shapes group of the Format tab, and when the menu opens, click on Edit Points. You'll then see the different edit points appear around your shape, and to modify the shape, move your cursor over an edit point, hold your click, and drag your cursor to be able to change its shape, and you can do this as much as you want. If you make a mistake, you can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z, and you can redo, and you can continue to modify the shape. I'm just going to click away to remove the edit points and see what my new shape looks like. PowerPoint also lets you create new shapes by combining more than one shape. These can be two existing shapes, or you can combine a shape with the shape you've drawn yourself. For example, I'm going to click on the Shape More button, and I'm going to select the cloud shape, and I'm going to draw that and lift my click. If I wanted to merge these two shapes together, I'm going to press the Shift key on my keyboard and select my custom shape. I'm now going to click on the Format tab and go over to the Merge Shapes tool in the Insert Shapes group, and I can see the menu of merge options appear below. Moving your cursor over the different options will give you a preview of what they'll look like. I'm going to select Union, and I can see my new shape combining the two shapes has been created. However, it's important to know that if you've formatted one of the shapes that you're merging, that formatting will disappear. You can, however, format your new shape by using the different drawing tools. If you don't like your merged shape, you can either use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z to undo the merge, or you can delete it entirely by clicking on one of the edges of the selected merge shape and pressing the backspace key on your keyboard. So in this video, you've seen how to create custom shapes with PowerPoint. The shapes that you have inserted into your PowerPoint presentation can be edited and filled in. As well as using block colors, you can apply gradients, pictures, and even interesting bitmap textures. If you want to change or add a fill color to your shape, Make sure it's selected and then click on the Drawing Tools Format tab. When the tab opens, go to the Shape Fill tool in the Shape Styles group. When you click, a menu will appear. You have different theme colors to choose from, standard colors, and for even more fill color options, you can click on More Fill Colors. I'm going to apply this grey color to my shape, and having clicked, I can now see my shape is pale grey. You also have the option of using images to fill your shapes with. So for example, if you have an image that you've got on your computer, to do this, click on the Shape Fill tool in the Shape Styles group and go down the menu and then click on Picture. The Insert Pictures window will then open. You can use a file from your computer, online pictures, or icons. I'm going to select an image I have stored on my computer, so I'm going to click on that option. Now my File Explorer window has opened, I'm going to click on Desktop, and I'm going to select Image 12, and then click on Insert bottom right. Having done so, I can now see my shape is filled with that image. If you want to apply a gradient fill to your shape, click on the Shape Fill tool, and move your cursor over Gradient. The Gradient menu will open. You have light variations, dark variations, and if you want to access the Advanced Gradient options, select More Gradients at the bottom of the menu. When you move your cursor over the different variations, you can see a preview of what they'll look like in your shape. When you find the gradient option you want to apply, you can click on it to select it. And I can see that has been applied to my shape. You can also fill your shape with bitmap textures. To do this, select the Shape Fill tool and move your cursor over the texture option. Again, a menu of different textures will open, and you can access the Shape Textures options by clicking on More Textures at the bottom of the menu. I'm going to select this texture here, and I can see that it's been applied to my shape. Having applied one of the fill options to your shape, to remove it, you can click on the Shape Fill tool, and you can select No Fill from the menu. And that has removed the bit texture that was applied to my shape. So now I could fill my shape again with a solid color, for example. So I'm going to click on the Shape Fill tool, and I'm going to select this pale grey color. I'm going to click away to remove the selection of my shape. So in this video, you've seen how to add fill effects to inserted shapes with PowerPoint. Another way of customizing your shapes and text boxes in PowerPoint is to change the border styles. You can create thicker lines, colored lines, and adjust the line style. Modifying the border around a shape or text box is useful because it can make it stand out more or less. For example, if you want to change the color of the border applied to a shape or text box, click on it to select it, and when the Format tab opens, go to the Shape Outline tool in the Shape Styles group. When you click, you can apply a theme color, standard color, or find more color options by clicking on More Outline Colors to change the color of the border. I'm going to apply this dark blue here, and I can see that has been applied to my shape. However, depending on the weight of your border, even if you make changes to its color, this might not be easy to see. To make a border stand out more, you can increase its weight. To do this, again, click on the Shape Outline tool and move your cursor over the weight option. You can see the menu of different weights and the option More Lines at the bottom to find the advanced options for the line styles. Moving your cursor over the different weights will give you a preview of what they'll look like in your shape. So I'm going to click on this weight here, and I can see the new weight of my shape's outline, and it stands out much more in my slide. You can go further and modify the border design. To do this, click on the Shape Outline tool and move your cursor down to where it says dashes. Again, you can move your cursor over the different dash options. When you see one that you want to apply, you can click on it, and that will be applied to your shape. If I go back and click on the Shape Outline tool, move my cursor over dashes again, I'm going to open the Dashes Advanced options by clicking on that at the bottom. The Format Shape pane will open in the Line options. So here you can configure a lot of the outline options for your shape. For example, you can choose whether there's no line, a solid line, or a gradient line, the color, transparency, width, etc., and the dash type. So if I click on that drop-down menu button, you can see the menu of dash types here, so you could choose one from here. I'm going to make my line a gradient line, so I'm going to click on that option, and I can see that has been applied. I'm also going to modify the color, so I'm just going to scroll down a little. I'm going to click on the color option, and I'm going to select this dark blue. And I can see the new color is applied with the gradient option. I'm now going to close the Format Shape pane by clicking on the Close button top right. And I'm going to click away to remove the selection of my shape. Finally, you might decide that you don't want your shape or text box to have a border at all. And if you want that to be the case, you can click on it to select it. Click on the Shape Outline tool and move your cursor and select No Outline from the menu. I'm going to click and I can see that has been applied to my shape. I'm just going to click away to remove the selection again. So in this video, you've seen how to add borders to inserted shapes with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can apply a number of different effects to the shapes you have inserted. You can, for example, apply a shadow effect, manually adjust the effects that you apply, or remove them completely. Adding effects to your shapes can help them stand out or come to life on your slide. To add an effect, click on the shape you want to add it to select it. This will also open the drawing tools. In the Format tab, I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to go to the Shape Styles group and click on the Shape Effects tool. The menu of different types of effects you can apply will then appear. You can move your cursor over the different types to see the menu. For example, you have preset, shadow, reflection, glow, etc. And you can move your cursor over one of the options and then click to apply it to your shape. If you don't like the effect you've applied, you can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z to undo the action. And I'm going to go back to the Shape Effects tool, move my cursor over the shadow effect, and I'm going to select this offset right shadow and click. And that has been applied to my shape. Once you've applied an effect, you can adjust it further by opening the advanced options for that effect. To do this, again, click on the Shape Effects tool, move your cursor over the effect you applied, and at the bottom of the menu, click on the Options button for that effect. This will open the Format Shape pane, and you can see at the top the name of the effect that you applied and the options below. So for example, I'm going to change the color of the shadow. So I'm going to click on that button. I'm going to select this blue color. I'm going to also modify the transparency by clicking on the slider and sliding it towards the left. I'm also going to increase the size by clicking on that slider and sliding it towards the right. And I'm going to lift my click. And in this way, you can go through and manually adjust the different effects that you apply. You can even add multiple effects by clicking on another effect and applying the options to it. I'm now going to close the Format Shape pane by clicking on the Close button top right. I'm going to click away to remove effects that you've applied to a shape. Click on it to select it. Go to the Shape Styles group in the Format tab and click on the Shape Effects tool. Move your cursor over the effect you applied, and at the top of the menu, you'll have the No Effect option for that effect, and you can click on that to remove the effect. So in this video, you've seen how to add effects to inserted shapes with PowerPoint. A chart is sometimes the best way of presenting complex data or figures. PowerPoint features a chart creation tool, which can be used to put together your chart, from entering the data to customizing the chart type. You can also keep your chart up to date with the integrated data entry and selection tools. One way of inserting a chart into your slide is by using the content placeholder. You just need to click on the Insert Chart button. The Insert Chart window will then open, and you can click on the chart you want to insert and then press OK. I'm not going to do that myself, so I'm just going to click on Cancel, and instead I'm going to insert my chart from a blank slide. So I'm just going to select Slide 9. If you have a blank slide to insert a chart, click on the Insert tab, and in the Illustrations group, click on the Chart tool. This will open the Insert Chart window again. On the left, you can see recent chart types you've inserted, templates if you have any, and below that, the different types of chart you can insert, such as column, line, pie, and bar. If you select a different type of chart, for example, pie, you can see the different types of pie chart you can insert at the top. If you select one, you can see what that will look like below. I'm going to insert a column chart, so I'm going to click on Column. And I'm going to insert the clustered column charts. I'm going to then click on the OK button bottom right, and the chart has been inserted into my PowerPoint slide, and I can see the Excel data window has also opened. You can then enter the values into your spreadsheet by selecting the cell and typing them in. I'm going to do that now. You can also delete columns or rows that you don't need. For example, I'm going to select row 5, right-click, and select Delete from the menu. As you insert the different information and values, you'll see your chart will reflect that information. So for example, I'm going to double this value, so make it 4. And having clicked on another cell, I can see that column has now doubled as well. I'm now going to close the spreadsheet window by clicking on the Close button top right. You can also edit text in your chart. For example, if you want to change the title, click on the title field, and then you can type in the title. And to see that more clearly, I'm just going to move my chart. So move my cursor over one of the edges, click hold, and drag it downwards. I'm now going to click away to remove the selection of my chart. Once you've inserted a chart into one of your slides, you might want to be able to format it. To do this, click on your chart to select it, and in the chart tools that appear, click on the Format tab. You can then go to the current selection group, and you can choose the area of your chart that you want to format. Plot area is selected, but if you wanted to open the menu, click on the drop-down menu button, and you can choose from the list. So for example, if I select Legend and click, I can see that the legend is now selected in my chart, and if I click on the Format selection tool in the current selection group, that will then open the Format pane, and I can format my legend from here. So here I can see the different legend options. I can choose where to position the legend. I'm going to select right. I'm going to go back and select the plot area. So I'm going to click on that from the menu. Now the plot area of my chart is selected. If I click on the fill and line options and then click on the fill option from here, I could add a fill option to my plot area so that it becomes more visible in my chart. For example, I'm going to add the gradient fill, and I can see that's applied to my chart. And this has also given me more gradient options below. And you'll see that the different options that you have in the Format pane will depend on the option you select. I'm going to close the Format pane by clicking on the Close button top right. And I can click away to see the new formatting of my chart. Editing the data in your chart in PowerPoint is very easy, and this means that you can update your chart without having to create a new one. So to do this, click on your chart to select it, and click on the Design tab in the Chart Tools. Then go to the Data group and click on the Data Entry tool. You can then choose to edit your data directly from the spreadsheet that will open in PowerPoint, or you could edit it in Excel by choosing that option. I'm going to select Edit Data, and in a few moments, you'll see the spreadsheet will open and you can edit the data that you need to. So for example, I'm going to change some of the values for 2018, and I'm going to close the spreadsheet by clicking on Close top right, and I can see the new updated values are now represented by the columns in my chart. So in this video, you've seen how to insert a chart with PowerPoint. Once you have added a chart to your PowerPoint presentation, you can customize different aspects and features of it. You can, for example, use a completely different chart style or format the appearance of a data series. You can even add elements if necessary. Having inserted your chart, you might find that a different style of chart would represent your data better. To change the type of chart, click on your chart to select it, and then click on the Design tab of the Chart Tools. Then go to the Type group and click on the Change Chart Type tool. The Change Chart Type window will then open, and you can choose a different chart type from the list on the left. For example, I'm going to select bar. Once you've chosen a type, you can see the different versions of that type along the top. I'm going to select stacked bar, and I'm going to insert this type of chart. So I'm going to click on OK bottom right. And I can now see my data is represented in a stacked bar chart. Once you've chosen the right type of chart for your data, you can then change its style. This can help make your chart easier to understand or stand out better in your slide. To do this, go to the Chart Styles group in the Design tab, where you can see a gallery of styles. Moving your cursor over the different styles will give you a preview of what they look like in your slide. To find more, click on the More button, and you can click on the style that you want to insert. I'm going to insert style 11, and I can see that style now appears in my chart. You can also change the colors used in your chart. For example, you might want to find colors that are closer to your company colors, for example. To do this, click on the Change Colors tool in the Chart Styles group, and a menu of different color options will open. You can use the scroll bar on the right to scroll down to see all the options in the menu. And again, you can move your cursor over the different options to see what they look like in your slide. I'm going to scroll back up, and I'm going to select this Colorful Palette 2 option. The colors are now applied to my chart. To make your data easy to understand and read, you can also add chart elements. To do this, you can click on the Add Chart Element tool in the Chart Layouts group, and you can see a list of different elements that you can add. For example, I'm going to add a legend, so I'm going to move my cursor over that option, and the sub-menu of options will then open. Moving your cursor over the options will give you a preview of what that will look like in your chart. I'm going to select left, and now I can see the legend appears on the left of my chart. If you're not sure of how to configure your chart, you can also use the Quick Layout tool to help you. So to do this, click on the Quick Layout tool in the Chart Layouts group, and a menu of pre-configured layouts will open. Moving your cursor over these different layouts will give you a preview of what they look like. And if you hover your cursor over one of the layouts, you can see a list of exactly which elements are included. I'm going to select Layout 1, so I'm going to click on that option, and I can see it's been applied to my chart. I'm just going to click away to remove the selection of my chart. So in this video, you've seen how to format the style of a chart with PowerPoint. The Smart Art tool is a very useful tool if you want to add a professional-looking graphic to your PowerPoint document. These graphics are predefined but highly customizable shape-based diagrams, which can be modified quickly and easily. One way of creating a Smart Art graphic is by using pictures you've already inserted into one of your slides. Once you've inserted the pictures you want to use, select them all by holding your finger down on the Shift key and then clicking on the pictures. When they're selected, click on the Picture Tools Format tab, then go and click on the Picture Layer tool in the Picture Styles group, and you'll see a menu of different Smart Art graphics that you can create with your pictures. Moving your cursor over the different Smart Art graphic types will give you a preview of what that will look like on your slide. When you found the one that you want to use, you can click on it to select it. I'm going to select this option here, and I can see now that my Smart Art graphic has been created with the different pictures. And I can click on the text field to enter the text. I'm just going to click away to remove the selection of my Smart Art graphic. You can also add a blank Smart Art graphic. To do this, I'm going to scroll up and click on slide 15. One way of inserting a blank Smart Art graphic is from the content placeholder. You just have to click on the Smart Art graphic icon, and that will open the menu, and you can choose the Smart Art graphic you want to insert. I'm not going to do that just now, so I'm going to click on the cancel button to close, and instead I'm going to insert a Smart Art graphic from a blank slide. So I'm going to click on slide 16. To insert a Smart Art graphic into a blank slide, click on the Insert tab, then click on the Smart Art graphic tool in the Illustrations group. And again, this will open the window where you can choose your Smart Art graphic. On the left, you have a list of the different types of Smart Art graphic. All is selected, so if you wanted to browse through them all, you can do so by using the scroll bar on the right. However, if you have an idea of the type of Smart Art graphic you want to insert, you can click on the category name. For example, I'm going to select Process, and then you can scroll through the different types of Smart Art graphic in that category. When you click on a Smart Art graphic, you'll see a preview of what that will look like on the right, and below you can see the type of information that you can display in that type of Smart Art graphic. I'm going to select this Smart Art graphic here, and I'm going to insert it into my slide by clicking on the OK button bottom right. My Smart Art graphic has now been inserted into my slide, and I'm going to enter the text into the different shapes. So one way is by clicking directly on the shape and typing in the text. Another way is by opening the text pane. You can open the text pane either by clicking on the Expand button on the left side of your Smart Art graphic, or clicking on the Text Pane tool in the Create Graphic group in the Design tab. The text pane is open, and then you can click on the text field where you want to enter your text and type it in. And I'm going to do that for my last shape as well. I'm now going to close the text pane by clicking on the close button top right. Once you've inserted your smart art graphic, you can move it around on your slide by moving your cursor over one of the edges when it's selected, then hold your click, and you can drag your cursor over your slide. As you do, you'll see the different red guidance lines, which can help you reposition your smart art graphic, especially if you have other objects in your slide. For example, I can see that there is a guidance line just above my smart art graphic. So this is the limit between my smart art graphic and the border. I'm therefore going to drag downwards, and I'm going to lift my click. You can also move individual shapes within your smart art graphic by clicking on them to select them. And in the same way, move your cursor over one of the edges, hold your click, and you can drag your cursor upwards. And you'll also see the red guidance lines to help you position your different shapes. I'm going to move that shape. I'm going to select this shape and drag it downwards. I'm going to click away to remove the selection of my smart art graphic. If you want to remove a smart art graphic you've inserted into one of your slides, click on it to select it, click on one of the edges, and then press the backspace key on your keyboard. And that has removed the smart art graphic from my slide. So in this video, you've seen how to insert a smart art graphic into a presentation with PowerPoint. Once you've inserted a smart art graphic in your PowerPoint presentation, you can begin customizing it. You can, for example, adjust its layout, resize elements, and even change its style. If you need to adjust the size of your smart art graphic, click on it to select it. When it's selected, you can resize it by using the handles around the whole smart art graphic. When you move your cursor over one of the handles and it looks like a double-headed white arrow, hold your click. Then you can drag your cursor to change the dimensions of your smart art graphic and then lift your click. You may then need to move it to reposition it on your slide. I'm going to do that now. You can also change the size of your smart art graphic by clicking on the Format tab and then going to the Size group and clicking. And then you can either click in the height or width field and type in the height and width you want, or use the upward and downward facing arrows. So for example, if I wanted to decrease the height, I'm going to click on the downward facing arrow, and if I wanted to increase the width, I can click on the upward facing arrow. You can also change the sizes of individual shapes within your smart art graphic to make them stand out, for example. To do this, select the shape you want to change the size of. You can then use the handles that appear around that shape, and again, hold your click, and drag your cursor, and then lift. Or if you select a shape and then click on the Size group button, you can modify the height and width for that individual shape. I'm not going to do that myself, so I'm just going to click away to close the menu. Depending on the smart art graphic that you've inserted, you might want to change its layout. This is useful, for example, if you have organigrams and you want to be able to easily modify changes that have occurred within your company's organization, for example. So to do this, click on the Design tab of the Smart Art Tools and then go to the Create Graphic toolset. I'm first going to select the head of marketing shape in my smart art graphic. Now if I go to the Create Graphic group, I can see different options are available. For example, to promote or demote the selection, which means either increasing or decreasing the level of the selected shape. So for example, if I click on the Promote button, I can see the change in my smart art graphic. And to change that back, I'm going to click on the Demote button. You can also use the Move Up and Move Down tools in the Create Graphic group. For example, if I click on Move Up, I can see that has changed the position of the head of marketing shape within my organigram. And if I click again, that has moved it to the first position. So you can use these tools to modify the layout of your smart art graphic. You might also want to be able to change the overall organization of your smart art graphic by changing its layout. To do this, I'm going to first click on the first shape in my smart art graphic. I'm now going to click on the Layout tool in the Create Graphic group. And now if I click, I can choose the branch options. For example, I could choose Standard, both left hanging or right hanging. If I select left hanging, I can see that has been applied to my smart art graphic. If I select Layout again, I could choose both, and I can see the impact that it has on my graphic. And in this way, you can choose which layout best suits the information you're displaying. You can also use the Layouts gallery to change the style of layout If you move your cursor over one of the layouts, you can see what that will look like. If you click on the More button, you can see the full gallery of different layouts, and you can select the one that you want to apply to your information. I'm going to select this option here, and I can see that has been applied. So in this video, you've seen how to edit a smart art graphic by changing the size and layout with PowerPoint. You can format your smart art graphic by changing the style or modifying the color scheme. See how to format your smart art chart to help your information stand out in your PowerPoint presentation. To change the style of your smart art graphic, click on it to select it, and then click on the Design tab. In the Smart Art Styles group, you can then see different styles, and if you move your cursor over them, you can see what they'll look like with your smart art graphic in your slide. To see all of the styles, click on the More button, and you can move your cursor over the 3D styles as well to see what they'll look like. And you can click on the style that you want to apply. I'm going to select this style. You might also want to change the smart art graphic colors to either be more in line with your company colors, for example, or make them more accessible. To change the colors, click on the Change Colors tool in the Smart Art Styles group, and then you'll see a gallery of different colors. You can move your cursor over to the scroll bar and scroll down to see all the different colors available. Again, moving your cursor over an option will give you a preview of what it will look like in your slide. I'm just going to scroll back up, and I'm going to select this option here. I can see that's been applied. If you have a smart art graphic that you've created with pictures, such as I have in slide 19, I'm going to click on that. You can also change the colors of the pictures. For example, maybe the colors of the pictures are not important or distracting, and you want them all to be the same color. To change this, click on an element in your smart art graphic to select it, and then click on the Change Colors tool. If you go down to the bottom of the color menu, you'll see Recolor Pictures in Smart Art Graphic. As this color filled option is selected in Accent 1, when I click on the Recolor option at the bottom, all the pictures will be blue. And I can see that's the case. Now if I click on the Change Colors tool again, I could choose another color option from the menu. For example, I'm going to choose this option here, and I can see that's been applied to my smart art graphic with pictures. I'm going to go back to my other smart art graphic by clicking on that slide. You might decide that you want to reset the graphic to its original formatting. To do this, click on it to select it, and then click on the Reset Graphic tool in the Reset group of the Design tab. And having clicked once, you'll see all the formatting will be removed, and you can start from scratch. You can also remove different elements in your smart art graphic if they're no longer necessary. For example, I'm going to select this shape here, move my cursor over one of its edges and click, and then press the backspace key on my keyboard. And I can see that's been removed from my smart art graphic. To remove your smart art graphic altogether, click on one of its edges, and then press the backspace key on your keyboard. And that has removed the smart art graphic, and I could start again and choose a different smart art graphic, for example. So in this video, you've seen how to format a smart art graphic by modifying the style and color with PowerPoint.
If you've inserted a number of items into your presentation, but you've put them in the wrong place, rather than deleting them and starting again, you can move them using the Cut, Copy, and Paste functions. From my slide below, I can see that I don't have any content placed in this particular slide. Now, if I have content that exists on another slide and I would like to place it in this current slide, I can use the Copy function. To do this, I'm going to select another slide, and from this slide, I would like to copy the text box found in the center. To copy this text box, I'm first going to select it, and once the text box has been selected, I'm going to go up to my Home tab, and within the Clipboard toolset, you'll find that you have multiple tools. On the right-hand side in the center, you'll find your Copy tool. To simply copy, you can select the copy icon. Once you've done this, you can go to your slide where you'd like to paste your element, and then once you've selected your slide, you can go back up to the Clipboard toolset and choose the Paste icon. This will enable you to quickly move elements and copy them from one location to another. Now, if you'd like to simply copy some text out of a text box, you can do that as well. I'm going to return to my previous slide, and at the top I can see that there is a title phrase that I would like to use. Instead of using the complete title, I'm just going to select a portion of that title by holding down the left button of my mouse and selecting my text. Now, in order to copy this text quickly, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C. Once I've copied that text, I'm going to go back down to my other slide, select the title field, and to quickly paste that text, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now, besides copying and pasting text elements, you can also copy and paste items such as icons, images, and shapes. If I go down to a slide on the left-hand side within my presentation, I can see that there are certain shape elements that I would like to insert in my previous slide. To copy an item, you can also select it, right-click with your mouse, and you'll see that you have the copy option towards the top. Once I've copied this item, I can go back to my slide, and in order to paste it, I can right-click over my slide, and you'll see that you have paste options. Now, according to the paste special options, you could choose to use the destination theme, or you can choose to paste it as a picture. I'm going to use destination theme, and once my element has been pasted, I can select it and move it about my slide. Now, if you find that you would like to cut, which is remove an element from one slide and place it in another, you can do that as well. In order to cut an element, I'm first going to select the slide where it is contained, and I'm going to select this text box or title found in the bottom right-hand corner. In order to cut this element, I have a couple different options. First, I can right-click, and you'll see that you have the cut option towards the top of the menu. You can also find your cut tool from the clipboard settings in your Home tab. If you go up to the top right-hand corner, you'll see that you have your cut tool. As you can see within the description of this particular tool, you also have the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X. Once I select the cut option, you'll no longer see the item found within your slide. This item is placed on your clipboard, and wherever you choose to move it, for example, if I return to my previous slide and I want to paste it, all I need to do is go up and choose the paste option. Now, since I've pasted this item in the slide and it's not visible, I may need to move it or reformat it so that way it's easier to read. Besides copying and pasting items or elements, you can also copy slides. To quickly duplicate a slide, you can go to the left-hand side, right-click over that particular slide, and you'll see the option Duplicate Slide. You'll also have this feature within your clipboard settings. So if I go back up to my clipboard toolset, and I choose the drop-down menu next to Copy, you'll see the option Duplicate. This will quickly make a carbon copy of your slide. This is great if you want to try out new formatting options and you want to choose which one looks better in your presentation. So now you've seen how to copy, cut, and paste items within PowerPoint. When you copy or cut items within your document, that data is stored in the clipboard. The clipboard not only stores the information that you've selected, but also the formatting that has been applied. In PowerPoint, there are a number of different options that can be applied to adjust how your data is pasted back into your document. Now, depending on the item that you're copying and pasting will depend on your paste special options. For example, if you're planning to copy an item such as an icon, image, or even a 3D model, as I have in this slide, if you select the item, right-click, you'll see that you have the copy option towards the top of the right-click menu. Now, if I go to another slide and I want to paste this element, if I right-click over my slide, you'll see that depending on the item that you have copied will depend on your paste options below. Since I've copied an item such as an image, icon, or 3D model, I'll have two options. If I simply want to paste this as an image, I can paste it within my slide as so. Now, this will remove the 3D model capabilities, but this will still allow me to paste the item as an image within my slide. Now, if you want to keep the same formatting, I would suggest use destination formatting, and this will allow you to keep the 3D model capabilities, and if I want to move it within my slide, I can select it and move it towards the left-hand side. Now, if you're copying and pasting text elements, this may change your paste options. For example, if I go down within my web browser, I have some text that I would like to copy and paste into my slide presentation. First, I'm going to select the text. Once I've selected the text, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control the letter C to quickly copy, and I'm going to return to my presentation. Now, in order to paste this text, I'm first going to need to insert a text box, so I'm going to go to the Insert tab and choose Text Box from the Text toolset. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert my text box. And to paste my text, I have a couple different options. So instead of right-clicking to paste, I'm going to go up to my clipboard toolset within the Home tab, and you'll see just below Paste that you have a drop-down menu. Now, since I'm pasting text, you'll see that I have different options compared to the item that I had pasted before. If I go down, I can use Destination Theme, which will keep the formatting from my presentation. I can also choose to keep source formatting, as well as keep text only. Now, if you've copied and pasted from my website, you'll also see alternative options if you go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Paste Special. From here, since I've copied from my website, I can use HTML format, as well as unformatted text. I'm going to choose unformatted text and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And this will allow me to format my text as need be. So I may need to resize my text box to fit my text within my slide. Now, besides copying and pasting an item or text, if you would like to copy and paste an external document, you can also do that. So if I quickly minimize my presentation, and I leave my web browser, I can see on my desktop that I have an external document relating to a Word document. To quickly copy this element, I can right-click and choose the copy option towards the bottom. And I'm going to return to my PowerPoint presentation by choosing my PowerPoint icon on my taskbar. Now, to paste this item, I have a couple different options. First, I'm going to go back up to the Paste menu by choosing the drop-down menu just below Paste and selecting Paste Special. From the Paste Special option, you'll see on the left-hand side that you have Paste, or you can choose to Paste Link. Once you paste a link will be inserted, and once that inserted link has been added, you'll be able to select it and access the document. Whereas if I'd like to paste the document altogether, I can also choose the Paste option. And on the right-hand side, you'll see that you have the option to choose the external document type, such as a Word document. Once you've selected this option, on the right-hand side, you can choose to also display this element as an icon itself. This will enable you to save space within your slide. You can also customize the icon by choosing Change Icon, and you can choose a different icon design if you wish. Once you've done this, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and select OK to insert that element. Now I can see that the icon has been inserted. I can select it and move it about my slide. I can also choose to resize that icon to make it more visible within my slide presentation. So now you've seen different ways on how to use the Paste Special options within PowerPoint. The clipboard is the location in PowerPoint where items that you have copied or cut are stored. It is very useful if you want to copy and paste multiple items when working on your presentation. Now, if you copy an element from your slide, for example, I'm going to go down and choose this 3D model, right-click with my mouse, and choose Copy. Once you copy or cut an item, it is stored to your clipboard. In order to access your clipboard, you'll need to go to your Home tab, and on the left-hand side, you'll find your Clipboard toolset. In the bottom right-hand corner of the toolset itself, you'll find the dialog box for your clipboard. Now, once you select this option, your clipboard will open up on the left-hand side of your interface. Below, you'll find items that you've copied or cut. On the right-hand side of the item, you'll find a drop-down menu, and from here you could choose to paste that item in a new location or delete it from your clipboard. You'll also notice in the bottom left-hand corner that you have your options menu regarding your clipboard. From here you can activate additional options such as showing the clipboard when choosing the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C twice. Now, the advantage of using a clipboard is your ability to see all of the items that you've copied or cut. For example, if I want to copy another item from my slide, I can select it, and I can go up and choose the copy icon. You can go through multiple slides and copy multiple elements, so if I want to copy this image, I can do that as well. I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and letter C and quickly add it to my clipboard on the left-hand side. Now the advantage of doing this is your ability to add these items to a new slide. So if I go down to my slide presentation and select a blank slide that I've already inserted, I can quickly choose the option Paste All at the top of the clipboard menu to paste all of those elements. I can also choose to remove an element by selecting it and removing it from my slide. You can also paste elements individually by going towards the right-hand side, choosing the drop-down menu and choosing Paste. This will enable you to pick and choose elements from your clipboard and paste them accordingly. Now, if you want to remove an item from your clipboard, you can also select the same drop-down menu and choose Delete, and that item will no longer be located within your clipboard. If you want to clear all of the items, you can go up to the top of the menu and choose Clear All. Once you're done using your clipboard, you can easily leave the clipboard by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and use your clipboard within PowerPoint. Before you can customize or edit items in your presentation, you will need to know how to select and manipulate them. As well as your mouse, you can use your keyboard to select items that have been inserted. PowerPoint also features a selection pane that can be very useful if you need to select specific objects on your slide. From my slide below, if I would like to select one item, I can use my mouse and quickly select the item. In order to deselect an item, I can select outside within a blank space in my slide, and that item is no longer selected. A quick way to select items is to use the keyboard shortcut Tab. Once I select the Tab key, I can quickly tab through the different elements within my presentation. Now, if I'd like to select multiple items simultaneously, I'm going to hold the Shift key and I'm going to select the items within my slide. Now, if you find that you would like to select all of the items in your slide, you can go up to your Home tab and you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have your editing tool set. From here, I'm going to choose the menu Select and choose Select All at the top. Now I can see that all of my items have been selected. If I want to deselect those items, I can select within a blank space in my slide. Now, another useful feature is the selection pane. To activate your selection pane, you can use the Select menu from the editing toolset and activate the selection pane at the bottom of the menu. Another way you can access your selection pane is to select an item within your presentation, and you'll notice at the top that the Format tab has appeared. Within the Format tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Arrange toolset, and within this toolset, you'll find Selection pane. Once you open up your selection pane, you'll see all the items in that slide. You can select an item, and once you select an item from the selection pane, that item will be selected within the slide on the left-hand side. Now, this is useful if you want to quickly hide items so that way you can focus on other items within your presentation. To hide an item, you can choose the icon on the right-hand side to quickly hide those items from your presentation. If you want to hide all of the items, you can go up to the top of the selection menu and choose Hide All. And as you can see, all the items have been hidden. Now, in order to show all, I can either go to each item and select it to quickly show it, or I can choose the Show All option at the top of the menu. Now, the selection pane is useful for renaming items within your presentation. For example, if I want to go down and name a specific item, I can either select it from the slide itself, or I can go towards the right-hand side and select that particular item, text box, and I might need to navigate by using the arrows in the top right-hand corner to find the specific item that I'm looking for. Now, once I've found the item that I would like to rename, I can select it, and you'll see that the field will open up. Now, to rename this item, I can select at the end and choose Backspace and give it a new name. After I rename my element, I can select Enter, and the name will be changed within the selection pane. This will enable me to quickly find those features easily within my selection pane. Now, the advantage of naming your items within your slide, especially if you have multiple items, is your ability to add alternative text if needed. For example, if I'd like to add alternative text to this item selected, I'm going to need to go back up to the Format tab, And towards the left of the Arrange toolset, you'll find the Accessibility toolset and Alt Text. Once you select this item, the item that you have selected in your selection pane will open up with the Alt Text menu on the left-hand side. Now, this is useful if you want to add specific details for those using screen readers. If you find that this element is quite necessary to understand your presentation, you'll need to select the field below and add those details. Now, if this item contains no necessary information, you can also choose to mark it as decorative. After you've added your alternative text, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the Alt Text menu. Now, in order to leave your selection pane, you can also select your selection pane option from your Arrange toolset, or you can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the selection pane menu. So now you've seen different ways on how to select and view your selected items within PowerPoint. PowerPoint features a number of different tools that you can use to organize the items in your slide. You can, for example, adjust the alignment of items within your selected group or align them on the slide. You can also change how your slide is layered, bringing objects to the front or sending them behind other items. When you start inserting multiple items, you'll notice that some items may hide behind other items. Now, in order to arrange your items, you'll need to use the Arrange tool. For example, I can see that my photo is hiding some elements within my slide. Once I select this item, if I go up to my Home tab, you'll notice towards the right-hand side that you have your drawing tool set. From here, you'll find your Arrange tools, and towards the top, you'll find the option to bring to front, send to back, as well as bring forward or send backward. Now, depending on where your item is on your slide, will depend on the arrangement you'll need to select. For example, if your item is all the way to the back and you want to bring it all the way to the front, I would suggest selecting Bring Forward. Whereas the same goes for the opposite. If your item is all the way to the front and you'd like to move it all the way back, you could choose Send Backward. If you're not quite sure where your element is in your slide, you can select Send Back or Send Front until you're happy with the arrangement. From here, I'm going to choose Send Back. And I can see that my element has been sent to the back, and elements that had been hidden behind are now showing within my slide. You can also access your Arrange options by going up to the Format tab once you've selected your item, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Arrange options. From the Arrange toolset, you'll find Bring Forward and Send Back, and on the right-hand side, you'll find the drop-down menu where you could choose to simply bring forward once or bring completely to the front. Now, besides arranging items with other items in your slide, you can also arrange items within the slide itself. For example, if I want to arrange a particular item and its location in the slide, I can select it, and I can go back to the Drawing toolset within the Home tab and choose Arrange. Now, if you go towards the bottom of the menu, you'll see the position of your objects. From here, you can choose the Align options, and you could choose to align it to the left, right, or center. If I want to align it to the center of my slide, I can see that the item has been moved. I can also align it vertically by going back to the Arrange toolset, going down to Align, and I could choose to align it to the top, middle, or bottom. I'm going to choose top. Now I can do this for the rest of the items in my presentation too by selecting the item. Besides going to the Drawing toolset, I can go back to the Format tab and towards the right-hand side. From the Arrange toolset, I can go up to Align, and I'll find the same tools. For example, if I want to move it to the middle of my presentation, I can select that option. And the same goes for my last item. If I want to align it to the bottom, I'm going to select Align and choose Align to the bottom. Now, besides using your alignment tools, you can also align your items manually. Now, you'll notice that when you select an item and you start moving it within your slide, you'll have red guiding lines telling you where your item is in accordance to other items, as well as where it is within the slide itself. For example, if I want to move my items on either side of my image, but first I'll need to move my image, I can see that I can align my image to the center, horizontally, and if I drag it up and down, I can also move it to the center vertically. Now the same goes for my items, so if I move it to the left, I can align it to the center of my slide vertically, and I can select the other item and move it within my slide as well. I could see that I have 3 lines indicating where the other item is on the left-hand side, as well as the vertical, horizontal alignments, as well as the space to the edge of the slide. Lastly, I can move my top item down just a bit and align it within my presentation. So now you've seen different ways on how you can organize content within your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint, you can group items together to modify and move them together. Once the items have been grouped, you simply need to select one of them to begin modifying the entire group. This tool is particularly useful if you wish to make the same change to all the selected items. From my slide below, I notice that I have multiple items that are quite similar. If I find that I want to modify all these items simultaneously, the easiest way to do this is to first group the items. To group items, you're first going to need to select the first item, hold Shift with your keyboard, and you can select the other items located within your slide that you would like to group together. Now, once I unselect the Shift key, I have a couple different options on how I can group my items. Now, from your Home tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find the Drawing tool set, and from here, you'll find the Arrange options. Within Arrange, you'll find the option Group. You'll also find this same Group option by selecting an item, going to the Format tab, and you'll notice on the right-hand side of the Arrange tool set that you also have a Group menu. From here, you can select Group. Another quick way to group your items is to quickly select them, right-click over the selected items, and choose Group from the center, and then select Group. All these ways will give you the same result. Once your items have been grouped, you can select them and move them about your slide. You can also choose to resize them simultaneously by selecting the handles and dragging them outwards. If you want to quickly modify the format or style, you can select your group, and from the Format tab, I'm going to go towards the left-hand side and choose Shape Styles. From here, I can select the drop-down menu, access my gallery, and I can go through and choose a different shape style if I wish. Now, if you find that you would like to modify one element within the group, you can still do that. So if I select the grouped item, I can select within and choose Backspace to remove any text, and make those modifications if need be. If you find that you want to ungroup your items, you can do this the same way as you group them. So you can either right-click over your selected group items, and go to your Group toolset and choose Ungroup towards the bottom. You can also go from your Format menu and choose your Group options, and choose Ungroup. Now, if you find that you would like to quickly regroup because you've selected Ungroup for whatever reason, you can go back up to the Group menu and choose Regroup, and this will quickly regroup your items. Again, if I want to ungroup, I can also select the option from the Home tab, go over to the Drawing tool set and choose my Arrange options, down to Ungroup, and I'll be able to go about selecting them and moving them independently of the other items within my presentation. So now you've seen how to access and use the group tools found within PowerPoint.
If you want to share your presentation with other users, you can send it via email. PowerPoint features an integrated email function which can be used to create a new email message with the presentation file automatically attached. Your email is sent using your default email client, and you can even choose the format that your presentation is sent in. I want to send my presentation to a colleague as an email attachment. So to do this, I'm going to click on the File tab. And in the File Backstage view, I'm going to click on Share from the menu on the left. And in the Share window, I'm going to select Email. On the right, you'll then see the different options that you have for sending your presentation in an email. If you want to send it as a PowerPoint presentation attachment, click on the Send as Attachment button. A blank email will then open in your email client, and you'll see your PowerPoint attachment has already been attached. Sending your presentation in this way is useful because it means that you can send it to colleagues who also have PowerPoint, and then they can download or save a copy, which then they can make modifications to if necessary. I'm just going to close the Reminders window. If you click on the drop-down menu button on the right of the attachment, a menu will open. You can, for example, choose to open the presentation, upload it to OneDrive if you wish, print it, save a copy, or remove it if you change your mind and no longer want to send it in an email. Now to send my colleague the attachment of the presentation, I'm going to click in the To field. I'm going to type John and select his contact. The subject line will by default be the name of your presentation. I'm therefore just going to click in the subject line and delete the last part. I'm going to click in the body of the email and write a brief email to my colleague. And now to send my email with the presentation attachment, I'm going to click on the Send button. You also have the option of sending a presentation as a PDF. Sending your presentation as a PDF is useful if your recipient doesn't have PowerPoint, for example. So to do this, click on the File menu again, and then select Share from the menu on the left of the File Backstage view, and then click on Email. This time in the email options, go down to the Send as PDF button and select that. This time a blank email has opened, again with the attachment already inserted, but here you can clearly see that the icon says PDF. Sending your presentation as a PDF is also useful if you don't want the recipient to be able to modify it, because that's not possible with a PDF file. It's also not such a large file as a PowerPoint file, and it's easy to print. I'm going to double-click on my PDF attachment to open it. A dialog box is open, just checking that I trust the source, and I can either open it or save it to my computer. I'm just going to open it, so I'm going to click on the Open button. So now the PDF of my presentation has opened. You'll notice that there are no edit tools available. However, there is the option to print or save it. And if you want, you can scroll down to see what your presentation would look like if you printed it out. I'm just going to close the window now by clicking on the Close button top right. And again, I'm going to enter my recipient into the To field. I'm just going to, again, modify the subject line, which is also by default the name of the presentation. So I'm just going to delete the end. And I'm going to type in a brief message to my colleague Julia. And I'm going to send the email by clicking on the Send button. So in this video, you've seen how to send a presentation by email as an attachment with PowerPoint. When you save your documents in OneDrive or SharePoint, you can share them quickly from PowerPoint. See how to share a document link via SharePoint, OneDrive, and how to create a shareable link that can be sent via email. To copy a shareable link, you need to click on the Share icon. And when the Share pane opens, go down to the bottom of the pane and click on Get a Sharing Link. When you do, you can then choose which type of sharing link you want to create. It can either be an edit link, meaning that anybody with the link will be able to make edits to your presentation, or it can be a view-only link, so people with access to the link can't edit the document. It's important to make that choice because it will affect how the user can work with the file. I'm going to click on Create an Edit Link. The link is then created, ready for you to copy and then paste into an email, for example. Sending links to your PowerPoint presentation is easier than sending a large file, as it may take time or be difficult for other people to download. So I'm now going to click on the Copy button, and I'm going to click on my Outlook taskbar button where I already have an email prepared. So having clicked, I'm going to select the email. I'm going to place my cursor where I want to paste in the link, and I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V. And then I'm going to press the Enter key on my keyboard to activate the link. So now my email is ready, and I'm going to send the email with the link. I'm now going to click on the back arrow in the Share pane. It's important to note that once you have created an edit or view link, they can be copied again easily from the Share menu in the Share pane. You simply have to select it, then right-click and select Copy Link from the menu. I'm just going to close the Share pane now by clicking on the arrow top right. It's also important to note that you can access your Share options in different ways. For example, you can click on the File tab, click on Share from the menu on the left of the File Backstage view, and then click on Share with People, and you'll be brought back to your presentation interface, and the Share pane will have automatically opened. Or you can click on the File tab again, and this time in the Info section, if you move your cursor over the document file path and click on it, you can select Share or Copy Path to Clipboard, and then again you can paste that into an email, for example. I'm now going to press on the back arrow top left. Another way of sending your presentation as a link is again by using the share pane, but this time, instead of having to copy and paste a link into an email you've already prepared, you can send an email from the share pane. So to do this, you can either type the email address into the field, or if you want to find another contact, you can click on the Search the Address Book for Contacts button. Your address book will open and you can find your contact. I'm going to select Julia Campbell and then click on the To button. Now I see her name in the field, I can click on OK, and I see her email address. You can then choose permissions for the link. Can Edit is selected. If you want, you can click on the drop-down menu button and select Can View, depending on what you want your recipient to be able to do with the document. I'm going to leave it as Can Edit, so I'm just going to click away. You can then choose to include a message with the email if you wish, but this is optional. If you want to include a message, click on that field and then type one in. And then you can click on the Share button to send the email. Sending the link from the Share pane can save you a lot of time because it avoids you having to open your email client and write an email. So I'm now going to click on Share, and I can see my contact has been added to the list of people the document is shared with. When your colleagues share files with you, you can find them in your inbox. So I'm going to click on my Outlook taskbar button, and I can see that I have received an email from my colleague John. At the top of the email, I can say the link will work for anyone with our company, and to open the presentation online, I could click on the Open button. And I'm going to minimize my Outlook window by clicking on the Minimize button top right. So in this video, you've seen how to share your presentation via a link with PowerPoint. Once you've created and shared links to your files, PowerPoint allows you to access and edit your sharing permissions for each location. See how to define, change, and remove shared document link permissions. To find your existing share permissions for your presentation, click on the Share icon. When the Share pane opens, you can go down to see the list of people who can access your document. You'll see the owner. Here I can see my colleague Julia has access. There was also a link created so the document could be shared with anyone. If you move your cursor over the contact that your presentation has been shared with, you can see their name. And if you click on the drop-down menu button, this will open their contact card and you can see more of their contact information. I'm just going to click away to close that. You may want to modify a user's permissions for your document. For example, if you no longer want somebody to be able to edit your document but only view it, move your cursor over the name of the person and then right-click. A menu will open where you can see Remove User or Change Permission to. If the previous permission was to edit, you will see the option Can View. If the previous option was Can View, you will see the option Can Edit. I'm going to select Can View, and in a few moments you'll see the new permission appear below the person's name. Each time you move your cursor over the person's name, their contact card will open and you might want to be able to send them an email, or for more options, you can click on the three dots. When you click, a menu will open and you can find the different options in that menu to be able to schedule a meeting, for example, or view their profile in SharePoint. I'm just going to click away. If you want to remove a user altogether and no longer allow them to access your document, move your cursor over their name, right-click, and select Remove User from the menu. And in a few moments, you'll see that person's name and contact information no longer appears in the Share pane. If you've created links to be able to share your document with people outside your organization, either view-only links or can edit links, you can disable these. This is important because you can then stop people accessing your presentation, even if they have a link to it. So to do this, right-click over the shared link. You'll see the menu open where you can choose to copy the link if necessary, or to disable it, click on that option. And in a few moments, you'll see that link will no longer appear in your Share pane. If you need to create a link to be able to share your document, you can do so by clicking on Get a Sharing Link at the bottom of the Share pane. I'm just going to close the Share pane window by clicking on the Close button top right. So in this video, you've seen how to manage share permissions with PowerPoint. OneDrive is a service offered by Microsoft which is used to store files online and can be used to access your documents from any location with an internet connection. This service can be accessed directly via PowerPoint and allows you to save, view, and share your presentations. To save your presentation to OneDrive, click on the Share icon, and when the Share pane opens, you'll see a Save to Cloud button. Click on that. The Save As section of the File Backstage view will open automatically. You can then choose where you want to save your presentation. So click on OneDrive. You may have a choice between OneDrive for Business or your personal OneDrive. If I go back by clicking on the back arrow top left, you can also save to OneDrive by clicking directly on the File tab, then selecting Save As from the menu in the File Backstage view, and then you can select OneDrive or SharePoint. I'm going to select my OneDrive for Business. I'm then going to define the location, so I'm going to choose my marketing folder. Then your File Explorer window will open. You can see the name of your file, and the file type is a PowerPoint presentation. So to finish saving, click on the Save button. Once uploaded, the save behavior will change. As of now, when you make edits to your PowerPoint presentation, they will be synchronized with the online location and refreshes with any other changes that have been made. If you go to the Quick Access toolbar, you'll see the Save button, and you'll see it has two circular arrows indicating that it will save and refresh with updates made by other authors as well as you when you make edits to your presentation. If you want to be able to view your shared file online, click on the File tab, and in the Info section of the File Backstage view, just under the name of the presentation, you can see its file path, and you can click on it to open the file location, or you can right-click. When you click, you can select Open File Location from the menu. In a few moments, your OneDrive will open and you can find your PowerPoint presentation. However, if you're not already signed into your Office 365 account, you will need to do this to be able to access your OneDrive. So here I can see the presentation I saved to OneDrive only a few minutes ago. If you want to visualize the presentation online, you can select it, and it will open in a separate tab in PowerPoint Online. I'm now going to click on the Close button to close my web browser window, and I'm going to close all tabs, so I'm going to click on the Close All button. Still in the Backstage view of PowerPoint, if you want to save a copy of your OneDrive file, you can do so by clicking on the Save As option from the File Backstage view, and this time select this PC from the left. You can then choose where you want to save it on your PC. For example, I'm going to select my desktop. The File Explorer window will open. You can see the file name and the type of file, and to save a copy of your presentation so that you can have it on your computer, click on the Save button. And now if I minimize PowerPoint, I can see the copy that I just saved for the presentation in my desktop. I'm just going to click on the taskbar button of PowerPoint to reopen it. So in this video, you've seen how to save, share, and view documents on OneDrive with PowerPoint. The History panel in PowerPoint allows you to view the changes and actions made in a document, see how to manage a document's version history, as well as restore a previous version. To check that your document is saved to OneDrive, click on the File tab, and in the File Backstage view in the Info section, under the name of the presentation, you can see its location, so in my case, my OneDrive. As it's saved to OneDrive, the changes that you make and save to your presentation will be recorded in its history. To access its history, click on History in the menu on the left of the File Backstage view. This will then bring you back to your PowerPoint interface, and the History pane will have opened on the right. You can see the current version at the top, with the current date and time, and when it was last saved and by who, in my case, my colleague John. Below that, you'll then see the full history of your document, and if you have a long history, you can use the scroll bar that will appear on the right to scroll through all the history. The history will give you information about when the document was saved and who it was saved by. You may see other actions apart from saved by as well, and they'll be indicated in the history. Each time you make a change and save it, the history will be updated. So for example, if I click on slide 2, I'm going to select the title. I'm going to increase the font size, so I'm going to click on the font size button and select 60. Now if I click away, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S to save. Now if I close the history by clicking on the close button top right, I'm going to reopen it again by clicking on the File tab and selecting History from the menu. Now if I go over to the History pane, I can see that the current version is at the time that I just saved the document. If for any reason you have made deletions or changes that you can't undo, or you want to quickly find an older version of your history and restore it, click on the version that you want to restore. I'm going to select this version that was saved on the 19th of April at 3:08, so I'm going to click on that. When you click in a few moments, that version will open in a separate window. You can see that it's not the current version if you go to the top, because you'll see the number of the version, the date and time it was saved, and you'll also see the words read only, and you'll notice that the ribbon of tools is not activated, so you can't make changes until you restore it. This version has a different color of the title, and one of the slides has been deleted. If I wanted to restore this particular version, I can then click on the Restore button just below the ribbon, and it will become the current version. It's also important to note that if you don't want to restore a version but you do want to have a copy of it, you can use the Save As to create a new file of an older version. This will avoid you having to overwrite the existing version. I'm going to restore this version though, so I'm going to click on the Restore button. And in a few moments, I can see the version is restored. The other window has closed automatically. And on the right, I can see a welcome back notification indicating where I left off, where the last change was made in this version. I'm just going to recenter the window, so I'm going to click hold and drag it to the center of my desktop. In this video, you've seen how to view and restore previous versions of your document with PowerPoint. If there are multiple individuals working on the same presentation in PowerPoint, you can communicate with one another via the comments function. Users can also leave replies to different comments threads. Once the comments are no longer required, it is even possible to delete them. To find the comments in a slide, you can do this in different ways. You can either click on the Review tab and select the Show Comments tool in the Comments group, or you can click on the Comments button in the status bar. Or you can click on the comments icon top left of the slide if there are any comments in that slide. Clicking on any of these tools or buttons will open the comments pane. I'm going to click now, and I can see the comments pane has opened on the right of the interface. And I can see the comment I selected has a red box around it. You have different ways of adding comments to slides as well. For example, if I wanted to add a comment to slide 2, I'm going to select it. You can then click on the New Comment tool in the Comments group of the Review tab, or by clicking on the New button in the Comments pane. So if I click and type in my new comment, having added a new comment, I can now see the comments icon appear in the top left corner of the slide. If you right-click on this icon, a menu will open, and you can also select New Comment from the menu to insert a new comment to add a new comment. And I'm going to type in my new comment by clicking on that field and typing it in. I'm just going to click away. If you want to edit a comment in the comments pane, you simply have to select it and then click again on the comment itself. This will activate the text field, and you can either add or delete text to edit the comment. I'm going to add some text to my comment. Browsing the comments of a presentation is also easy by using the previous and next buttons at the top of the comments pane. Clicking on the next button will take you to the next comment. And as you continue to click, it will take you to the next comment on another slide if there are any, and the same goes for the previous button. So if I click once, that takes me to the previous comment on this slide. If I click again, I'm taken to the comment on the previous slide. And in this way, you can browse all the comments. You can also find the previous and next buttons in the Comments group of the Review tab. If you want to reply to a comment, for example, a comment may have been left by someone else working on the document, or yourself, you can click on the reply field at the bottom of the comment and then type in your comment. Each time you add a comment or a reply, you'll also see a reply field appear below the last comment. If you want to be able to remove comments that are no longer relevant, you can do this in different ways. You can select a comment by clicking on it, and then click on the delete button that looks like a cross, and that will delete it from the slide. If you want more delete options, click on the comment or thread of comments to select them, then go to the delete tool in the comments group and click on the drop-down menu button. Here you can either delete the thread, delete all comments from the slide, or delete all comments from the presentation. I'm going to select delete all comments on the slide, and they've been deleted. If I go to slide 2 by clicking on that, another way of deleting comments is by right-clicking on the comment icon in the top left corner of the slide, and when the menu opens, you can select delete comment from the menu, and that will delete the comment you selected. So in this video, you've seen how to add, reply to, and manage document comments with PowerPoint. When using PowerPoint, there are tools that you can use to communicate with other users and collaborate more easily. Once you share a document that has been saved to the cloud, you can see when other people are viewing and editing the document. To be able to see how many people are working on one document at any one time, go over to the Share button, and you'll see a number indicating how many people are editing the document. In this case, it's 2. When you open the Share pane by clicking on the Share button, you'll be able to see the people who have permission to access and edit your document. So in my case, I can see Lisa Washington and John Smith are editing the document at the same time, as you'll see the word editing below their name. You can also view a document's access permissions from the File Backstage view. So click on the File tab, and in the File Backstage view in the Info section, when more than one person is editing a document, at the top you'll see Document Updates Available, highlighted in yellow. And you're told that when you decide to save this document, it will be saved to include changes that have been made by other people. And you can also visualize the file path of the document to make sure it's saved to OneDrive. I'm now going to go back by clicking on the back arrow top left. If you need to communicate with someone via PowerPoint while they're editing the document, you can use comments. And you can leave these on the different slides concerning the different information that you want to leave a comment about. To leave a comment, click on the Review tab and select New Comment from the Comments group. Another way of communicating with someone who's currently editing your document is to move your cursor over their name in the Share pane. You will then see their contact card. From here, you can send them an email by clicking on the email icon, or if you click on the downward facing arrow to open their contact card, you can see other ways that you can communicate with them. For example, you may see an email address, a telephone number, and you can communicate with them about your document in this way. You can also send someone an email by accessing the File Backstage view again, so click on the File tab. In the File Backstage view in the Info section, you can click on Send a Message to the people currently editing your document. So if you click on that, a menu will open and you can select Send an Email Message. And that will open a blank email in your email client that you can send to the people editing your document. I'm going to click on the back arrow now to go back. So in this video, you've seen how to collaborate on a document with PowerPoint. If you want to make your PowerPoint presentation more fluid and dynamic, or if you simply want to make a particular item in your presentation stand out, you can add an animation. You can add animations to different types of objects in your slides, such as shapes, images, and text boxes. To add an animation to the title of my presentation, I'm going to click to select the object. Now the object is selected, I'm going to click on the Animations tab, and in the Animation group, I can see the first row of the animation gallery. To open the gallery, click on the More button, and you'll see the different categories of animation. Entrance animations are good for introducing items. Emphasis animations can be used to highlight or emphasize items in your presentation. And finally, if I scroll down, I can see the Exit category, which is good for removing or hiding items on your slides. I'm going to scroll back up, and I'm going to click on the Float-in Entrance animation to apply it. And having clicked once, I can see a preview of the animation on my object. If you want to preview your animation again, go to the Preview group of the Animations tab and click on the Preview tool. Or if you click on the Preview tool drop-down menu button, you can preview by clicking that from the menu. You can also decide to deactivate Auto Preview, which shows you what the animation looks like as soon as you add it or change it. So if you don't want that to be the case, click on Auto Preview to remove the check mark. I'm not going to do that myself, so I'm just going to click away to close the menu. Once you've added an animation, you'll see the animation label appear in your slide. And if you go to the slide navigation pane, you'll see a star icon indicating that an animation has been added to that slide. If you want to preview your animation in slideshow mode, click on the slideshow tab, and I'm going to click on From Current Slide in the Start Slideshow group, and I'm going to click to activate the animation. I'm now going to come out of slideshow mode by pressing the Escape key on my keyboard. Once you've applied an animation to an object, there's nothing stopping you from replacing it with another one if you think there's a better animation that you want to use. So to do this, I'm going to click on the Animations tab. I'm going to select a new animation from the gallery, and doing so will replace the previous animation. So this time I'm going to select the split animation, and I saw a preview of that with my object. If you want to find even more animations, click on the More button and then go down to the bottom of the menu. Here you'll see 3 options, so you can find more entrance, emphasis, and exit effects. Click on the one you want to open. So I clicked on Entrance Effect, and the Change Entrance Effect window has now opened with a full list of entrance effects. You can move this window if you wish, which is a good idea if you want to see your slide and the preview of the animation you choose. So I'm going to click at the top, hold and drag the window to see my slide. I'm now going to select the wedge animation, and I saw a preview of that in my slide. You can also remove the preview effect option from this window by clicking on the checkbox button, bottom left of the window, if you wish. I'm now going to save the new effect by clicking on the OK button. You may also decide that you no longer want to apply an animation to an object, and you can delete it in different ways. You can either go to the animation gallery, and if you go to the top row by clicking on the upward facing arrow button, you can select None from the menu, and that will remove the animation. However, if I use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z, and that undid that deletion, you can also delete an animation by selecting the label in the slide and then pressing the delete key on your keyboard. And again, that has deleted the animation from my object. So in this video, you've seen how to add animations to your presentation with PowerPoint. Once you have inserted an animation, you can begin to customize it. In PowerPoint, you can modify the basic effects, adjust the duration and delay, and even create a trigger. Having applied the float-in effect to an object in my slide, to customize it further, I'm going to click on the Effects Options tool in the Animation group of the Animations tab. Depending on the type of animation you've inserted, you'll see the different options will appear in the menu. For example, here I can change the direction from float up to float down, and I can click on that to select it. I see a preview of the new direction. If I click again on the Effect Options tool, in the Sequence section, I have 3 different options. For example, as one object is selected, so at the moment the entire text box is animated as one. Below that I have the option All at Once. So this means that the effect is applied to the individual bullets in my list, or paragraphs if it was a paragraph, but they will still appear at once. Finally, you have the By Paragraph option, and this means that the effect will be applied to the separate bullets or paragraphs separately, and they will appear gradually. I'm going to apply this effect because if you do have bulleted lists or text separated into paragraphs, it can be a useful way of making each item or each section of text stand out. And so having clicked, I see a preview of the customization of that animation. You can also change the duration and delay of your animation. To do this, make sure you're in the Animations tab and then go to the Timing group. So here in the Duration option, you can choose the length of the animation. You can either type that into the field we'll use the upward facing arrows and click to make it longer, or click on the downward facing arrow to make it shorter. Below that you have the delay tool, and this will allow you to choose when the animation is played after a certain number of seconds. So you can again click on the upward facing arrow to increase the delay, or click on the downward facing arrow to decrease the delay. Choosing a delay can be useful because you might want some time during a presentation before the animation is activated. I'm going to click to increase the delay. You can also choose when your animation is activated. This can be useful again during a presentation because you can be in charge of when the animation appears. At the moment, on click is selected, and you'll see that in the Start tool. If you want to change that, click on the drop-down menu button. And here you can choose from with previous, meaning with the previous effect, or after previous, meaning after the previous effect. And you can click on the one that you want to apply to your animation. I'm going to select after previous, and that will be applied. Finally, you can create a trigger for your animation. This means that it will be activated when you click on a particular object in your slide. So to do this, click on the Trigger tool in the Advanced Animation group of the Animations tab. Then move your cursor over on click of, and then you can choose the object from the menu that will appear, and this will be specific to your slide. So I'm going to select Title. This means that when I click on the title of my slide, the animation will be activated. So to preview that, I'm going to click on the Slideshow tab, and then click on From Current Slide. Now the slideshow mode is activated. I'm going to click on the title of the slide, and I can see the animation is activated. And I'm going to press the Escape key on my keyboard to leave the slideshow mode. So in this video, you've seen how to configure an animation with PowerPoint. Customizing the animation you have chosen to insert will make your presentation appear more dynamic and fluid. PowerPoint gives you the option of adding sounds, color, and text effects to your animations. One way of making an effect stand out more is by adding a sound to it. To do this, right-click on the effect in the animation pane, and when the menu opens, select Effect Options. When the Effect dialog box opens in the Effect tab, you'll see the Sound option. No sound is selected, but if you click on the drop-down menu button, you'll see a list of sounds that you can apply. You can use the scroll bar on the right to scroll down, and then you can select the sound you want to apply. You can also choose to click on the volume button. If you want to increase the volume of your sound, click on the slider and slide your cursor upwards. If you want to decrease the volume, slide your cursor downwards. If you want to mute the sound altogether, you can click on the checkbox button next to mute. I'm just going to click away to close that. I'm not going to add a sound myself just yet, so I'm just going to scroll back up the list, and I'm going to select no sound. Another way of making your effects stand out is by adding color and text effects. You can again do this from the Effect tab. If you click on the After Animation drop-down menu button, at the top you'll see a palette of different colors that you can apply, which will be added to your text at the end. If you don't like any of these colors, you can click on More Colors in the menu, and the colors window will open, and you can select a color from the standard colors palette, or click on the Custom tab if you want to create your own color. I'm going to select this purple color here, and I'm going to click on OK. So now the color purple will be applied after the animation. If you're using text, you can also animate your text in different ways. For example, All at Once is selected, but you can click on that drop-down menu button and select by word or by letter. This will allow you to adjust the delay if the word or letter option is selected. So if I select by word, I can then choose the percentage of the delay between the words by clicking on the upward arrow, or I can decrease the percentage of the delay by clicking on the downward facing arrow. If you click on the Text Animation tab, you can change the group text option by clicking on that drop-down menu button. For example, I'm going to select by first level paragraphs. This will then activate different options below, such as automatically after and in reverse order. So for example, to apply in reverse order, I'm going to click on the checkbox button on the left of that, and I'm going to click on OK to see the new effects I've applied to my animation. You may also want some effects that you applied not to appear after the animation. You may also want to repeat these effects. So to do this, again, I'm going to right-click on the effect in the animation pane and select Effect Options from the menu. This time when the dialog box opens, I'm going to click on the drop-down menu button next to After Animation. So here you have the options Don't Dim, Hide After Animation, or Hide on Next Mouse Click. So if you select Hide After Animation, this is useful, for example, if you want to animate an object or text that will then be hidden after that animation. So if that's the case, you can click on that option. If you click on the Timing tab, from here you can also modify the delay and duration of your animation. You can also add a repeat. If you click on the drop-down menu button next to that, you can see the menu of repeat options. So you have a number of repeats to choose from, or at the bottom you can choose until next click or until end of slide. I'm going to select 2. You also have the option of rewinding your animation when it's done playing by clicking on the checkbox button to activate that option. And I'm going to click on OK. And then you'll see a preview of the customization of your animation. So in this video, you've seen how to customize an animation with PowerPoint. If you would like to personalize your slideshow animations even further, you can make your own using the Create Animation tool to create path animations. You have the option of inserting a motion path animation or creating your own. To insert one from the animations gallery, click on the object you want to insert it with, then click on the Animations tab, click on the More button to open the animation gallery in the animation group, and then scroll down to the bottom. At the bottom, you'll see the menu of different motion paths, and you can click on the type of motion path you want to apply. For example, I'm going to select arcs, and a preview of what the current arc motion path with my object will appear. If you want to find the full list of motion paths, click on the More button, and at the bottom of the gallery, you can select More Motion Paths. This will open the Change Motion Path window, and you can scroll down to see the list of motion paths and then select the one you want to apply. For example, I'm going to select down, and I'm going to click on the OK button to close the menu. Having applied a motion path, you'll be able to see the path overlay appear on your slide. And if you want to preview the motion path you've added, you can always click on the Preview tool in the Preview group of the Animations tab. Once you've added a motion path animation, you can configure it in different ways. To do this, select the object, and then click on the Effect Options tool, and you can manage different things. Depending on the path you've chosen, you can change its direction. For example, I'm going to select right, and a preview of the effect will appear. I'm going to click again on the Effect Options tool and go down to the Origin section. Here you'll see the option Locked or Unlocked. By default, the path will be unlocked. This means that the path animation will move with the object when it is moved. If the path is locked, the path will not move if the animated object is moved within the slide. So you can select the option that best suits you. I'm going to keep it as unlocked. At the bottom, you also have the option to reverse the path direction by clicking on that option. And having done so, that has previewed in my slide. Having added a path, you may also want to be able to edit the path points. You can do this in different ways. You can either move your cursor over the path, you can select it, and then you can hold your click, and drag it over your slide to reposition the path, and then lift your click. You can also move the different points by clicking on one of them. Your cursor will then look like a double-headed arrow, and then you can hold your click, and move the point on the path, and then lift your click. You also have the option of creating your own custom path, which can save you time if you know exactly the path that you want your object to take on your slide. So to create your own custom path, click on the Animations Gallery More button, scroll down to the bottom if you haven't already done so, and in the Motion Path section, select Custom Path. Your cursor will then be ready for you to insert the path. So to do this, you're going to click, hold your click, and then drag your cursor over your slide, following the direction that you want your object to take. If you click once, that will set a motion path point. When you've finished, double click. So I'm going to do that now. and I can see the motion path I've just created appears on my slide. I'm going to preview that by clicking on the preview tool. And again, you can either move the path by moving your cursor over it, selecting it, then clicking, holding your click and dragging it over your slide. And to move a point, move your cursor over one of the handles, click, hold your click, and then drag your cursor to move the point on your slide and then lift your click. I'm just going to click away to remove the selection. So in this video, you've seen how to create a path animation with PowerPoint. If your presentation contains multiple animations, you can manage them all at the same time by using the animation pane. If you've already added an animation to an object in your presentation, nothing's stopping you from adding multiple animations to the same object. You might want to apply an entry and emphasis effect. So to do this, select the object with the first animation. In my case, it's the title of my presentation. Then make sure the Animations tab is selected, and then click on the Add Animation tool in the Advanced Animation group. This will open the gallery of animations, and you can select the one you want to add. So I'm going to add an emphasis animation, so I'm going to select the pulse animation. So a preview of the pulse animation appeared in my slide, having clicked, and I can now see the number of animations that have been added. To view your multiple animations easily, click on the Animation Pane tool in the Advanced Animation group to open the animation pane. You can also make your animation pane bigger by moving your cursor over its edge. When it looks like a double-headed arrow, you can click, hold your click, and drag your cursor to the left. So here I can see the two animations that I've added, and they're also different colors, so that makes it easier to distinguish them. By default, animations will be inserted in the order of creation, and you can see that they're numbered accordingly. However, if you decide you want to change the order, you can do this in different ways. You can either use the move up and down buttons top right of the animation pane. So as animation 2 is selected, I can click on the move up button, and it's now in the first place. And if I click on move down, let's reverse the order. You can also change the order by dragging and dropping animations. So you just have to click on the one you want to move, hold your click and drag it up or down, depending on where you want to place it in the list. And you can use the red bar to help you, and then lift your click. I'm just going to move it back down to keep the order I originally chose. You can also visualize the duration and sequencing of animations in your slide. These are represented by colored rectangles. If you move your cursor over one of these rectangles, you can see when they'll start, when they'll end, and how long they are. And you can do that for all the animations in your slide. If you want to change the duration, you can do so by moving your cursor to one of its edges. When your cursor changes, click, hold your click, and drag your cursor to the right to make the duration longer, and then lift your click. Another way that you can configure the animations is by changing their sequencing. So to do this, select the animated object, and then go to the Animations Timing group to the Start tool. So here on click is selected. If you click on that drop-down menu button, you can choose with previous or after previous. So this means that either the sequencing will happen with the previous effect or after the previous effect. If I select after previous, I can see the after previous icon, which is a clock, appear in the animation pane next to the animation, and that will affect how my animations appear in my slide. So now to preview that, I'm going to click on the preview tool in the preview group of the animation tab. So in this video, you've seen how to manage multiple animations with PowerPoint. If you'd like to add animations to most or all of your presentation, you can do so from the master view so that you don't have to recreate the same animation multiple times. If you want to reuse an animation with another object, which is useful if your animation is highly customized or has multiple settings, for example, you can use the Animation Painter tool. So to do this, select the animated object, then click on the Animation Painter tool in the Advanced Animation group in the Animations tab. When you move your cursor over a slide, you'll see a paintbrush appear next to your cursor. So this means that the next object you click on will have the animations applied to it. So I'm going to select slide 5 and I'm going to click on this object. And the animation has been applied to the object. You can also double click on the animation painter, and this will allow you to apply the animations to multiple objects. So I'm going to do that now, and I'm going to select slide 4 and click on this object, and then slide 6. And I can still see the paintbrush, so I know that the animation painter tool is still activated, and I can click on this object as well. When you've finished applying the animation to multiple objects, press the escape key on your keyboard to deactivate the animation painter. Another way of adding animations to multiple slides is by using the master slides view. This will let you create an animation and apply it to all the slides using that master slide in your presentation. And this will avoid you having to copy animations between slides and objects and therefore save you time. So to do this, click on the View tab and then select Slide Master in the Master Views group. You then need to select the slide that is in use in your presentations. So I'm going to scroll up the list of slides and I'm going to move my cursor over this slide here, and I can see that this slide is used by slides 2 to 4 and 7 in my presentation. So I'm going to select that slide. I'm now going to click on the area of the slide that I want to apply the animation to, which is going to be the title. And then I'm going to click on the Animations tab, and I'm going to apply the float-in animation to the title. So I'm going to click on that, and the animation was previewed. If you want to find more animations that you can apply, you can click on the More button to open the animation gallery. Here you'll see the entrance animations, which are good for introducing items, the emphasis animations, which are good for highlighting or emphasizing objects in your slides. And finally, if you scroll down, you can see the exit animations, which are useful if you want to remove or hide items in your presentation. I'm just going to click away to close the menu. I'm now going to close the Slide Master View, so I'm going to click on the Slide Master tab and click on the Close Master View tool in the Close group, and I'm going to visualize the slides with the animation I applied. If I click on slide 7, I can see that the animation has been applied because I can see there is the play animation icon, which looks like a grey star next to the slide, and in the animation pane I can also see the animation. So if I scroll up, I can see that the animation is also applied to the other slides, so 2, if I click on that, 3, and 4. Although you can visualize the animation from the Slide Master View, you won't be able to delete it from the standard view. For example, if I right-click on that animation, you'll notice in the menu I only have the option to copy effects or to view the layout. So to delete the animation, you'll have to go back to the Slide Master View. So click on the View tab and click on Slide Master in the Master Views group. And to remove the animation, go to the animation pane, and you can remove it by right-clicking on the animation and selecting Remove from the menu. And that will remove it from all your slides. So if I close the Master View by clicking on that tool, I can see it no longer appears in my slides. So in this video, you've seen how to add, reuse, and delete animations in multiple slides with PowerPoint. Another way of making your PowerPoint presentation more dynamic is to insert transitions between individual slides. These transitions are highly customizable. You can adjust the animation style, the speed, and even how the transition is activated. To insert a transition, you need to select the slide that you want to transition to, because transitions are applied from the previous slide to the selected slide. This means that if you select the first slide in a presentation, this will insert a transition before the first slide appears on screen. Therefore, I'm going to select slide 2, and I'm going to click on the Transitions tab. The Transitions gallery appears below. You can browse the gallery by clicking on the row buttons on the right, or to open the gallery, you can click on the More button. Here you'll see the different categories of transitions. So for example, subtle transitions, exciting transitions, and at the bottom, dynamic content transitions. You can therefore click on the transition you want to apply. I'm going to click on the Reveal transition, and that will be previewed with your slide. In the slide navigation pane, you'll then see a grey star on the left of the slide, indicating that you have added a transition or animation to this slide. If you want to preview your transition again, you can click on the Preview tool in the Preview group of the Transitions tab. Once you've applied a transition, you can configure it in different ways. So to do this, make sure the slide that has the transition applied to it is selected, and then you can click on the Effect Options tool in the Transition to this slide group of the Transitions tab. A menu will open, and then you can see the different effect options for that transition. These will of course depend on the type of transition you insert. For example, here I can change the direction of the reveal, or I have the option of revealing through black from right or from left. So I'm going to select through black from right. You may also wish to add a sound for your transition. To do this, go to the Timing group and click on the drop-down menu button in the Sound tool. You'll then see a menu of different sounds, and you can click on one you want to apply. You can also change the duration for the transition, either by clicking in the field and changing the time manually, or you can use the upward-facing arrow to increase the duration, or click on the downward-facing arrow to decrease the duration. You may also want to set a trigger for your transition. In the Advanced Slide section, on-mouse click will be selected as the default trigger. If you want to change that, you can click on the After checkbox button. I'm going to click on the on-mouse click After checkbox button, and then you can choose after how many seconds the transition will happen. So you can click on the upward-facing arrow to increase the number of seconds, or click on the downward-facing arrow to decrease the number of seconds. This can be useful because it means that you can program exactly when each transition will happen. If you want your transition to happen after a certain number of seconds but after a mouse click, you can of course click on the checkbox button on the left of that option. Once you've configured your transition, you might want to apply it to all the slides in your presentation, as this can help your presentation appear more polished. So to do this, you simply have to click on the Apply to All tool in the Timing group. Having done so, you'll see the animation star appears on the left of every slide in your presentation. So I could scroll down to see that's the case. I'm just going to scroll back up. If you change your mind and prefer to remove a transition, you can do this in different ways. You can either browse to a slide with the transition. For example, I'm going to select the first slide. You can go back to the transition gallery and select None, and that has removed that transition from that one slide. Having just applied None to that particular slide, you can also apply the None option and therefore remove the transition from your entire presentation or all the slides that you've applied it to by clicking on the Apply to All tool in the Timing group. And that has removed the transition from all the slides in my presentation. So in this video, you've seen how to create transitions between different slides with PowerPoint. You can add smoother, more dynamic video-like transitions to your presentations by adding a morph transition to your slides. Morph is a highly dynamic transition effect. This works best with slides that share similar elements, which are then moved gradually or reorganized. For example, if I select slide 2, here I see in the background of this slide I have a blue arrow. And if I select slide 3 of my presentation, I can see that I have another blue arrow in the background of the slide as well. I also have other objects in this slide, which if I click on slide 4, I can also see in the background of this slide. So these blue and green circles. It's important to note that you can move or adjust objects in your slides, and this will have an impact on the morph transition effect. For example, you may find that if you move an object, it will no longer work. I'm going to select slide 2, and I'm going to select the blue arrow by clicking on it. Having done so, I could either make it bigger, smaller, or rotate it using the Rotate tool. So I'm going to hold my click, and I'm going to rotate it slightly, and I'm going to lift my click. So now to insert a morph transition, I'm going to select the slide that I want to transition to. So I'm going to select slide 3. I'm now going to click on the Transitions tab, and in the Transition gallery, I'm going to select Morph. Having done so, a preview of the morph transition will appear, and I can see that the arrow object that appears in both my slides moved smoothly from one slide to another in a more dynamic way. I'm also going to apply it to slide 4, so I'm going to select that. And again, in the Transition tab, which is already open, I'm going to click on the Morph transition. And again, I saw the transition of the objects that appear in both slides. And so in this way, you can go through and select the different slides or all your presentation if you wish, and add a morph transition to those slides. Once you've applied a morph transition, you can also customize it in different ways. You can change what is morphed, for example. At the moment in my slides, it's the objects that are being morphed. However, you could change it to text or characters. To do this, you need to click on the Effect Options tool in the Transition to this slide group of the Transitions tab. And here you'll see the menu. So you see objects, which can be pictures or shapes, words, which will move words and objects from one slide to another, and finally characters, which will move objects and individual letters from one slide to another. You're told that for the words and characters option, it's important to keep the same capitalization for it to work. So for example, if I select characters, a preview of that morph transition between the different characters in the words between the two slides previewed. You can also choose to add a sound to the morph transition by going to the timing group and clicking on the sound drop-down menu button, and you can select a sound from the list by clicking on it. You can also adjust the duration of the transition by clicking on the upward-facing arrow to increase the duration, or the downward-facing arrow to decrease the duration. Or you can click in the field and type in the duration that you want. If you go to the Advanced Slide option, you can also change the trigger options for your morph transition in the same way you could for a standard transition. So you can choose for the trigger to happen on a mouse click and after a number of seconds if you wish. If you only want one of those options to be available, you can click on the checkbox button to remove it. So having removed the after 3 seconds option, my morph transition will happen when I click my mouse. If you change your mind and decide that you no longer want to apply a morph transition, like standard transitions, you can select the slide with the morph transition applied to it. So I'm going to select slide 3. And in the transition to slide group, in the transition gallery, I'm going to select none. And that has removed the transition. Don't forget that if you've applied the non-transition option, you can apply it to all the slides in your presentation by clicking on the Apply to All tool in the timing group. And that has removed the other morph transition from my presentation. In this video, you've seen how to apply morph transitions to your slides with PowerPoint. Before giving your presentation, you're going to need to know how to access the PowerPoint slideshow mode. Once you have activated your slideshow, there are a number of tools that you can use to control how your presentation progresses. You can activate the slideshow mode in various different ways. You can, for example, click on the tool in the Quick Access toolbar, and this will start your slideshow from the beginning. You can also use the keyboard shortcut F5. If you go down to your status bar, you can click on the slideshow tool from there, and finally you can click on the slideshow tab, and in the Start Slideshow group, you have two tools. You can either click on the From Beginning tool or From Current Slide tool if you want to start your presentation from the slide you have selected. I'm going to click on From Beginning to start my presentation. The slideshow mode is now opened. If you move your cursor down to the bottom left corner, you'll see that you have the different slideshow mode tools. You have the Previous Slide and Next Slide tool. If you click on the Annotation tool, a menu of the different tools you can use, such as the laser pointer, pen, and highlighter, are available. Next to that, you have the Summary View tool. The next tool is the Zoom In tool. And finally, you have the More Options button. If you click that, you'll see a menu of more options appear, such as Show Presenter View. You can change the screen options from here, and access help. You can also right-click on your slide. This will open a menu where you will also find the slideshow mode tools, such as Next, Previous, See All Slides, and Zoom In. And you can also end the show by clicking on that option at the bottom. Another way to leave the slideshow mode is by using the Escape button on your keyboard. I'm going to do that now. Now, out of the slideshow mode, you might decide that there are some slides in your presentation that you don't want to include, but that you don't want to remove from your presentation. To do this, you can choose to hide the slides. So to hide the slides, select the slide you want to hide. I'm going to select slide 3. And in the Setup group of the Slideshow tab, you can click on the Hide Slide tool. The slide is now hidden, and appears as grey, and you'll also see the number of the slide will have a strike through it. So now if I activate the slideshow mode by clicking on the tool in the quick access toolbar, I'm going to click to go to the next slide and the next slide again, and I can see that the slide I chose to hide does not appear in the slideshow mode. So I'm going to press escape to come out of the slideshow mode. If you decide that for your next presentation you do want to include a slide that you've hidden, select that slide again, and then click on the Hide Slide tool in the Setup group of the Slideshow tab. And I can see slide 3 is no longer grey, and there is no longer a strike through the number. So in this video you've seen how to use the slideshow mode to give a presentation with PowerPoint. There are a number of different tools that you can use when you're giving your presentation. You can, for example, turn your mouse cursor into a laser pointer or activate the summary view. I'm going to activate the slideshow mode for my presentation, so I'm going to click on the slideshow tab, and I'm going to click on the From Beginning tool in the Start Slideshow group. Now my slideshow started, I'm going to go down to the bottom left corner. I'm going to click on the Next tool to go to a specific slide. This slide has details that I want to be able to point out to my audience. I'm therefore going to click on the Annotation tool, and I'm going to select the laser pointer. This is going to turn your cursor into a red dot that you can then use to point out the details on your slide. So now I can show the details that I want to, using my mouse as a laser pointer that can be followed by my audience. You may also want to open the summary view for your presentation. So to do this, I'm going to go down to the bottom left corner. I'm going to click on the Annotation tool again, and I'm going to select laser pointer to deactivate it. To open the summary view of your presentation, click on the Summary View tool bottom left. On the left, you have the list of the different sections that you have in your presentation. When you select one, you'll be taken to the first slide in that section. You can also use the scroll bar on the right to scroll up and down to see your different sections. If I select slide 13, when I click, that will close the summary view and I'll automatically be taken to slide 13. I'm now going to use the Previous tool to go to a previous slide in my presentation. You might find that there are some slides that you want to be able to zoom into. To do that, click on the Zoom In tool. Your mouse will then look like a magnifying glass with a plus sign in it, and when you click, it will zoom into the section it has selected on your slide. When zoomed in, you can then use the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate up, down, to the right, or to the left, so you can find the part of your slide that you want to show or talk about. To leave the Zoom In tool, I'm going to press Escape on my keyboard. Finally, if you click on the More Options tool, this will open the More Options menu. At the top, you can select Last Viewed if you want to see the slide you last viewed. And you can also access the screen, display, and arrow option settings. I'm going to click away to close that, and I'm going to press Escape to leave the slideshow mode. So in this video, you've seen how to use the slideshow tools with PowerPoint. The notes pane in your slide can be very useful when it comes to giving your presentation. In PowerPoint, it can be used to store any information that you need to help you present your slide, but which is not required in the presentation itself. You can then activate the presenter view and control your slideshow and visualize any notes you have created. To open the notes pane in one of your slides, you can click on the notes button in your status bar. If you click again, that will hide it. You can also open the notes pane by clicking on the View tab and then clicking on the Notes tool in the Show group. Once you've opened the pane, you can click in it and then type in your notes. As you're writing your notes, you might find that you want more space for your notes. You can do this by enlarging the notes pane. Move your cursor over the dividing line between your notes pane and your slide. When it looks like a double-headed arrow, hold your click, and drag your cursor upwards. You can also drag it downwards until you find the size of pane you want, and then lift your click. You may also want to be able to access the Notes view. The Notes view is going to show you what your presentation will look like if you print it out with notes. So to do this, click on the Notes page tool in the Presentation Views group of the View tab. So here you'll be able to see your slide and then your notes below that. Printing your presentation in the Notes page view is useful if you want to have a hard copy of your presentation and if you want to be able to distribute a copy of your presentation to somebody else who also needs a copy of your notes. If you want to be able to modify the Notes Master page, click on the Note Master tool in the Master Views group of the View tab. The Note Master page will then open. You can see the different areas that you can configure, such as for a header, the date, where your slide will be, and then the text box for your notes, a footer, and also the page number at the bottom. So if you need to modify this, you can do so. I'm now going to close the master view by clicking on the Close tool. You can also remove notes if they're no longer necessary or if you've updated your slide and they're no longer relevant. You can do this in the Note page view if you wish by clicking on the text field where you have your notes, and then you can delete the text either by selecting it and then pressing the backspace key on your keyboard, or you can simply place your cursor on the right of the text you want to delete and then press the backspace key on your keyboard. If you go back to the normal view by clicking on the View tab and then selecting Normal in the Presentation Views group, you can also delete notes from the Notes pane by placing your cursor on the right of them and pressing the backspace key on your keyboard, or selecting the text first and then pressing the backspace key on your keyboard. You can, of course, undo deletions by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Z. Adding notes to your presentation is useful because it means that you can then activate the presenter view and have your notes available to you while you're presenting. So to do this, activate the slideshow view. I'm going to do that by clicking on the slideshow button in the status bar. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to select Show Presenter View from the menu. The presenter view will then open. I'm going to pause my presentation by clicking on the pause button. So in the presenter view, in the top left corner, you have the option to show your taskbar if you wish, so that you can change programs if necessary. You also have the option of changing the display settings. You can also end the slideshow by clicking on that option. Below that, you have the running time for your presentation, the play button, and also the restart timer button. On the right of that, you also have the current time. You then have your current slide. Below that, you also have the slideshow tools. So it's important to note that even if you're in the presenter view, you can still use these tools as if you were in the normal slideshow mode. At the bottom, you have the previous and next tools to navigate your presentation. You can also see which slide you're on and how many slides you have in your presentation. On the right, you have the next slide view. This is particularly useful to help you manage your presentation and your time. For example, if you know that the slide coming up is one you want to spend more time talking about, below that you will see the notes that you've added to the current slide. The presenter view is therefore particularly useful when you add notes because it will allow you, the presenter, to see your notes, but your audience will not see your notes at all. You can also increase the size of your notes by clicking on the Make Text Larger button, or you can click on the Make Text Smaller button to make them smaller. You can choose the size of text you need for your presentation. To come out of the presenter view, click on the Escape button on your keyboard or click on End Slideshow. So in this video, you've seen how to add and view notes in your presentation with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, you can associate an action with an item so that you can seamlessly move from discussing an item on your slide to another slide, file, program, or website. One type of action button you can insert is a clickable action button. So to do this, click on the Insert tab, and then you need to select your object. I'm going to select this object here. Now my object is selected. In the Links group, I'm going to click on the Action button. The Action Settings window will open in the Mouse Click tab. So this means that the action is going to be performed when you click your mouse. None is selected, but you could choose to add a hyperlink or run another program by selecting that radio button and then clicking on Browse to find the program you want to run. I'm going to select the Hyperlink to option by clicking on that radio button, and then I'm going to click on the drop-down menu button. So here you can see the menu of all the things you can add the hyperlink to, such as the next slide, the last slide, a specific slide, a URL address, or another file. I'm going to select URL, and a hyperlink to URL window opens. You then need to enter or paste in the URL address. So I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+V and click on OK. I'm now going to click on the OK button to finish adding my action button. Now when I move my cursor over the object I added the hyperlink to in my slide, I can see the pop-up of the web address appear. I'm now going to activate the slideshow mode. So I'm going to click on the slideshow button in the status bar, and I'm going to move my mouse over the object and click, and this has automatically opened my web browser with the website that I added. So this is useful if you want to reference websites during your presentation. I'm now going to close my web browser by clicking on the close button top right, and I'm going to leave the slideshow mode by pressing the escape button on my keyboard. You also have the option of inserting another type of action button, which is triggered by the movement of your cursor over the object. So this time I'm going to select slide 16. I'm going to move my cursor down and select the object bottom right. Now that's selected, I'm going to go back to the action tool in the links group of the insert tab and click. And this time I'm going to select mouse over, the mouse over tab at the top. Again, you have the option to insert a hyperlink or to run a program. I'm going to select the radio button next to hyperlink. I'm going to click on the drop down menu button, and this time I'm going to select other file. My Explorer window has now opened and I can find the file that I want to add the hyperlink to. So I'm going to scroll up and select desktop. I'm going to double click to open my Zebra Sky folder, and I'm going to select image number 5 and then click on OK. I can now see that's been added to the hyperlink field. You may also want to play a sound with the action. If you want to do that, you can click on the checkbox to activate that option and choose a sound from the menu below. You can also choose to add a highlight when your mouse goes over the object, again by clicking on that checkbox button. To do that myself, I'm simply going to save the hyperlink by clicking on the OK button. I now see that the hyperlink is added because the text is blue and underlined. And I'm now going to activate the slideshow mode by clicking on the slideshow button in the status bar and move my cursor over the link. And that has opened the image file that I added the hyperlink to. And I'm going to close the image by clicking on the close button top right and leave the slideshow mode by pressing the escape button on my keyboard. If you decide that you need to remove an action button from an object in your presentation, select the object. I'm going to select slide 17 again. I'm going to select the house object. Now it's selected, I'm going to click on the action tool in the links group. And in the mouse click tab, I can see the hyperlink option. I'm going to click on the none radio button and then click on OK. And that has removed the action button from that object. So in this video, you've seen how to insert and use action buttons with PowerPoint. When you present your slideshow, you can use the annotation tools to help draw attention to certain content on your slides. See how to use the pen, highlighter, and eraser tools with PowerPoint. To access your annotation tools, first activate the slideshow mode. I'm going to do this by clicking on the From Current Slide tool in the Start Slideshow group of the Slideshow tab. I'm then going to move my cursor down to the bottom left corner and click on the Annotation tool, and I'm going to click on the Pen tool from the menu. Having clicked, you'll then see your cursor looks like a red dot, and when you click, hold your click and drag your cursor over your slide, you can draw different shapes and lines as if it were a pen. And this can help draw attention to information on your slide. If you want to change the color of the pen, click on the tool again, bottom left, and select another color from the menu. So I'm going to select this purple color, and so then you can see that your pen will be that color. You can also use the highlighter tool to highlight information by clicking on the annotation tool and selecting highlighter. By default, your highlighter tool will be yellow, and you can use it to highlight text in your presentation. Again, if you want to change the color of the highlighter tool, click on the annotation tool and then select another color from the palette if you wish. I'm not going to do that myself. Instead, I'm going to remove some of the annotations by clicking on the eraser tool from the menu. To erase annotations, move your cursor over the annotation that you want to erase, hold your click, and then drag your cursor over it. And this way you can choose the annotations that you want to remove. If you want to, you can remove all annotations at once by clicking on the annotation tool and selecting Erase All Ink on Slide. I'm not going to do that myself. Instead, I'm going to now leave the slideshow mode. So I'm going to click away to close the annotation tool menu and click on the escape button on my keyboard. Having done so, a dialog box is opened, asking me if I want to keep the ink annotations. So if you click on keep, when you come out of the slideshow mode, you'll see your annotations on your slides in the normal view. If you don't want that to be the case, you can click on discard. I'm going to click on keep though to keep them. I can see my annotation, which was a red arrow, appear in my slide in the normal view. Having kept annotations, they will then be like objects, which you can then click on. You can move it within your slide when you see the move cursor by clicking, holding your click and dragging it over your slide and then lifting your click. I'm going to click away to see the new position of my annotation. If you decide in the end that you don't want to keep your annotation, click on it to select it and press the backspace key on your keyboard, and that will remove it from your slide. So in this video, you've seen how to annotate your presentation to highlight key information with PowerPoint. PowerPoint Zoom allows you to add slide summaries and navigate through your slideshow with ease. See how to create, edit, and move the summary zooms in your presentation. To add a summary zoom to your presentation, click on the Insert tab, and then in the Links group, click on the Zoom tool, and select Summary Zoom from the menu. The Insert Summary window will then open with a list of your different slides. When you select the checkbox bottom left of the slide, it will appear on your Summary Zoom slide as the beginning of a section. So for example, I'm going to select slide 1 and slide 4. And slide 7. Having selected the slides, I'm now going to click on the Insert button. And I can see that my Summary Zoom slide has been inserted into my presentation, as has a summary section at the beginning. I'm now going to demonstrate using my Summary Zoom slide in my presentation. So to do this, I'm going to click on the Start from Beginning tool in the Quick Access toolbar. So if I click on one of the slides, this section of my presentation is now zoomed in, and if I click, I can see the different slides in that section. When I click again and get to the end of the section, I'll automatically be taken back to my Summary Zoom slide. This is useful because it means that you can have breaks between the different sections in your presentation. You could use these breaks for questions or to change presenter, for example. I'm now going to come out of the slideshow mode by clicking on the Escape key on my keyboard. You can edit your Summary Zoom slide if you wish. So to do this, go back to the Zoom tool in the Links group and click on the menu, and then select Summary Zoom. The Insert Summary Zoom window will then open, and you'll see the slides that you have because they still have the checkbox button checked. And I'm going to change these by clicking on what is now slide 5 to remove it from the Summary Zoom slide. And instead, I'm going to select slide 6. In the bottom left corner of the Insert Summary Zoom window, you'll also have the option of keeping the unused sections in your presentation. If you don't want that to be the case, you can click on that checkbox to remove the check mark and no longer see the unused sections. I'm now going to save the changes by clicking on the Insert button. And I can see that a new Summary Zoom slide now appears in the summary section, including the new slide I selected. You can also choose to change the position of your Summary Zoom slides in your presentation. For example, at the moment, mine appear at the beginning, but you can select one by clicking on it, hold your click, and then drag it down to choose where it appears in your slide. For example, I'm going to put it after my first slide and lift my click. If you decide you no longer want to have a Summary Zoom slide in your presentation, right-click on the slide, and when the menu opens, select Delete Slide. If you want to remove the entire summary section, right-click over the name of the section, and when the menu opens, you'll have the option to remove section and slides or remove all sections. I'm going to select Remove Section and Slides, and they have been removed from my presentation. So in this video, you've seen how to create a Zoom summary for your presentation with PowerPoint. PowerPoint allows you to use its Zoom tool with a slide or section. This will allow you to access different slides and sections in your presentation in a more dynamic way. If you want to be able to access an entire section of your presentation from a particular slide, you can add a section Zoom link to that slide. I've selected slide 2 of my presentation, and so to add a Zoom link to it, I'm going to make sure that the Insert tab is selected, and then click on the Zoom tool in the Links group. When the menu opens, select Section Zoom. The Insert Section Zoom window will then open, and you can choose the section or sections that you want to add to the slide. I'm going to select Section 3, so I'm going to click on the checkbox button, bottom left, and I'm going to click on Insert. I can see the slide has now been inserted. As it's still selected, you can move the object to where you want to position it on your slide. So I'm going to click, hold my click, and drag it up to the top right corner, and then lift my click. I'm now going to activate the slideshow mode, so I'm going to click on the slideshow button in the status bar. So here I can see my slide, and I'm going to move up and click on the Zoom link, which is zoomed in on the section that I selected. And automatically, when the section is finished, it zooms back out. I'm now going to leave the slideshow mode by pressing Escape key on my keyboard. You also have the option of adding a slide Zoom link. So instead of accessing an entire section, you can access one or several particular slides. So to do this, select the slide you want to add a slide link to. So I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to select slide 6. And I'm going to click on the Zoom tool again. And this time I'm going to select Slide Zoom. So the Insert Slide Zoom window has opened. Instead of a list of sections, you'll see a list of all the different slides in your presentation, and you can select the ones you want to add. I'm now going to scroll down. I'm going to select slide 16. I'm going to click on that checkbox button and then click on the Insert tab. And again, I can see the slide has been inserted, and I'm going to move it up to the top left corner and then lift my click. And again, I'm going to open the slideshow mode by clicking on the slideshow button in the status bar, and I'm going to click on the slide. I've zoomed into that slide. And I'm going to leave the slideshow mode by pressing Escape. If you want to remove a Zoom link that you've added to a slide, select the slide that you added the Zoom link to. So I'm just going to scroll up and select slide 6. Select the slide or section Zoom link, and when it's selected, you can press the backspace key on your keyboard, and that will remove it from your slide. So in this video, you've seen how to use the Zoom tool with a slide or section with PowerPoint. If you want to save a presentation, you can record different aspects of it with the Record Slideshow tool. You can record narrations, annotations, and even timings. To access the recording tool, click on the Slideshow tab, and in the Setup group, click on the drop-down menu button of Record Slideshow. You can have the option of recording from your current slide or recording from the beginning of your presentation if you prefer. I'm going to select Record from Current Slide. The recording interface has now opened. In the top left corner, you have the Record button. This will become a pause button when you start recording, so you can press that if you want to pause your recording for any reason. You have the Stop button to end your recording and the Replay button to replay it. In the center, you can access any notes that you may have created for your slide by clicking on that button. You then have the Clear Existing Recording Tools button if you want to clear recordings that you've already made for this presentation or slide. And next to that, you have the button which can allow you to configure your microphone or camera. In the center, you have your slide. On the left, you have the Previous Slide button to go to the previous slide, and on the right, the Next Slide button to go to the next slide. In the bottom left corner, you can see how many slides you have and which slide you're on. You'll see the timer when you start recording. You then have the annotation tools, the eraser, pen, and highlighter, and the palette of colors. Bottom right, you have the turn on or off microphone button. Below that, you have the turn on or off camera button. And then you have the preview camera button if you want to see a preview of your webcam camera. So if I wanted to turn my microphone off, I could click on that. And now it's darker grey with a line through it. I'm going to turn it back on though, but I'm not going to activate my camera. I'm now going to start recording, and I'm going to annotate my slide while I record. So I'm going to click on the record button. The recording has now started. So I'm going to annotate my slide. I'm going to select the pen color, and I'm going to select this orange color. Now I'm going to select this purple color. And I'm going to select the highlighter pen. I'm going to keep the yellow color. And I'm going to highlight the text in my slide. Now I'm going to stop the recording by clicking on the stop button. So now my recording is over. I can replay that if I wish. Now the replay has finished. If I go back to the previous slide I was on by clicking on the previous tool, if you want to clear a recording for a slide, click on the Clear Existing Recordings button top right. You'll have the option to clear recordings on the current slide or clear recordings on all the slides in your presentation. I'm not going to do that myself. I'm now going to leave the recording interface by clicking on the Close button top right. Now back in the normal view, in the bottom right corner of my slide, I can see the recording icon. When you move your cursor over that, you have the option to replay your recording by clicking on the play button. You can also go forward a quarter of a second or back a quarter of a second. You can also change the volume by moving your cursor over the volume, clicking on the slider and slide it up or down. And you can mute it entirely if you want by clicking on the mute button. So if I click, I can start playing my recording, and I've just pressed pause to pause the recording. If you want to see your annotations replay, you have to do that from the slideshow mode. So to do this, I'm going to click on the slideshow button in the status bar, and I can see my annotations. Now I'm going to leave the slideshow view by pressing the escape key. If you want to remove a recording from your slide, go back to the Record Slideshow tool in the Setup group and click. Then when the menu opens, move your cursor over the Clear options. You'll then see the Clear menu, and you can either choose to clear timings on your current slides or all slides, or clear narration on current slides or all slides. So I'm going to select Clear narration on the current slide, and the recording has disappeared from that slide, and so have the annotations. In this video, you've seen how to use the recording tool with PowerPoint. You can use the Custom Slideshow tool in PowerPoint to create multiple slideshows. All you need to do is select the slides that you want to include in your customized slideshow. Creating a custom slideshow is useful because you can choose exactly which slides to include in a presentation depending on its audience. This could be a specific department, for example. So to do this, click on the Custom Slideshow tool in the Start Slideshow group in the Slideshow tab. When the menu opens, select Custom Shows. The Custom Shows window will then open. You'll see a list of any custom shows that you may have previously created. Otherwise, to create a new custom show, click on the New button on the right. The Define Custom Show window will then open. You can start by changing the name, which by default will be Custom Show 1. So I'm going to click in that field. I'm going to delete that name and type in Sales Department. Below that, you have your list of slides. To choose the slides that will appear in your custom presentation, click on the checkbox on the left of them. And then you can scroll down to see all your slides if you have a long presentation. To add those slides, click on the Add button in the center, and you'll see them appear in the Slides in the Custom Show box. And to save your new custom show, click on the OK button. So I can now see my Sales Department show appear in that list. And to open my custom show, In the slideshow mode, I'm going to click on the Show button. And I can click to see all the slides I included in that custom show. And I'm going to press the Escape key to come out of the slideshow mode. To access a custom show, once you've created it, go back to the Custom Slideshow tool and click, and you'll then see the name of the slideshow that you created in the menu, and you can click on it to open it. If you want to edit a custom slideshow, click on the Custom Slideshow button, and then select Custom Shows from the menu. When the Custom Show window opens, make sure it's selected, and then you can click on the Edit button. You can edit your show in different ways. For example, you might want to add a slide. I'm going to select slide 6, and I'm going to click on the Add button. And that's been added to my custom show. You can also change the order of your slides in your custom show by clicking on the up and down arrows. So if I click on the up arrow, I can see that slide I just added moves up the list, and I can click on the down arrow to move it back down the list. If you want to remove a slide, you can click on it and then click on the Remove button, and then click on OK to save the changes. If you want to be able to quickly create another custom show, you can do so by copying one. So make sure your custom show is selected and then click on the Copy button. You'll then see the copy of the custom show appear in the list, and you can then click on it and select Edit to make the necessary edits that you need for that particular custom slideshow. I'm just going to click on Cancel to go back. If you want to remove a custom slideshow because you no longer need it, click on it to select it and then click on the Remove button. And now I'm going to close the Custom Shows window by clicking on the Close button top right. So in this video, you've seen how to create a custom slideshow presentation with PowerPoint. The slideshow mode in PowerPoint can be configured to take into account your requirements and preferences. To be able to configure the basic slideshow mode, click on the Slideshow tab. In the Setup toolset, you'll see the different playback options that are by default all selected. So you have play narrations, use timings, and show media controls. If you want to remove one of them, click on the checkbox to remove the checkmark. So for example, if you didn't want to play back audio narrations or the laser pointer during your slideshow, you can click on the checkbox button to remove that checkmark. You can also do the same thing for timings, and also if you didn't want to see media controls when you move your cursor over a clip. To find more advanced options, click on the Setup Slideshow tool in the Setup group of the Slideshow tab. The Setup Slideshow window will then open. In the Show Type section, you can choose how you want to show your presentation. So for example, the option Presented by a Speaker Full Screen is selected, and this is best if you have a live audience. The second option, Browsed by an Individual, is useful if you want your audience to be able to view your presentation on a computer or the internet. And finally, in the Browsed at Kiosk option, this is best for a self-running presentation. I'm going to leave the Presented by a Speaker option selected. In the Show Options section, you can choose how you want sound files, such as narrations or animations, to run in your presentation. So for example, earlier, I decided to remove the Play Narrations option, so I can see Show Without Narration has a check mark next to it. If you wanted to show your presentation without animation, you can click on the checkbox button to select that option. You can also configure the default pen and laser pointer color by clicking on the color drop-down menu button and selecting another color from the menu. So for example, I'm going to choose this purple color for the pen, and I'm going to click on the laser pointer drop-down menu button and select this blue color. In the Show Slides section, you can choose to specify which slides are available in a presentation. So to do this, select the radio button next to From, and you can then use the To and From field to change the numbers. You can either click in the field, delete the number by pressing the backspace key on your keyboard, and then typing in the number. So for example, I'm going to select number 3, or you can use the upward and downward facing arrows to increase or decrease the number. So I'm going to do that by clicking on the downward facing arrow to take my presentation to slide 7. If you have any custom shows, you can also select those by clicking on the radio button next to that option and then choosing them from the menu. In the Advanced Slides section, you can choose how to move from one slide to another. So you can either use timings if present, or you can click on the radio button to be able to move your slides manually if you wish. In the multiple monitors section, this will allow you to set up the configuration if you're going to be using multiple monitors. And at the bottom, you have the check mark next to Use Presenter View. Using the presenter view is useful because only you will see your notes in one monitor, and you can use another monitor to be able to display your presentation without your notes to your audience. So I'm going to leave the advanced slide settings as they are, and I'm going to save my new settings by clicking on the OK button. You also have the option of rehearsing your presentation, meaning that you can save your timings as you practice, and this will give you an idea of how long your presentation is, and you can make adjustments if necessary. So to do this, go to the Setup group in the Slideshow tab and click on the Rehearse Timings tool. Your presentation will then open in the slideshow mode, and in the top left corner, you'll see the recording box. So the timer has started for this slide. You can go to the next slide by clicking on the next button. You can pause the recording by clicking on that if you wish. And you can also click on the Repeat tool if you want to go back to the beginning of a recording. I'm going to click on the next button, and I'm taken to the next slide, and I can see that the timer has started at 0. When you finish rehearsing your presentation, you can close the recording tool by clicking on the Close button top right. When you do so, a dialog box will open, giving you the total time for your slideshow. And if you want to save your new slide timings, click on the Yes button. Or you can click on No if you don't want to. So I'm going to click on Yes, and automatically I've come out of the slideshow mode, and my timings have been saved. So in this video, you've seen how to configure the slideshow mode with PowerPoint. PowerPoint can be used to deliver your slideshow online. Once the presentation mode has been activated, you can share a viewing link with other users, who will then be able to visualize your presentation in their internet browser. To access the online mode for your presentation, click on the Slideshow tab, and then go to the Start Slideshow group and click on the Present Online tool. When the menu opens, you can select the option Office Presentation Service. This is going to create a link for your presentation that you can send or copy so that people can access it. The Present Online window will then open. At the top, you have a little bit of information about the Office Presentation Service, and you're reminded that you need a free Microsoft account to start your presentation online. Below that, you have the option to enable remote viewers to download the presentation. This can be particularly useful if you want your audience, that may be your colleagues, collaborators, or employees, to be able to have access to the presentation by downloading their own copy. However, if your presentation is for clients or customers, then you might not want them to have access to it, and therefore you can leave the checkbox as unchecked. I'm going to select the checkbox, and I'm going to connect by clicking on the Connect button. And you're also reminded that when you click Connect, you're agreeing to the service agreement. But you can access that and read it first if you wish by clicking on that link. In a few moments, you'll be connected, and the Present Online window will then open. You'll see the link for your presentation to be able to share it with your remote viewers. So to do this, you can either copy the link by selecting that option, you can paste it into an email, for example, or you can click on the Send an Email option, which will automatically open a blank email with the link included. So I'm going to do that. So I can see my blank email has opened in Outlook. I can add my recipients to the To field, which is already selected. So I'm going to type in my colleague John's address and Julia's address. By default, your subject line is already filled in as View My Online Presentation. You could modify that if you wish. And below you can see the link. To activate it, I'm going to click on the right of it and now press the Enter button on my keyboard. So the link is now activated. You can add a brief message if you wish to send with the link. I'm not going to do that myself. I'm simply going to click on the Send button. So now my remote viewers will receive the link to the presentation to be able to access it, and I can start the presentation online by clicking the Start Presentation button. My presentation has now opened in the slideshow mode, and it is now accessible to anybody who received the link. I'm now going to leave the presentation by clicking on the Escape button of my keyboard. You'll notice when you start a presentation online, this will automatically open the Present Online tab, where you have the Start Slideshow group, the Monitors group, and also the Present Online group, where, for example, you can choose to share your meeting notes via Notes if you wish. You can send invitations to colleagues or clients by sending them the link by clicking on that tool. And finally, when you've finished your presentation online, you can click on the End Online Presentation tool in the Present Online group. So I'm going to do that now. A dialog box will then open telling you that everybody who is viewing your online presentation will be disconnected. So you can click cancel if you've made a mistake. Otherwise, to end your online presentation, click on that button. And my online presentation has now ended. So in this video, you've seen how to present your presentation online with PowerPoint. In PowerPoint, the presentation view can be adjusted while you edit your presentation. See how to resize the size of each display section to change the amount of space taken up by each element on your screen. You might want to change the size of the slide pane, and therefore the size of the thumbnails of your slides. To do this, move your cursor over the dividing line between the pane and your main slide interface. When it looks like a double-headed arrow, hold your click, and drag your cursor towards the right to increase the size of the pane. And then you can lift your click, and you'll see the thumbnails appear much larger. This might be useful if you want to see more clearly what's in each thumbnail. If you hold your click, and slide your cursor towards the left, and then keep going, you can close the pane altogether. And if you want to expand it again, click on the Expand button. And then you can resize it as you wish. You can also change the size of the notes section depending on how many notes you need for each slide. To do this, click on the Notes button in the status bar. Here I can see the Notes pane, and to make it bigger, I'm going to move my cursor over the divider line, hold my click, and drag my cursor upwards. You can also modify the size and location of the Comments pane. So for example, if like me, you've activated the Comments pane by clicking on the Comments tool in the Insert tab, you can change its size by clicking on the Task pane Options button, and from the menu, select Size. This will automatically activate your cursor, and if you drag your cursor towards the left, you can increase the size of the pane, and if you drag it towards the right, you can make the pane smaller. And then you can click when you're happy with the size. You can also move the Comments pane. For example, click on the Task pane Options button again and select Move. Your cursor will then look like the Move cursor, and when you slide your cursor towards the left, you'll see the Comments pane will become unpinned, and you can drag it and position it where you want it while you're editing, and then click once when you've chosen the position. If you want to pin it back, double-click on the Comments pane, and now it's pinned back. You can also simply close the pane by clicking on the Task pane Options button and select Close. You can also manage the display options for PowerPoint in the PowerPoint Options window. So to do this, click on the File tab, and in the File Backstage view, select Options from the menu on the left. When the PowerPoint option window opens, in the General section, you can scroll up to the top until you see the User Interface Options section. The first settings are for when you're using multiple displays. Optimize for best appearance is selected, so this means that your text and images will look sharp on your screen, and this is done automatically. If you don't want that to be the case, and you want to select Optimize for compatibility, you can select that option if you wish, but you'll need to restart the application to do so, and you might find that some text and images will be blurry. Below that, you have the option of not seeing the mini toolbar when you select text. If you don't want that to be the case, for example, click on the checkbox button to remove the check mark. The option below that is to see a live preview of an option before you select it. I'm going to keep that option selected. And finally, you have the Screen Tips Style option. Click on the drop-down menu button to choose whether you want to continue to show feature description in Screen Tips, not to show feature descriptions in Screen Tips, or not to see Screen Tips at all. I'm going to leave it as Show Feature Description in Screen Tips because I think it's useful to have an idea of what tools do. I'm just going to click away, and I'm going to click on the Advanced section in the PowerPoint Options menu on the left. I'm going to scroll down to the Display section. You can configure your PowerPoint display options For example, you can decide how many recent presentations to show and whether you want to see a number of recent presentations to be able to access them quickly. If you want to do that, click on that checkbox button. You can also choose to see shortcut keys appear in screen tips, see the vertical ruler, etc. And the last option will allow you to choose the default view when you open your PowerPoint documents. At the moment, the view saved in the file is selected, but you can click on the checkbox button to see the menu of different options. I'm going to keep it as the view saved in the file so that each time I configure the interface or view, that will be the view that I see when I open my PowerPoint document. I'm just going to click away, and I'm going to save my settings by clicking on the OK button bottom right. So in this video, you've seen how to adjust the presentation display view with PowerPoint. PowerPoint allows you to quickly install add-ins to enhance your presentations. See how to browse the Office store and find the right add-in for you. To access the add-in store, click on the Insert tab, and then in the Add-ins group, you can click on Get Add-ins. The Office Add-ins store window will then open, and you'll see a list of add-ins that are suggested for you. You can see the logo, name, a brief description, and the rating. If you want to add the add-in from here, you can click on the Add-in button. You can change the Suggested for You filter by clicking on the drop-down menu button and selecting another filter, such as rating or name. You can also find add-ins using the different categories on the left. All is selected, but you could select Document Review, Editor's Pick, or Reference, for example. So if I click on Reference, I can then see the different reference add-ins appear. You can scroll using your mouse wheel or using the scroll bar on the right to see the list of all the different add-ins. I'm going to select the All category again. You can also use the Search tool by clicking in the search field and typing in the name of an add-in if you know it, for example. I'm going to type in Office Maps, and I'm going to press the search button on the right, and I can see at the top of the list the add-in that I was looking for. I'm now going to click on it, and the information page about that add-in has opened. So again, you can see the logo, name, rating, and the Add button. You can also see a brief demonstration of the add-in. You can scroll down to read the description in full, and if you scroll down further, you can read the reviews and see the additional information at the bottom. I'm going to scroll back up, and I'm going to add the add-in by clicking on the Add button. A window will then open telling you that you need to agree to the terms and conditions before you can install the add-in. So to agree to the terms and conditions, click on the checkbox button, and then you can finish adding the add-in by clicking on the Add button. So that has closed the store window, and I can now see my new add-in tool appear in my Insert ribbon, and I'm told that Office Maps has loaded successfully, and so I can click on Got It to close that notification. To use the add-in, you need to click on the tool from the ribbon. So here I can see the add-in pane has opened, and I can scroll down to be able to enter a location and add a map to one of my slides. So here I'm going to click on the Enter Location field and type in the location London. I'm going to select London, UK, and to insert the map, I'm going to click on that button. The map has now been inserted into my slide, and as it's an object, I can click on it to select it and resize it using the handles. And then I can move it on my slide to where I want to position it. You can also click on the Settings button if your add-in has settings and configure the settings from that window. I'm just going to close the window by clicking on the Close button top right. Once you've added your own add-ins, you can manage them in different ways. So to do this, click on the Add-ins tool drop-down menu button and select My Add-ins. Or if you click on the drop-down menu button next to that, you can see recently used add-ins or access your other add-ins and manage those at the bottom. I'm going to click on the My Add-ins tool, and this has opened the Office Add-ins window in the My Add-ins section. And here I can see the add-in that I just added, Office Maps. So if I want to, I can click on the More Options button. From here, I could see the add-in details, rate and review the add-in, or remove it by clicking on Remove. So if I select Add-in Details, my web browser opens with the information page for that add-in. I'm just going to close it by clicking on the Close button top right. If you want to remove an add-in, click on the More Options button and click on Remove from that menu. Or if you close your Office add-ins window by clicking on the Close button top right, you can also remove an add-in by right-clicking on the add-in tool in your ribbon and select Remove Add-in at the bottom of the menu. A dialog box will open telling you that if you click Yes, this will delete the add-in from your device, and if you want to remove it from other devices, you simply have to refresh your list of add-ins on those devices. So I'm going to select Yes to remove the add-in. So in this video, you've seen how to install and use add-ins with PowerPoint. The PowerPoint interface can be customized to make it more visually appealing. You can, for example, choose a different color scheme and change the Office background design. You can also activate or deactivate certain tools, such as the ruler or screen tips. To change your Office background, click on the File tab, and then select Account from the File Backstage view. In the Account page, you'll see the Office background option. You can see the name of the current background you have, and to change the background, click on the drop-down menu button. When you move your cursor over the name of a background, you can see a preview of it appear in the top right corner of the interface, and you can click on the one that you want to select. You can also change the Office theme. Again, going to that section in the Account page, click on the drop-down menu button, and you'll see the options that you have. Depending on the option you choose, you might find that some of them are less tiring for your eyes. I'm going to click on Black, and the theme has changed. I'm now going to open the Options window for PowerPoint by clicking on Options on the left of the File Backstage view. Now the PowerPoint Options window has opened. In the General section, I'm going to go to Personalize your copy of Microsoft Office. Here you can change your username if necessary. This is useful because it means you can quickly and easily identify the owner of a file, and you can select that field and change the username if necessary. You can also change the initials. For example, I'm going to click in that field, and I'm just going to keep the initial as L. And if you want to always use these values regardless of the sign into Office, make sure that option has a check in the checkbox. You can also modify the Office background and theme from these general options by clicking on the drop-down menu button and selecting the name of the background that you want. I'm going to select Clouds again, and I'm also going to change the theme back from black to colorful by selecting that from the menu. You can also access the advanced display options for PowerPoint by clicking on the advanced option in the menu on the left, and then scroll down to display. So here you can configure different elements of your PowerPoint display. For example, if you don't want to see shortcut keys in screen tips, you can click on that checkbox to remove the check mark. And if you wanted to see the vertical ruler as well as the horizontal ruler, when you activate the ruler options, you can click on that checkbox to add that. When you make changes to your display settings, don't forget to save them by clicking on the OK button bottom right. So having clicked OK, I can see the theme and background have changed, and I can now see the vertical ruler also appears in my interface. And if I move my cursor over a tool, for example, I'm going to move my cursor over the Undo tool, I no longer see the keyboard shortcut in the screen tip. So in this video, you've seen how to customize the PowerPoint interface. If you find you often use the same tool in PowerPoint, you might find it useful to add a shortcut to the command in your Quick Access toolbar. This toolbar contains shortcuts to a number of different frequently used tools and can be customized to suit your preferences. The Quick Access toolbar is in the top left corner of the PowerPoint interface. So here you can see the Start from Beginning tool, the Repeat Options tool, the Undo tool, and the Save tool. If you click on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button, you can see the menu of other tools that you can add to the toolbar. So to do this, you simply have to click on the one you want to add. I'm going to select Email, and I can see that tool now appears. To remove a tool, click on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button and select the tool that has a check mark next to it already. So I'm going to remove the Start from Beginning tool by clicking on that, and I can see that it's no longer in the Quick Access toolbar. You can also move the Quick Access toolbar, for example, by clicking on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button, and go down to the bottom of the menu and select Show Below ribbon. So here I can see the Quick Access toolbar now below the ribbon. To move it back, click on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button and select Show Above the Ribbon. If there is a tool that you use often that you don't see in the Quick Access toolbar menu, then you can click on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button and select More Commands. This will open the PowerPoint options window in the Quick Access toolbar section. On the left, you can see which list is displayed below. In this case, it's popular commands, and you can see those below. If you want to find more commands, click on the drop-down menu button next to the current list and select another list from the menu. I'm going to select All Commands, and those will appear below, and you can use the scroll bar to scroll through all the commands until you find the one you want to add. The commands that you add will be personal to you and the way you use PowerPoint. For example, I'm going to select the More Colors option, and I'm going to add it to my Quick Access toolbar by clicking on the Add button. And I can now see it appears in the Quick Access toolbar list. You can also change the order of these commands by clicking on the Move Up button, and that will move the selected command up the list. And to move it down, click on the Move Down button. I'm now going to click on OK to save, and I can see the More Colors tool appear in my Quick Access toolbar. If you want to remove a command, click on the Customize Quick Access toolbar button and select More Commands. When the Quick Access toolbar options open, select the command you want to remove from your Quick Access toolbar and click on the Remove button. You also have the option of resetting your Quick Access toolbar by clicking on the Reset button, and when the menu opens, select Reset Only Quick Access Toolbar. A dialog box opens asking if you're sure you want to restore the Quick Access toolbar to its default contents, and if you are, click on Yes. So I can now see the Start from Beginning command reappears, and the tool that I added is no longer in the list. I'm now going to save the changes by clicking on OK. So in this video, you've seen how to customize the Quick Access toolbar in PowerPoint. The PowerPoint ribbon is where you will find most of the main tools you need when creating and editing your documents. If you cannot find the tool you're looking for, however, you can create your own custom tab. It is also possible to edit the appearance of your ribbon and change which of the standard tabs are activated when you open PowerPoint. If you want to give more room to the main interface when editing your PowerPoint documents, you can hide the ribbon. To do this, click on the Collapse button in the bottom right corner of the ribbon, and you'll see that the ribbon of tools no longer appears. However, you still see the tabs, so if you need to access a tool, you can click on the tab and the tools will appear. To pin them back, click on the Pin button in the bottom right corner of the ribbon. You can also change the ribbon view by selecting the Ribbon Display Options button in the top right corner. When you click, a menu of 3 options will appear. The first option is the Auto Hide Ribbon option. This will open the full screen mode and you won't see your ribbon at all. So I'm going to click so I can see the full screen mode is activated. So this is really useful if you want to use your entire desktop space for your slide and thumbnails. If you want to change options, click on the Ribbon Display Options button again, and I'm going to select Show Tabs. So here I can see the different tabs reappear. And I'm also going to come out of the full screen mode by clicking on the Restore Down button. If you want to go back to the default view to see the ribbon of tools as well as the tabs, click on the Ribbon Display Options tool again and select Show Tabs and Commands. You can go even further and customize the ribbon from the PowerPoint options. So to do this, I'm going to right-click on my ribbon and I'm going to select Customize the Ribbon from the menu. The PowerPoint options window has now opened in the Customize Ribbon section. On the left, you can see a list of popular commands, but I'm going to change that by clicking on the drop-down menu button, and I'm going to select Main Tabs. So here I can see the list of main tabs. On the right, you have a list of tabs used in your ribbon at the moment, and you can scroll up to see the entire list and scroll back down. If there are tabs with tools that you very rarely use, you can deactivate them by clicking on the checkbox button on the left of them. I'm going to click on the checkbox button next to the View tab to deactivate it. I'm then going to scroll down and I'm going to activate the Developer tab by clicking on that checkbox button. You can also create your own custom tab and add the commands that you need to it. To do this, click on the New Tab button. This will automatically create a new tab and a new group. You can then change the name for your new tab by clicking on it to select it, and then you can click on the Rename button. When the Rename window opens, you can type in the name for your new tab. For example, I'm going to call my tab Email, and I'm going to select the OK button. If you want to rename your new group, you can right-click over the new group and select Rename from the menu. The Rename Group window will then open. You could choose a symbol from the symbols list if you wished, or give it a name by typing that in to the Display Name field. I'm going to call my group Email. Having entered that, I'm going to click on OK, and now I can add the command I want to add to my new tab and group. So to do this, I'm going to go and select the drop-down menu button and select All Commands. And now I'm going to scroll down to find the command that I want. So I'm going to select the Email command and click on the Add button, and that has been added to my email group in my email tab. And I'm also going to select the Email as PDF attachment tool, and I'm going to click on the Add button to add that as well. If you change your mind or make a mistake and want to remove a tool, click on it to select it, and then click on the Remove button. To save your changes and any new tabs or groups, click on the OK button bottom left of the PowerPoint options window. I can now see the changes I've made to my ribbon. The Developer tab is now here, and the View tab has disappeared. I also see my new Email tab, and if I click that, I can see the tool and group I added to that tab. To remove a custom tab, right-click on your ribbon and select Customize the ribbon from the menu. In the Customize Ribbon options, you can go over, find your custom tab, then right-click on it and select Remove from the menu. And I'm going to save that by clicking on OK. And I can see my custom tab has been deleted from the ribbon. So in this video, you've seen how to customize the tool ribbon display with PowerPoint.